A preliminary word. Leading article in the first edition of Household Words. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 5. A preliminary word. Leading article in the first edition of Household Words, by Charles Dickens. The name that we have chosen for this publication expresses, generally, the desire we have at heart in originating it. We aspire to live in the household affections, and to be numbered among the household thoughts, of our readers. We hope to be the comrade and friend of many thousands of people, of both sexes, and of all ages and conditions, on whose faces we may never look. We seek to bring into innumerable homes, from the stirring world around us, the knowledge of many social wonders, good and evil, that are not calculated to render any of us less ardently persevering in ourselves, less tolerant of one another, less faithful in the progress of mankind, less thankful for the privilege of living in this summer dawn of time. No mere utilitarian spirit, no iron binding of the mind to grim realities, will give a harsh tone to our household words. In the bosoms of the young and old, of the well-to-do and of the poor, we would tenderly cherish that light of fancy which is inherent in the human breast, which, according to its nurture, burns with an inspiring flame, or sinks into a sullen glare, but which, or woe betide that day, can never be extinguished. To show to all that in all familiar things, even in those which are repellent on the surface, there is romance enough if we will find it out. To teach the hardest workers at this whirling wheel of toil that their lot is not necessarily a moody, brutal fact, excluded from the sympathies and graces of imagination. To bring the greater and the lesser in degree together upon that wide field, and mutually dispose them to a better acquaintance and a kinder understanding, is one main object of our household words. The mightier inventions of this age are not, to our thinking, all material, but have a kind of souls in their stupendous bodies, which may find expression in household words. The traveller whom we accompany on his railroad or his steamboat journey may gain, we hope, some compensation for incidents which these later generations have outlived, in new associations with the power that bears him onward, with the habitations and the ways of life of crowds of his fellow creatures, among whom he passes like the wind, even with the towering chimneys he may see, spirting out fire and smoke upon the prospect. The swart giants, slaves of the lamp of knowledge, have their 1001 tales, no less than the genii of the East, and these, in all their wild, grotesque, and fanciful aspects, in all their many phases of endurance, in all their many moving lessons of compassion and consideration, we design to tell. Our household words will not be echoes of the present time alone, but of the past too. Neither will they treat of the hopes, the enterprises, triumphs, joys, and sorrows of this country only, but in some degree of those of every nation upon earth. For nothing can be a source of real interest in one of them without concerning all the rest. We have considered what an ambition it is to be admitted into many homes with affection and confidence, to be regarded as a friend by children and old people, to be thought of in affliction and in happiness, to people the sick room with airy shapes that give delight and hurt not, and to be associated with the harmless laughter and the gentle tears of many hearts. We know the great responsibility of such a privilege, its vast reward, the pictures that it conjures up, in hours of solitary labour, of a multitude moved by one sympathy, the solemn hopes which it awakens in the labourer's breast, that he may be free from self-reproach in looking back at last upon his work, and that his name may be remembered in his race in time to come, and borne by the dear object of his love with pride. The hand that writes these faltering lines, happily associated with some household words before to-day, has known enough of such experiences to enter in an earnest spirit upon this new task, and with an awakened sense of all that it involves. Some tillers of the field into which we now come have been before us, and some are here whose high usefulness we readily acknowledge, and whose company it is an honour to join. But there are others here, bastards of the mountain, draggled fringe of the red cap, panders to the basest passions of the lowest natures, whose existence is a national reproach. And these we should consider it our highest service to displace. Thus we begin our career. The adventurer in the old fairy story, climbing towards the summit of a steep eminence on which the object of his search was stationed, was surrounded by a roar of voices, crying to him from the stones in the way to turn back. All the voices we hear cry, "Go on!" The stones that call to us have sermons in them, as the trees have tongues, as there are books in the running brooks, as there is good in everything. Day and the time cry out to us, "Go on!" With a fresh heart, a light step, and a hopeful courage, we begin the journey. The road is not so rough that it need daunt our feet. The way is not so steep that we need stop for breath, and, looking faintly down, be stricken motionless. "Go on" is all we hear. "Go on!" In a glow already with the air from yonder height upon us, and the inspiring voices joining in this acclamation, we echo back the cry, and go on cheerily. End of A Preliminary Word. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway. The 14th of May, 2012.
The Very Friendly Young Gentleman, from Sketches of Young Gentlemen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alisson Veldhuis. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 5. Section 2. The Very Friendly Young Gentleman, by Charles Dickens. We know, and all people know, so many specimens of this class, that in selecting the few heads our limits enable us to take from a great number, we have been induced to give the very friendly young gentleman the preference over many others, to whose claims, upon a mere cursory view of the question, we had felt disposed to assign the priority. The very friendly young gentleman is very friendly to everybody, but he attaches himself particularly to 2, or at most to 3 families, regulating his choice by their dinners, their circle of acquaintance, or some other criterion in which he has an immediate interest. He is of any age between 20 and 40, unmarried of course, must be fond of children, and is expected to make himself generally useful if possible. Let us illustrate our meaning by an example, which is the shortest mode and the clearest. We encountered one day, by chance, an old friend of whom we had lost sight for some years, and who, expressing a strong anxiety to renew our former intimacy, urged us to dine with him on an early day, that we might talk over old times. We readily assented, adding that we hoped we should be alone. "Oh, certainly, certainly," said our friend. "Not a soul with us but Mincin." "And who is Mincin?" was our natural inquiry. "Oh, don't mind him," replied our friend. "He is a most particular friend of mine, and a very friendly fellow you will find him." And so he left us. We thought no more about Mincin until we duly presented ourselves at the house next day, when, after a hearty welcome, our friend motioned towards a gentleman who had been previously showing his teeth by the fireplace, and gave us to understand that it was Mr. Mincin of whom he had spoken. It required no great penetration on our part to discover at once that Mr. Mincin was in every respect a very friendly young gentleman. "I am delighted," said Mincin, hastily advancing and pressing our hand warmly between both of his. "I am delighted, I am sure, to make your acquaintance." Here he smiled. "Very much delighted indeed." Here he exhibited a little emotion. "I assure you that I've looked forward to it anxiously for a very long time." Here he released our hands, and rubbing his own, observed that the day was severe, but that he was delighted to perceive from our appearance that it agreed with us wonderfully, and then went on to observe that, notwithstanding the coldness of the weather, he had that morning seen in the paper an exceedingly curious paragraph, to the effect that there was now in the garden of Mr. Wilkins of Chichester a pumpkin measuring 4 feet in height and 11 feet 7 inches in circumference, which he looked upon as a very extraordinary piece of intelligence. We ventured to remark that we had a dim recollection of having once or twice before observed a similar paragraph in the public prints, upon which Mr. Mincin took us confidentially by the button, and said, exactly, to be sure, we were very right, and he wondered what the editors meant by putting in such things. Who the deuce, he should like to know, did they suppose cared about them? That struck him as being the best of it. The lady of the house appeared shortly afterwards, and Mr. Mincin's friendliness, as will readily be supposed, suffered no diminution in consequence. He exerted much strength and skill in wheeling a large easy-chair up to the fire, and the lady being seated in it, carefully closed the door, stirred the fire, and looked to the windows to see that they admitted no air. Having satisfied himself upon all these points, he expressed himself quite easy in his mind, and begged to know how she found herself to-day. Upon the lady's replying very well, Mr. Mincin, who it appeared was a medical gentleman, offered some general remarks upon the nature and treatment of colds in the head, which occupied us agreeably until dinner-time. During the meal he devoted himself to complimenting everybody, not forgetting himself, so that we were an uncommonly agreeable quartet. "I'll tell you what, Capper," said Mr. Mincin to our host, as he closed the room door after the lady had retired, "you have very great reason to be fond of your wife. Sweet woman, Mrs. Capper, sir." "Nay, Mincin, I beg," interposed the host, as we were about to reply that Mrs. Capper unquestionably was particularly sweet. "Pray, Mincin, don't." "Why not?" exclaimed Mr. Mincin. "Why not? Why should you feel any delicacy before your old friend, our old friend, if I may be allowed to call you so, sir? Why should you, I ask?" We, of course, wished to know why he should also, upon which our friend admitted that Mrs. Capper was a very sweet woman, at which admission Mr. Mincin cried "Bravo!" and begged to propose Mrs. Capper with heartfelt enthusiasm, whereupon our host said, "Thank you, Mincin," with deep feeling, and gave us in a low voice to understand that Mincin had saved Mrs. Capper's cousin's life no less than 14 times in a year and a half, which he considered no common circumstance, an opinion to which we most cordially subscribed. Now that we three were left to entertain ourselves with conversation, Mr. Mincin's extreme friendliness became every moment more apparent. He was so amazingly friendly indeed, that it was impossible to talk about anything in which he had not the chief concern. We happened to allude to some affairs in which our friend and we had been mutually engaged nearly 14 years before, when Mr. Mincin was all at once reminded of a joke which our friend had made on that day 4 years, which he positively must insist upon telling, and which he did tell accordingly, with many pleasant recollections of what he said, and what Mrs. Capper said, and how he well remembered that they had been to the play with orders on the very night previous, and had seen a Romeo and Juliet and the pantomime, and how Mrs. Capper, being faint, had been led into the lobby, where she smiled, said it was nothing after all, and went back again, with many other interesting and absorbing particulars, after which the friendly young gentleman went on to assure us that our friend had experienced a marvellously prophetic opinion of that same pantomime, which was of such an admirable kind, that 2 morning papers took the same view next day. To this our friend replied with a little triumph, that in that instance he had some reason to think he had been correct, which gave the friendly young gentleman occasion to believe that our friend was always correct. And so we went on, until our friend, filling a bumper, said he must drink 1 glass to his dear friend Mincin, than whom he would say no man saved the lives of his acquaintances more, or had a more friendly heart. Finally, our friend, having emptied his glass, said, "God bless you, Mincin," and Mr. Mincin and he shook hands across the table with much affection and earnestness. But great as the friendly young gentleman is, In a limited scene like this he plays the same part on a larger scale, with increased éclat. Mr. Mincin is invited to an evening party with his dear friends the Martins, where he meets his dear friends the Cappers, and his dear friends the Watsons, and 100 other dear friends too numerous to mention. He is as much at home with the Martins as with the Cappers, but how exquisitely he balances his attentions and divides them among his dear friends. If he flirts with one of the Miss Watsons, he has one little Martin on the sofa pulling his hair, and the other little Martin on the carpet riding on his foot. He carries Mrs. Watson down to supper on one arm, and Miss Martin on the other, and takes wine so judiciously and in such exact order that it is impossible for the most punctilious old lady to consider herself neglected. If any young lady, being prevailed upon to sing, became nervous afterwards, Mr. Mincin leads her tenderly into the next room, and restores her with port wine, which she must take medicinally. If any gentleman be standing by the piano during the progress of the ballad, Mr. Mincin seizes him by the arm at one point of the melody, and softly beating time the while with his head, expresses in dumb show his intense perception of the delicacy of the passage. If anybody's self-love is to be flattered, Mr. Mincin is at hand. If anybody's overweening vanity is to be pampered, Mr. Mincin will surfeit it. What wonder that people of all stations and ages recognize Mr. Mincin's friendliness, that he is universally allowed to be handsome as amiable, that mothers think him an oracle, daughters a dear, brothers a beau, and fathers a wonder. And who would not have the reputation of the very friendly young gentleman? End of The Very Friendly Young Gentleman. The Military Young Gentleman. From Sketches of Young Gentlemen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alisson Veldhuis. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 5. The Military Young Gentleman, by Charles Dickens. We are rather at a loss to imagine how it has come to pass that military young gentlemen have obtained so much favour in the eyes of the young ladies of this kingdom. We cannot think so lightly of them as to suppose that the mere circumstance of a man's wearing a red coat ensures him a ready passport to their regard. And even if this were the case, it would be no satisfactory explanation of the circumstance, because, although the analogy may in some degree hold good in the case of male coachmen and guards, still general postmen wear red coats, and they are not, to our knowledge, better received than other men. Nor are firemen either, who wear, or used to wear, not only red coats, but very resplendent and massive badges besides, much larger than epaulettes. Neither do the twopenny post-office boys, if the result of our inquiries be correct, find any peculiar favour in women's eyes, although they wear very bright red jackets, and have the additional advantage of constantly appearing in public on horseback, which last circumstance may be naturally supposed to be greatly in their favour. We have sometimes thought that this phenomenon may take its rise in the conventional behaviour of captains and colonels, and other gentlemen in red coats on the stage, where they are invariably represented as fine swaggering fellows, talking of nothing but charming girls, their king and country, their honour and their debts, and crowing over the inferior classes of the community, whom they occasionally treat with a little gentlemanly swindling, no less to the improvement and pleasure of the audience than to the satisfaction and approval of the choice spirits who consort with them. But we will not devote these pages to our speculations upon the subject, inasmuch as our business at the present moment is not so much with the young ladies who are bewitched by Her Majesty's livery, as with the young gentlemen whose heads are turned by it. For heads we had written brains, but upon consideration we think the former the more appropriate word of the two. These young gentlemen may be divided into two classes: young gentlemen who are actually in the army, and young gentlemen who, having an intense and enthusiastic admiration for all things appertaining to a military life, are compelled by adverse fortune or adverse relations to wear out their existence in some ignoble counting-house. We will take this latter description of military young gentlemen first. The whole heart and soul of the military young gentleman are concentrated in his favourite topic. There is nothing that he is so learned upon as uniforms. He will tell you, without faltering for an instant, what the habiliments of any one regiment are turned up with, what regiment wears stripes down the outside and inside of the leg, and how many buttons the 10th had on their coats. He knows to a fraction how many yards and odd inches of gold lace it takes to make an ensign in the Guards, is deeply read in the comparative merits of different bands, and the apparelling of trumpeters, and is very luminous indeed in descanting upon crack regiments, and the crack gentlemen who compose them, of whose mightiness and grandeur he is never tired of telling. We were suggesting to a military young gentleman only the other day, after he had related to us several dazzling instances of the profusion of half a dozen honourable ensigns, somebodies or nobodies, in the article of kid gloves and polished boots, that possibly cracked regiments would be an improvement upon crack, as being a more expressive and appropriate designation, when he suddenly interrupted us by pulling out his watch, and observing that he must hurry off to the park in a cab, or he would be too late to hear the band play. Not wishing to interfere with so important an engagement, and being in fact already slightly overwhelmed by the anecdotes of the honourable ensigns aforementioned, we made no attempt to detain the military young gentleman, but parted company with ready good-will. Some 3 or 4 hours afterwards we chanced to be walking down Whitehall, on the Admiralty side of the way, when, as we drew near to one of the little stone places in which a couple of horse soldiers mount guard in the daytime, we were attracted by the motionless appearance and eager gaze of a young gentleman, who was devouring both man and horse with his eyes so eagerly that he seemed deaf and blind to all that was passing around him. We were not much surprised at the discovery that it was our friend, the military young gentleman, but we were a little astonished, when we returned from a walk to South Lambeth, to find him still there, looking on with the same intensity as before. As it was a very windy day, we felt bound to awaken the young gentleman from his reverie, when he inquired of us with great enthusiasm whether that was not a glorious spectacle, and proceeded to give us a detailed account of the weight of every article of the spectacle's trappings, from the man's gloves to the horse's shoes. We have made it a practice since to take the Horse Guards in our daily walk, and we find it is the custom of military young gentlemen to plant themselves opposite the sentries and contemplate them at leisure, in periods varying from 15 minutes to 50, and averaging 25. We were much struck, a day or two since, by the behaviour of a very promising young butcher, who, evincing an interest in the service which cannot be too strongly commanded or encouraged, after a prolonged inspection of the sentry, proceeded to handle his boots with great curiosity, and as much composure and indifference as if the man were waxwork. But the really military young gentleman is waiting all this time, and at the very moment that an apology rises to our lips, he emerges from the barrack gate (he is quartered in the garrison town), and takes the way towards the High Street. He wears his undress uniform, which somewhat mars the glory of his outward man. Still how great, how grand he is! What a happy mixture of ease and ferocity in his gait and carriage! And how lightly he carries that dreadful sword under his arm, making no more ado about it than if it were a silk umbrella. The lion is sleeping. Only think, if an enemy were in sight, how soon he'd whip it out of the scabbard, and what a terrible fellow he would be. But he walks on, thinking of nothing less than blood and slaughter, and now he comes in sight of 3 other military young gentlemen, arm in arm, who are bearing down towards him, clanking their iron heels on the pavement, and clashing their swords with a noise which should cause all peaceful men to quail at heart. They stop to talk. See how the flaxen-haired young gentleman with the weak legs, he who has his pocket-handkerchief thrust into the breast of his coat, glares upon the faint-hearted civilians who linger to look upon his glory. How the next young gentleman elevates his head in the air, and majestically places his arms akimbo, while the third stands with his legs very wide apart, and clasps his hands behind him. Well may we inquire, not in familiar jest, but in respectful earnest, if you call that nothing? Oh, if some encroaching foreign power, the Emperor of Russia, for instance, or any of those deep fellows, could only see those military young gentlemen as they move on together towards the billiard-room over their way, wouldn't he tremble a little? And then at the theatre at night, when the performances are by command of Colonel Fitz-Sawdust and the officers of the garrison, what a splendid sight it is! How sternly the defenders of their country look round the house as if in mute assurance to the audience, that they may make themselves comfortable regarding any foreign invasion, for they, the military young gentlemen, are keeping a sharp look-out, and are ready for anything. And what a contrast between them and that stage-box full of grey-headed officers, with tokens of many battles about them, who have nothing at all in common with the military young gentlemen, and who, but for an old-fashioned kind of manly dignity in their looks and bearing, might be common hard-working soldiers for anything they take the pains to announce to the contrary. Ah, here is a family just come in who recognise the flaxen-headed young gentleman, and the flaxen-headed young gentleman recognises them too, and he doesn't care to show it just now. Very well done indeed. He talks louder to the little group of military young gentlemen who are standing by him, and coughs to induce some ladies in the next box but one to look round, in order that their faces may undergo the same ordeal of criticism to which they have subjected, in not a wholly inaudible tone, the majority of the female portion of the audience. Oh, a gentleman in the same box looks round as if he were disposed to resent this as an impertinence, and the flaxen-haired young gentleman sees his friends at once, and hurries away to them with the most charming cordiality. 3 young ladies, 1 young man, and the mamma of the party, receive the military young gentleman with great warmth and politeness, and in 5 minutes afterwards the military young gentleman, stimulated by the mamma, introduces the 2 other military young gentlemen with whom he was walking in the morning, who take their seats behind the young ladies and commence conversation, whereat the mamma bestows a triumphant bow upon a rival mamma who has not succeeded in decoying any military young gentleman, and prepares to consider her visitors from that moment 3 of the most elegant and superior young gentlemen in the whole world. End of The Military Young Gentleman. From Sketches of Young Gentlemen.
George Silverman's Explanation, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 5. George Silverman's Explanation, Part 1, by Charles Dickens. First Chapter. It happened in this wise. But sitting with my pen in my hand, looking at those words again, without descrying any hint in them of the words that should follow, it comes into my mind that they have an abrupt appearance. They may serve, however, if I let them remain, to suggest how very difficult I find it to begin to explain my explanation. An uncouth phrase, and yet I do not see my way to a better. Second Chapter. It happened in this wise. But looking at those words, and comparing them with my former opening, I find they are the self-same words repeated. This is the more surprising to me, because I employ them in quite a new connection. For indeed I declare that my intention was to discard the commencement I first had in my thoughts, and to give the preference to another of an entirely different nature, dating my explanation from an anterior period of my life. I will make a third trial, without erasing the second failure, protesting that it is not my design to conceal any of my infirmities, whether they be of head or heart. Third Chapter. Not as yet directly aiming at how it came to pass, I will come upon it by degrees. The natural manner, after all, for God knows that is how it came upon me. My parents were in a miserable condition of life, and my infant home was a cellar in Preston. I recollect the sound of Father's Lancashire clogs on the street pavement above as being different in my young hearing from the sound of all other clogs. And I recollect that when Mother came down the cellar steps, I used tremblingly to speculate on her feet having a good or an ill-tempered look, on her knees, on her waist, until finally her face came into view and settled the question. From this it will be seen that I was timid, and the cellar steps were steep, and that the doorway was very low. Mother had the gripe and clutch of poverty upon her face, upon her figure, and not least of all upon her voice. Her sharp and high-pitched words were squeezed out of her, as by the compression of bony fingers on a leathern bag, and she had a way of rolling her eyes about and about the cellar, as she scolded, that was gaunt and hungry. Father, with his shoulders rounded, would sit quiet on a three-legged stool, looking at the empty grate until she would pluck the stool from under him and bid him go bring some money home. Then he would dismally ascend the steps, and I, holding my ragged shirt and trousers together with a hand, my only braces, would faint and dodge from Mother's pursuing grasp at my hair. A worldly little devil was my mother's usual name for me, whether I cried for that I was in the dark, or for that it was cold, or for that I was hungry, or whether I squeezed myself into a warm corner when there was a fire, or ate voraciously when there was food, she would still say, "Oh, you worldly little devil!" And the sting of it was that I quite well knew myself to be a worldly little devil. Worldly as to wanting to be housed and warmed, worldly as to wanting to be fed, worldly as to the greed with which I inwardly compared how much I got out of those good things with how much my father and mother got when rarely those good things were going. Sometimes they both went away seeking work, and then I would be locked up in the cellar for a day or two at a time. I was at my worldliest then. Left alone, I yielded myself up to a worldly yearning for enough of anything except misery, and for the death of Mother's father, who was a machine-maker at Birmingham, and on whose decease I had heard Mother say she would come into a whole courtful of houses if she had her rights. Worldly little devil! I would stand about musingly fitting my cold bare feet into cracked bricks and crevices of the damp cellar floor, walking over my grandfather's body, so to speak, into the courtful of houses, and selling them for meat and drink and clothes to wear. At last a change came down into our cellar. The universal change came down even as low as that. So it will mount to any height on which a human creature can perch, and brought other changes with it. We had a heap of I don't know what foul litter in the darkest corner, which we called the bed. For 3 days Mother lay upon it without getting up, and then began at times to laugh. If I had ever heard her laugh before, it had been so seldom that the strange sound frightened me. It frightened Father, too, and we took it by turns to give her water. Then she began to move her head from side to side and sing. After that, she getting no better, Father fell a-laughing and a-singing, and then there was only I to give them both water, and they both died. 4th chapter. When I was lifted out of the cellar by 2 men, of whom one came peeping down alone first and ran away and brought the other, I could hardly bear the light of the street. I was sitting in the roadway, blinking at it, and a ring of people collected around me, but not close to me, when, true to my character of worldly little devil, I broke the silence by saying, "I am hungry and thirsty." "Does he know they are dead?" asked one of another. "Do you know your father and mother are both dead of fever?" asked a third of me severely. "I don't know what it is to be dead. I supposed it meant that when the cup rattled against their teeth and the water spilt over them. I'm hungry and thirsty." That was all I had to say about it. The ring of people widened outward from the inner side as I looked around me, and I smelt vinegar and what I know to be camphor thrown in towards where I sat. Presently someone put a great vessel of smoking vinegar on the ground near me, and they all looked at me in silent horror as I ate and drank of what was brought for me. I knew at the time they had a horror of me, but I couldn't help it. I was still eating and drinking, and a murmur of discussion had begun to arise respecting what was to be done with me next, when I heard a cracked voice somewhere in the ring say, "My name is Hawkyard, Mr. Verity Hawkyard of West Bromwich." Then the ring split in one place, and a yellow-faced, peak-nosed gentleman, clad in all iron grey to his gaiters, pressed forward with a policeman and another official of some sort. He came forward close to the vessel of smoking vinegar, from which he sprinkled himself carefully, and me copiously. "He had a grandfather at Birmingham, this young boy, who is just dead too," said Mr. Hawkyard. I turned my eyes upon the speaker, and said in a ravening manner, "Where's his houses?" "Ha! Horrible worldliness on the edge of the grave," said Mr. Hawkyard, casting more of the vinegar over me, as if to get my devil out of me. "I have undertaken a very slight trust in behalf of this boy, quite a voluntary trust, a matter of mere honor, if not of mere sentiment. Still, I have taken it upon myself, and it shall be, oh yes, it shall be discharged." The bystanders seemed to form an opinion of this gentleman much more favorable than their opinion of me. "He shall be taught," said Mr. Hawkyard. "Oh yes, he shall be taught. But what is to be done with him for the present? He may be infected. He may disseminate infection." The ring widened considerably. "What is to be done with him?" He held some talk with the two officials. I could distinguish no word save farmhouse. There was another sound several times repeated which was wholly meaningless in my ears then, but which I knew afterwards to be Houghton Towers. "Yes," said Mr. Hawkyard, "I think that sounds promising. I think that sounds hopeful. And he can be put by himself in a ward for a night or two, you say?" It seemed to be the police officer who had said so, for it was he who replied yes. It was he, too, who finally took me by the arm and walked me before him through the streets into a whitewashed room in a bare building, where I had a chair to sit in, a table to sit at, an iron bedstead and a good mattress to lie upon, and a rug and blanket to cover me. Where I had enough to eat, too, and was shown how to clean the tin porringer in which it was conveyed to me until it was as good as a looking-glass. Here, likewise, I was put in a bath, and had new clothes brought to me, and my old rags were burnt, and I was camphored and vinegared and disinfected in a variety of ways. When all this was done, I don't know in how many days or how few, but it matters not, Mr. Hawkyard stepped into the door, remaining close to it, and said, "Go and stand against the opposite wall, George Silverman, as far off as you can. That'll do. How do you feel?" I told him that I didn't feel cold, and didn't feel hungry, and didn't feel thirsty. That was the whole round of human feelings as far as I knew, except the pain of being beaten. "Well," said he, "you are going, George, to a healthy farmhouse to be purified. Keep in the air there as much as you can. Live an out-of-door life there until you are fetched away. You had better not say much. In fact, you had better be very careful not to say anything about what your parents died of, or they might not like to take you in. Behave well, and I'll put you to school. Oh, yes, I'll put you to school, though I'm not obligated to do it. I am a servant of the Lord, George, and I have been a good servant to him, I have, these 35 years. The Lord has had a good servant in me, and he knows it." What I then supposed him to mean by this, I cannot imagine. As little do I know when I began to comprehend that he was a prominent member of some obscure denomination or congregation, every member of which held forth to the rest when so inclined, and among whom he was called Brother Hawkyard. It was enough for me to know, on that day in the ward, that the farmer's cart was waiting for me at the street corner. I was not slow to get into it, for it was the first ride I had ever had in my life. It made me sleepy, and I slept. First, I stared at Preston streets as long as they lasted, and meanwhile I may have had some small, dumb wondering within me whereabouts our cellar was, but I doubt it. Such a worldly little devil was I, that I took no thought who would bury father and mother, or where they would be buried, or when. The question whether the eating and drinking by day and the covering by night would be as good at the farmhouse as at the ward superseded these questions. The jolting of the cart on a loose stony road awoke me, and I found that we were mounting up a steep hill, where the road was a rutty by-road through a field, and so, by fragments of an ancient terrace, and by some rugged outbuildings that had once been fortified, and passing under a ruined gateway, we came to the old farmhouse in the thick stone wall outside the old quadrangle of Houghton Towers, which I looked at like a stupid savage, seeing no speciality in, seeing no antiquity in, assuming all farmhouses to resemble it, assigning the decay I noticed to the one potent cause of all ruin that I knew, poverty, eyeing the pigeons in their flights, the cattle in their stalls, the ducks in their pond, and the fowls pecking about the yard with a hungry hope that plenty of them might be killed for dinner while I stayed there, wondering whether the scrubbed dairy vessels drying in the sunlight could be goodly porringers out of which the master ate his belly-filling food, and which he polished when he had done, according to my ward experience, shrinkingly doubtful whether the shadows, passing over that airy height on the bright spring day, were not something in the nature of frowns, sordid, afraid, unadmiring, a small brute to shudder at. To that time I had never had the faintest impression of duty. I had no knowledge whatever that there was anything lovely in this life. When I had occasionally slunk up the cellar steps into the street and glared in at the shop windows, I had done so with no higher feelings than we may suppose to animate a mangy young dog or wolf cub. It is equally the fact that I had never been alone, in the sense of holding unselfish converse with myself. I had been solitary often enough, but nothing better. Such was my condition when I sat down to my dinner that day, in the kitchen of the old farmhouse. Such was my condition when I lay on my bed in the old farmhouse that night, stretched out opposite the narrow, mullioned window, in the cold light of the moon, like a young vampire. 5th chapter. What do I know of Houghton Towers? Very little, for I have been gratefully unwilling to disturb my first impressions. A house, centuries old, on high ground a mile or so removed from the road between Preston and Blackburn, where the first James of England, in his hurry to make money by making baronets, perhaps made some of those remunerative dignitaries. A house, centuries old, deserted and falling to pieces, its woods and gardens long since grassland or ploughed up, the rivers Ribble and Darwen glancing below it, and a vague haze of smoke, against which not even the supernatural prescience of the first Stuart could foresee a counterblast, hinting at steam power, powerful in two distances. What did I know then of Houghton Towers? When I first peeped in at the gate of the lifeless quadrangle, and started from the mouldering statue becoming visible to me, like its guardian ghost, when I stole round by the back of the farmhouse and got in among the ancient rooms, many of them with their floors and ceilings falling, the beams and rafters hanging dangerously down, the plaster dropping as I trod, the oaken panels stripped away, the windows half walled up, half broken, when I discovered a gallery commanding the old kitchen, and looked down between balustrades upon a massive old table and benches, fearing to see I know not what dead alive creatures come in and seat themselves, and look up with I know not what dreadful eyes, or lack of eyes, at me, when all over the house I was awed by gaps and chinks where the sky stared sorrowfully at me, where the birds passed, and the ivy rustled, and the stains of winter weather blotched the rotten floors, when down at the bottom of dark pits of staircase into which the stairs had sunk, green leaves trembled, butterflies fluttered, and bees hummed in and out through the broken doorways, when encircling the whole ruin were sweet scents and sights of fresh green growth and ever-renewing life that I had never dreamed of. I say, when I passed into such clouded perception of these things as my dark soul could compass, what did I know then of Houghton Towers? I have written that the sky stared sorrowfully at me. Therein I have anticipated the answer. I knew that all these things looked sorrowfully at me, that they seemed to sigh or whisper, not without pity for me. Alas, poor worldly little devil! There were 2 or 3 rats at the bottom of one of the smaller pits of broken staircase when I craned over and looked in. They were scuffling for some prey that was there, and when they started and hid themselves close together in the dark, I thought of the old life. It had grown old already, in the cellar. How not to be this worldly little devil? How not to have a repugnance toward myself, as I had towards the rats? I hid in a corner of one of the smaller chambers, frightened at myself, and crying. It was the first time I had ever cried for any cause, not purely physical, and I tried to think about it. One of the farm plows came into my range of view just then, and it seemed to help me as it went on with its 2 horses up and down the field so peacefully and quietly. There was a girl of about my own age in the farmhouse family, and she sat opposite to me at the narrow table at mealtimes. It had come into my mind at our first dinner that she might take the fever from me. The thought had not disquieted me then. I had only speculated how she would look under the altered circumstances and whether she would die. But it came into my mind now that I might try to prevent her taking the fever by keeping away from her. I knew I should have but scrambling bored if I did. So much the less worldly and less devilish the deed would be, I thought. From that hour I withdrew myself at early morning into secret corners of the ruined house, and remained hidden there until she went to bed. At first, when meals were ready, I used to hear them calling me, and then my resolution weakened. But I strengthened it again by going farther off into the ruin, and getting out of hearing. I often watched for her at the dim windows, and when I saw that she was fresh and rosy, felt much happier. Out of this holding her in my thoughts to the humanizing of myself, I suppose some childish love rose within me. I felt, in some sort, dignified by the pride of protecting her, by the pride of making the sacrifice for her. As my heart swelled with that new feeling, it insensibly softened about mother and father. It seemed to have been frozen before, and now to be thawed. The old ruin and all the lovely things that haunted it were not sorrowful for me only, but sorrowful for mother and father as well. Therefore did I cry again, and often too. The farmhouse family conceived me to be of a morose temper, and were very short with me, though they never stinted me in such broken fare as was to be got out of regular hours. One night, when I lifted the kitchen latch at my usual time, Sylvia, that was her pretty name, had but just gone out of the room. Seeing her ascending the opposite stairs, I stood still at the door. She had heard the clink of the latch, and looked around. "George," she called to me in a pleased voice, "tomorrow is my birthday, and we are to have a fiddler, and there is a party of boys and girls coming in a cart, and we shall dance. I invite you. Be sociable for once, George." "I'm very sorry, miss," I answered, but no, I can't come." "You are a disagreeable, ill-humored lad," she returned disdainfully, "and I ought not to have asked you. I shall never speak to you again." As I stood with my eyes fixed on the fire after she was gone, I felt that the farmer bent his brows upon me. Lad," said she, "Sylvie's right. You're as moody and broody a lad as never I set eyes on yet." I tried to assure him that I meant no harm, but he only said coldly, "Maybe not, maybe not. There, get thy supper, and then thou canst sulk to thy heart's content again." Ah, if they could have seen me next day in the ruin, watching for the arrival of the cart full of merry young guests, if they could have seen me at night, gliding out from behind the ghostly statue, listening to the music and the fall of dancing feet, and watching the lighted farmhouse windows from the quadrangle when all the ruin was dark, if they could have read my heart as I crept up to bed by the back way, comforting myself with the reflection, "They will take no hurt from me," they would not have thought mine a morose or an unsocial nature. It was in these ways that I began to form a shy disposition, to be of a timidly silent character under misconstruction, to have an inexpressible, perhaps a morbid dread of ever being sordid or worldly. It was in these ways that my nature came to shape itself to such a mold, even before it was affected by the influences of the studious and retired life of a poor scholar. 6th chapter. Brother Hawkyard, as he insisted on my calling him, put me to school, and told me to work my way. "You are all right, George," he said. "I have been the best servant the Lord has had in his service for this 35 year. Oh, I have. And he knows the value of such a servant as I have been to him. Oh, yes, he does. And he'll prosper your schooling as a part of my reward. That's what he'll do, George. He'll do it for me." From the first, I could not like this familiar knowledge of the ways of the sublime, inscrutable Almighty on Brother Hawkyard's part. As I grew a little wiser, and still a little wiser, I liked it less and less. His manner, too, of confirming himself in a parenthesis, as if knowing himself he doubted his own word, I found distasteful. I cannot tell how much these dislikes cost me, for I had a dread that they were worldly. As time went on, I became a foundation boy on a good foundation, and I cost Brother Hawkyard nothing. When I had worked my way so far, I worked yet harder, in the hope of ultimately getting a presentation to college and a fellowship. My health has never been strong. Some vapor from the Preston cellar cleaves to me, I think. And what with much work and some weakness, I came again to be regarded, that is, by my fellow students, as unsocial. All through my time as a foundation boy, I was within a few miles of Brother Hawkyard's congregation, and whenever I was what we called a leave boy on a Sunday, I went over there at his desire. Before the knowledge became forced upon me that outside their place of meeting these brothers and sisters were no better than the rest of the human family, but on the whole were, to put the case mildly, as bad as most, in respect of giving short weight in their shops, and not speaking the truth. I say, before this knowledge became forced upon me, their prolix addresses, their inordinate conceit, their daring ignorance, their investment of the supreme ruler of heaven and earth with their own miserable meanness and littleness, greatly shocked me. Still, as their term for the frame of mind that could not perceive them to be an exalted state of grace was the worldly state, I did for a time suffer tortures under my inquiries of myself whether that young, worldly, devilish spirit of mine could secretly be lingering at the bottom of my non-appreciation. Brother Hawkyard was the popular expounder in this assembly, and generally occupied the platform. There was a little platform with a table on it, in lieu of a pulpit, first on a Sunday afternoon. He was by trade a dry-salter. Brother Gimblet, an elderly man with a crabbed face, a large dog's-eared shirt collar, and a spotted blue neckerchief reaching up behind to the crown of his head, was also a dry-salter and an expounder. Brother Gimblet professed the greatest admiration for Brother Hawkyard, but I had thought more than once, bore him a jealous grudge. Let whosoever may peruse these lines kindly take the pains here to read twice my solemn pledge that what I write of the language and customs of the congregation in question I write scrupulously, literally, exactly, from the life and the truth. On the first Sunday after I had won what I had so long tried for, and when it was certain that I was going up to college, Brother Hawkyard concluded a long exhortation thus: "Well, my friends and fellow sinners, now I told you when I began that I didn't know a word of what I was going to say to you, and no, I did not, but that it was all one to me, because I knew the Lord would put into my mouth the words I wanted." "That's it," from Brother Gimblet. "And he did put into my mouth the words I wanted." "So he did," from Brother Gimblet. "And why?" Let's have that," from Brother Gimblet. "Because I have been his faithful servant for 35 years, and because he knows it. For 35 years. And he knows it, mind you. I got those words that I wanted on account of my wages. I got 'em from the Lord, my fellow sinners. Down, I said. Here's a heap of wages due. Let us have something down on account. And I got it down, and I paid it over to you, and you won't wrap it up in a napkin, nor yet in a towel, nor yet pocket handkerchief, but you'll put it out at good interest. Very well. Now, my brothers and sisters and fellow sinners, I am going to conclude with a question, and I'll make it so plain, with the help of the Lord after 35 years, I should rather hope, as that the devil shall not be able to confuse it in your heads, which he would be overjoyed to do. Just his way, crafty old blackguard, from Brother Gimblet. And the question is this: are the angels learned? Not they, not a bit on it, from Brother Gimblet, with the greatest confidence. Not they. And where's the proof? Sent ready-made by the hand of the Lord. Why, there's one among us here now that has got all the learning that can be crammed into him. I got him all the learning that could be crammed into him. His grandfather, this I had never heard before, was a brother of ours. He was Brother Parksop. That's what he was, Parksop. Brother Parksop. His worldly name was Parksop, and he was a brother of this brotherhood. Then wasn't he Brother Parksop? Must be, couldn't help himself, from Brother Gimblet. Well, he left that one now, here present among us, to the care of a brother sinner of his. And that brother sinner, mind you, was a sinner of a bigger size in his time than any of you, praise the Lord. Brother Hawkyard, me, I got him without fee or reward, without a morsel of myrrh, frankincense, nor yet amber, letting alone the honeycomb. All the learning that could be crammed into him. Has it brought him into our temple in the spirit? No. Have we had any ignorant brothers and sisters that didn't know round O from crooked S come in among us meanwhile? Many. Then the angels are not learned. Then they don't so much as know their alphabet. And now, my friends and fellow sinners, having brought it to that, perhaps some brother present, perhaps you, Brother Gimblet, will pray a bit for us. Brother Gimblet undertook the sacred function, after having drawn his sleeve across his mouth and muttered, "Well, I don't know as I see my way to hitting any of you quite in the right place, neither." He said this with a dark smile, and then began to bellow. What we were specially to be preserved from, according to his solicitations, was despoilment of the orphan, suppression of testamentary intentions on the part of a father, or, say, grandfather, appropriation of the orphan's house property, feigning to give in charity to the wronged one from whom we withheld his due, and that class of sins. He ended with the petition, "Give us peace," which, speaking for myself, was very much needed after 20 minutes of his bellowing. Even though I had not seen him when he rose from his knees, steaming with perspiration, glance at Brother Hawkyard, and even though I had not heard Brother Hawkyard's tone of congratulating him on the vigor with which he had roared, I should have detected a malicious application in this prayer. Unformed suspicions to a similar effect had sometimes passed through my mind in my earlier school days, and had always caused me great distress. For they were worldly in their nature, and wide, very wide, of the spirit that had drawn me from Sylvia. They were sordid suspicions, without a shadow of proof. They were worthy to have originated in the unwholesome cellar. They were not only without proof, but against proof. For was I not myself a living proof of what Brother Hawkyard had done? And without him, how should I ever have seen the sky look sorrowfully down upon that wretched boy at Houghton Towers? Although the dread of a relapse into a stage of savage selfishness was less strong upon me as I approached manhood, and could act in an increased degree for myself, yet I was always on my guard against any tendency to such relapse. After getting these suspicions under my feet, I had been troubled by not being able to like Brother Hawkyard's manner, or his professed religion. So it came about that as I walked back that Sunday evening, I thought it would be an act of reparation for any such injury my struggling thoughts had unwillingly done him if I wrote, and placed in his hands before going to college, a full acknowledgment of his goodness to me, and an ample tribute of thanks. It might serve as an implied vindication of him against any dark scandal from a rival brother and expounder, or from any other quarter. Accordingly, I wrote the document with much care. I may add with much feeling, too, for it affected me as I went on. Having no set studies to pursue, in the brief interval between leaving the foundation and going to Cambridge, I determined to walk out to his place of business and give it into his own hands. It was a winter afternoon when I tapped at the door of his little counting-house, which was at the farther end of his long, low shop. As I did so, having entered by the backyard, where casks and boxes were taken in, and where there was the inscription, "Private Way to the Counting-house," a shopman called to me from the counter that he was engaged. "Brother Gimblet," said the shopman, who was one of the brotherhood, "is with him." I thought this all the better for my purpose, and made bold to tap again. They were talking in a low voice, and money was passing, for I heard it being counted out. "Who is it?" asked Brother Hawkyard sharply. "George Silverman," I answered, holding the door open. "May I come in?" Both brothers seemed so astounded to see me that I felt shyer than usual, but they looked quite cadaverous in the early gaslight, and perhaps that accidental circumstance exaggerated the expression of their faces. "What is the matter?" asked Brother Hawkyard. "Aye, what is the matter?" asked Brother Gimblet. "Nothing at all," I said, diffidently producing my document. "I am only the bearer of a letter from myself." "From yourself, George?" cried Brother Hawkyard. "And to you," said I. "And to me, George?" He turned paler, and opened it hurriedly, but looking over it and seeing generally what it was, became less hurried, recovered his color, and said, "Praise the Lord." "That's it," cried Brother Gimblet. "Well put. Amen." Brother Hawkyard then said in a livelier strain, "You must know, George, that Brother Gimblet and I are going to make our two businesses one. We are going into partnership. We are settling it now. Brother Gimblet is to take one clear half of the profits. Oh, yes, he shall have it. He shall have it to the last farthing." "D.V.," said Brother Gimblet, with his right fist firmly clenched on his right leg. "There's no objection," pursued Brother Hawkyard, "to my reading this aloud, George." As it was what I expressly desired should be done, after yesterday's prayer, I more than readily begged him to read it aloud. He did so, and Brother Gimblet listened with a crabbed smile. "It was in a good hour that I came here," he said, wrinkling up his eyes. "It was in a good hour, likewise, that I was moved yesterday to depict for the terror of evildoers a character, the direct opposite of Brother Hawkyard's. But it was the Lord that done it. I felt him at it while I was perspiring." After that it was proposed by both of them that I should attend the congregation once more before my final departure. What my shy reserve would undergo, from being expressly preached at and prayed at, I knew beforehand, but I reflected that it would be for the last time, and that it might add to the weight of my letter. It was well known to the brothers and sisters that there was no place taken for me in their paradise, and if I showed this last token of deference to Brother Hawkyard, notoriously in despite of my own sinful inclinations, it might go some little way in aid of my statement that he had been good to me, and that I was grateful to him, merely stipulating, therefore, that no express endeavor should be made for my conversion, which would involve the rolling of several brothers and sisters on the floor, declaring that they felt all their sins in a heap on their left side, weighing so many pounds avoirdupois, as I knew from what I had seen of those repulsive mysteries. I promised. Since the reading of my letter, Brother Gimblet had been at intervals wiping one eye with an end of his spotted blue neckerchief and grinning to himself. It was, however, a habit that brother had, to grin in an ugly manner even when expounding. I call to mind a delighted snarl with which he used to detail from the platform the torments reserved for the wicked, meaning all human creation except the brotherhood. as being remarkably hideous. I left the two to settle their articles of partnership and count money, and I never saw them again but on the following Sunday. Brother Hawkyard died within 2 or 3 years, leaving all he possessed to Brother Gimblet, in virtue of a will dated, as I have been told, that very day. Now I was so far at rest with myself when Sunday came, knowing that I had conquered my own mistrust and righted Brother Hawkyard in the jaundiced vision of a rival, that I went, even to that coarse chapel, in less sensitive state than usual. How could I foresee that the delicate, perhaps the diseased corner of my mind, where I winced and shrunk when it was touched, or was even approached, would be handled as the theme of the whole proceedings? On this occasion it was assigned to Brother Hawkyard to pray, and to Brother Gimblet to preach. The prayer was to open the ceremonies. The discourse was to come next. Brothers Hawkyard and Gimblet were both on the platform, Brother Hawkyard on his knees at the table, unmusically ready to pray, Brother Gimblet sitting against the wall, grinningly ready to preach. Let us offer up the sacrifice of prayer, my brothers and sisters and fellow sinners. Yes, but it was I who was the sacrifice. It was our poor, sinful, worldly-minded brother here present who was wrestled for. The now opening career of this our unawakened brother might lead to his becoming a minister of what was called the Church. That was what he looked to. The Church, not the chapel, Lord, the Church. No rectors, no vicars, no archdeacons, no bishops, no archbishops in the chapel, but, O Lord, many such in the Church. Protect our sinful brother from his love of lucre. Cleanse from our unawakened brother's breast his sin of worldly-mindedness. The prayer said infinitely more in words, but nothing more to any intelligible effect. Then Brother Gimblet came forward, and took, as I knew he would, the text, "My kingdom is not of this world." Ah, but whose was, my fellow sinners? Whose? Why, our brother's here present was. The only kingdom he had an idea of was of this world. That's it, from several of the congregation. What did the woman do when she lost the piece of money? Went and looked for it. What should our brother do when he lost his way? Go and look for it, from a sister. Go and look for it, true. But must he look for it in the right direction or in the wrong? In the right, from a brother. There spake the prophets. He must look for it in the right direction, or he couldn't find it. But he had turned his back upon the right direction, and he wouldn't find it. Now, my fellow sinners, to show you the difference betwixt worldly-mindedness and unworldly-mindedness, betwixt kingdoms not of this world and kingdoms of this world, here was a letter wrote by even our worldly-minded brother unto Brother Hawkyard. Judge, from hearing of it read, whether Brother Hawkyard was the faithful steward that the Lord had in his mind only the other day, when in this very place he drew you the picture of the unfaithful one. For it was him that done it, not me. Don't doubt that. Brother Gimblet then groaned and bellowed his way through my composition, and subsequently through an hour. The service closed with a hymn, in which the brothers unanimously roared, and the sisters unanimously shrieked at me, that I, by wiles of worldly gain, was mocked, and they on waters of sweet love were rocked, that I with mammon struggled in the dark, while they were floating in a second ark. I went out from all this with an aching heart and a weary spirit. Not because I was quite so weak as to consider these narrow creatures interpreters of the divine majesty and wisdom, but because I was weak enough to feel as though it were my hard fortune to be misrepresented and misunderstood, when I most tried to subdue any risings of mere worldliness within me, and when I most hoped that by dint of trying earnestly, I had succeeded. End of George Silverman's Explanation, Part 1. George Silverman's Explanation, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 5, George Silverman's Explanation, by Charles Dickens. 7th Chapter. My timidity and my obscurity occasioned me to live a secluded life at college, and to be little known. No relative ever came to visit me, for I had no relative. No intimate friends broke in upon my studies, for I made no intimate friends. I supported myself on my scholarship, and read much. My college time was otherwise not so very different from my time at Hoghton Towers. Knowing myself to be unfit for the noisier stir of social existence, but believing myself qualified to do my duty in a moderate, though earnest way, if I could obtain some small preferment in the church, I applied my mind to the clerical profession. In due sequence I took orders, was ordained, and began to look about me for employment. I must observe that I had taken a good degree, that I had succeeded in winning a good fellowship, and that my means were ample for my retired way of life. By this time I had read with several young men, and the occupation increased my income, while it was highly interesting to me. I once accidentally overheard our greatest Don say, to my boundless joy, that he heard it reported of Silverman that his gift of quiet explanation, his patience, his amiable temper, and his conscientiousness made him the best of coaches. May my gift of quiet explanation come more seasonably and powerfully to my aid in this present explanation than I think it will. It may be in a certain degree owing to the situation of my college rooms, in a corner where the daylight was sobered. But it is in much a larger degree referable to the state of my own mind, that I seem to myself, on looking back to this time of my life, to have been always in the peaceful shade. I can see others in the sunlight. I can see our boat's crews and athletic young men on the glistening water, or speckled with the moving lights of sunlit leaves, but I myself am always in the shadow looking on. Not unsympathetically, God forbid, but looking on alone, much as I looked at Sylvia from the shadows of the ruined house, or looked at the red gleam shining through the farmer's windows, and listened to the fall of dancing feet when all the ruin was dark that night in the quadrangle. I now come to the reason of my quoting that laudation of myself above given. Without such reason, to repeat it would have been mere boastfulness. Among those who had read with me was Mr. Fareway, second son of Lady Fareway, widow of Sir Gaston Fareway, Baronet. This young gentleman's abilities were much above the average, but he came of a rich family, and was idle and luxurious. He presented himself to me too late, and afterwards came to me too irregularly, to admit of my being of much service to him. In the end, I considered it my duty to dissuade him from going up for an examination which he could never pass, and he left college without a degree. After his departure, Lady Fareway wrote to me, representing the justice of returning half my fee, as I had been of so little use to her son. Within my knowledge, a similar demand had not been made in any other case, and I most freely admit that the justice of it had not occurred to me until it was pointed out. But I at once perceived it, yielded to it, and returned the money. Mr. Fareway had been gone 2 years or more, and I had forgotten him, when one day he walked into my rooms as I was sitting at my books. Said he, after the usual salutations had passed, "Mr. Silverman, my mother is in town here at the hotel, and wishes me to present you to her." I was not comfortable with strangers, and I dare say I betrayed that I was a little nervous or unwilling. "For," said he, without my having spoken, "I think the interview may tend to the advancement of your prospects." It put me to the blush to think that I should be tempted by a worldly reason, and I rose immediately. Said Mr. Fareway as we went along, "Are you a good hand at business?" "I think not," said I. Said Mr. Fareway then, "My mother is." "Truly?" said I. "Yes, my mother is what is usually called a managing woman. Doesn't make a bad thing, for instance, out of even the spendthrift habits of my eldest brother abroad. In short, a managing woman. This is in confidence." He had never spoken to me in confidence, and I was surprised by his doing so. I said I should respect his confidence, of course, and said no more on the delicate subject. We had but a little way to walk, and I was soon in his mother's company. He presented me, shook hands with me, and left us two, as he said, to business. I saw in my Lady Fareway a handsome, well-preserved lady of somewhat large stature, with a steady glare in her great round dark eyes that embarrassed me. Said my lady, "I have heard from my son, Mr. Silverman, that you would be glad of some preferment in the church." I gave my lady to understand that was so. "I don't know whether you are aware," my lady proceeded, "that we have a presentation to a living. I say we have, but in point of fact, I have." I gave my lady to understand that I had not been aware of this. Said my lady, "So it is. Indeed, I have 2 presentations, one to 200 a year, one to 6. Both livings are in our county, North Devonshire, as you probably know. The first is vacant. Would you like it?" What with my lady's eyes, and what with the suddenness of this proposed gift, I was much confused. "I am sorry it is not the larger presentation," said my lady, rather coldly. "Though I will not, Mr. Silverman, pay you the bad compliment of supposing that you are, because that would be mercenary, and mercenary I am persuaded you are not." Said I, with my utmost earnestness, "Thank you, Lady Fareway. Thank you, thank you. I should be deeply hurt if I thought I bore the character." "Naturally," said my lady, "always detestable, but particularly in a clergyman. You have not said whether you would like the living?" With apologies for my reminiscence or indistinctness, I assured my lady that I accepted it most readily and gratefully. I added that I hoped she would not estimate my appreciation of the generosity of her choice by my flow of words, for I was not a ready man in that respect when taken by surprise or touched at heart. "The affair is concluded," said my lady. "Concluded. You will find the duties very light, Mr. Silverman. Charming house, charming little garden, orchard, and all that. You will be able to take pupils. By the by, no, I will return to the word afterwards. What was I going to mention when it put me out? My lady stared at me as if I knew, and I didn't know, and that perplexed me afresh. Said my lady, after some consideration, "Oh, of course, how very dull of me. The last incumbent, least mercenary man I ever saw, in consideration of the duties being so light and the house so delicious, couldn't rest, he said, unless I permitted him to help me with my correspondence, accounts, and various little things of that kind, nothing in themselves, but which it worries a lady to cope with. Would Mr. Silverman also like to, or shall I?" I hastened to say that my poor help would always be at her ladyship's service. "I am absolutely blessed," said my lady, casting up her eyes, and so taking them off me for one moment, "in having to do with gentlemen who cannot endure an approach to the idea of being mercenary." She shivered at the word. "And now as to the pupil." I was quite at a loss. "Mr. Silverman, you have no idea what she is." "She is," said my lady, laying her touch upon my coat-sleeve, "I do verily believe, the most extraordinary girl in this world. Already knows more Greek and Latin than Lady Jane Grey, and taught herself. Has not yet, remember, derived a moment's advantage from Mr. Silverman's classical acquirements, to say nothing of mathematics, which she is bent upon becoming versed in, and in which, as I hear from my son and others, Mr. Silverman's reputation is so deservedly high." Under my lady's eyes I must have lost the clue. I felt persuaded, and yet I did not know where I could have dropped it. "Adelina," said my lady, "is my only daughter. If I did not feel quite convinced that I am not blinded by a mother's partiality. Unless I was absolutely sure that when you know her, Mr. Silverman, you will esteem it a high and unusual privilege to direct her studies, I should introduce a mercenary element into this conversation, and ask you on what terms—" I entreated my lady to go no further. My lady saw that I was troubled, and did me the honor to comply with my request. 8th chapter. Everything in mental acquisition that her brother might have been, if he would, and everything in all gracious charms and admirable qualities that no one but herself could be, this was Adelina. I will not expatiate upon her beauty. I will not expatiate on her intelligence, her quickness of perception, her powers of memory, her sweet consideration from the first moment for the slow-paced tutor who ministered to her wonderful gifts. I was 30 then. I am over 60 now. She is ever present to me in these hours, as she was in those, bright and beautiful and young, wise and fanciful and good. When I discovered that I loved her, how can I say? In the first day? In the first week? In the first month? Impossible to trace. If I be, as I am, unable to represent to myself any previous period of my life as quite separable from her attracting power, how can I answer for this one detail? Whensoever I made the discovery, it laid a heavy burden on me. And yet, comparing it with the far heavier burden that I afterwards took up, it does not seem to me now to have been very hard to bear. In the knowledge that I did love her, and that I should love her while my life lasted, and that I was ever to hide my secret deep in my own breast, and she was never to find it, there was a kind of sustaining joy or pride or comfort mingled with my pain. But later on, say a year later on, when I made another discovery, then indeed my suffering and my struggle were strong. That other discovery was These words will never see the light, if ever, until my heart is dust, until her bright spirit has returned to the regions of which, when imprisoned there, it surely retains some unusual glimpse of remembrance, until all the pulses that ever beat around us shall have long been quiet, until all the fruits of all the tiny victories and defeats achieved in our little breasts shall have withered away. That discovery was that she loved me. She may have enhanced my knowledge and loved me for that. She may have overvalued my discharge of duty to her and loved me for that. She may have refined upon a playful compassion which she would sometimes show for what she called my want of wisdom, according to the light of the world's dark lanterns, and loved me for that. She must have confused the borrowed light of which I had only learned, with its brightness in its pure original rays, but she loved me at that time, and she made me know it. Pride of family and pride of wealth put me as far off from her in my lady's eyes as if I had been some domesticated creature of another kind. But they could not put me farther from her than I put myself when I set my merits against hers. More than that, they could not put me by millions of fathoms half so low beneath her as I put myself, when in imagination I took advantage of her noble trustfulness, took the fortune that I knew she must possess in her own right, and left her to find herself, in the zenith of her beauty and genius, bound to poor, rusty, plodding me. No, worldliness should not enter here at any cost. If I had tried to keep it out of other ground, how much harder was I bound to try to keep it out from this sacred place. But there was something daring in her broad, generous character that demanded at so delicate a crisis to be delicately and patiently addressed, and many a bitter night. Oh, I found I could cry for reasons not purely physical at this pass of my life. I took my course. My lady had, in our first interview, unconsciously overstated the accommodation of my pretty house. There was room in it for only one pupil. He was a young gentleman, near coming of age, very well connected, but what is called a poor relation. His parents were dead. The charges of his living and reading with me were defrayed by an uncle, and he and I were to do our utmost together for 3 years towards qualifying him to make his way. At this time he had entered into his 2nd year with me. He was well-looking, clever, energetic, enthusiastic, bold, in the best sense of the term, a thorough young Anglo-Saxon. I resolved to bring these two together. 9th chapter. Said I one night, when I had conquered myself, Mr. Granville Wharton, his name was, I doubt if you have ever yet so much as seen Miss Fareway. Well, sir, returned he, laughing, you see her so much yourself that you hardly leave another fellow a chance of seeing her. I am her tutor, you know, said I. And there the subject dropped for that time. But I so contrived as that they should come together shortly afterwards. I had previously so contrived as to keep them asunder, for while I loved her, I mean before I had determined my sacrifice, a lurking jealousy of Mr. Granville lay within my unworthy breast. It was quite an ordinary interview in the Fareway Park, but they talked easily together for some time. Like takes to like, and they had many points of resemblance. Said Mr. Granville to me, when he and I sat at our supper that night, Miss Fareway is remarkably beautiful, sir. Remarkably engaging, don't you think so? I think so, said I, and I stole a glance at him, and saw that he had reddened and was thoughtful. I remember it most vividly because the mixed feeling of grave pleasure and acute pain that the slight circumstance caused me was the first of a long, long series of such mixed impressions under which my hair turned slowly gray. I had not much need to feign to be subdued, but I counterfeited to be older than I was in all respects, heaven knows, my heart being all too young the while, and feigned to be more of a recluse and bookworm than I had really become, and gradually set up more and more of a fatherly manner towards Adelina. Likewise, I made my tuition less imaginative than before, separated myself from my poets and philosophers, was careful to present them in their own light, and me, their lowly servant, in my own shade. Moreover, in the matter of apparel I was equally mindful, not that I had ever been dapper that way, but that I was slovenly now. As I depressed myself with one hand, so did I labor to raise Mr. Granville with the other, directing his attention to such objects as I too well knew interested her, and fashioning him, do not deride or misconstrue the expression, unknown reader of this writing, for I have suffered, into a greater resemblance to myself in my solitary one strong aspect. And gradually, as I saw him take more and more to these thrown-out lures of mine, then did I come to know better and better that love was drawing him on, and was drawing her from me. So passed more than another year, every day a year in its number of my mixed impressions of grave pleasure and acute pain, and then these two, being of age and free to act legally for themselves, came before me hand in hand, my hair being now quite white, and entreated me that I would unite them together. And indeed, dear tutor, said Adelina, it is but consistent in you that you should do this thing for us, seeing that we should never have spoken together that first time but for you, and that but for you we could never have met so often afterwards. The whole of which was literally true, for I had availed myself of my many business attendances on, and conferences with, my lady, to take Mr. Granville to the house, and leave him in the outer room with Adelina. I knew that my lady would object to such a marriage for her daughter, or to any marriage that was other than an exchange of her for stipulated lands, goods, and moneys. But looking on the two, and seeing with full eyes that they were both young and beautiful, and knowing that they were alike in the tastes and acquirements that will outlive youth and beauty, and considering that Adelina had a fortune now in her own keeping, and considering further that Mr. Granville, though for the present poor, was of a good family that had never lived in a cellar in Preston, and believing that their love would endure, neither having any great discrepancy to find out in the other, I told them of my readiness to do this thing which Adelina asked of her dear tutor, and to send them forth, husband and wife, into the shining world with golden gates that awaited them. It was on a summer morning that I rose before the sun to compose myself for the crowning of my work with this end, and my dwelling being near to the sea, I walked down to the rocks on the shore, in order that I might behold the sun in his majesty. The tranquillity upon the deep and on the firmament, the orderly withdrawal of the stars, the calm promise of coming day, the rosy suffusion of the sky and waters, the ineffable splendor that then burst forth, attuned my mind afresh after the discords of the night. Methought that all I looked on said to me, and that all I heard in the sea and in the air said to me, be comforted, mortal, that thy life is so short. Our preparation for what is to follow has endured and shall endure for unimaginable ages. I married them. I knew that my hand was cold when I placed it on their hands clasped together, but the words with which I had to accompany the action I could say without faltering, and I was at peace. They, being well away from my house and from the place after our simple breakfast, the time was come when I must do what I had pledged myself to them that I would do, break the intelligence to my lady. I went up to the house and found my lady in her ordinary business room. She happened to have an unusual amount of commissions to entrust to me that day, and she had filled my hands with papers before I could originate a word. "My lady," I then began, as I stood beside her table. "Why, what's the matter?" she said, quickly looking up. "Not much, I would fain hope, after you shall have prepared yourself, and considered a little." "Prepared myself, and considered a little? You appear to have prepared yourself, but indifferently anyhow, Mr. Silverman." This mighty scornfully, as I experienced my usual embarrassment under her stare. Said I, in self-extenuation once for all, "Lady Fareway, I have but to say for myself that I have tried to do my duty." "For yourself," repeated my lady. "Then there are others concerned, I see. Who are they?" I was about to answer when she made towards the bell with a dart that stopped me and said, "Why, where is Adelina?" "Forbear, be calm, my lady. I married her this morning to Mr. Granville Wharton." She set her lips, looked more intently at me than ever, raised her right hand, and smote me hard upon the cheek. "Give me back those papers! Give me back those papers!" She tore them out of my hands and tossed them on her table. Then, seating herself defiantly in her great chair and folding her arms, she stabbed me to the heart with the unlooked-for reproach. "You worldly wretch!" "Worldly?" I cried. "Worldly?" "This, if you please," she went on, with supreme scorn, pointing me out as if there were some one there to see, "this, if you please, is the disinterested scholar, with not a design beyond his books. This, if you please, is the simple creature whom anyone could overreach in a bargain. This, if you please, is Mr. Silverman. Not of this world, not he. He has too much simplicity for this world's cunning. He has too much singleness of purpose to be a match for this world's double-dealing. What did he give you for it?" "For what? And who?" "How much?" she asked, bending forward in her great chair, and insultingly tapping the fingers of her right hand on the palm of her left. "How much does Mr. Granville Wharton pay you for getting him Adelina's money? What is the amount of your percentage upon Adelina's fortune? What were the terms of the agreement that you proposed to this boy when you, the Reverend George Silverman, licensed to marry, engaged to put him in possession of this girl? You made good terms for yourself, whatever they were. He would stand a poor chance against your keenness." Bewildered, horrified, stunned by this cruel perversion, I could not speak, but I trust that I looked innocent being so. "Listen to me, shrewd hypocrite," said my lady, whose anger increased as she gave it utterance. "Attend to my words, you cunning schemer, who have carried this plot through with such a practised double face that I have never suspected you. I had my projects for my daughter, projects for family connection, projects for fortune. You have thwarted them and overreached me, but I am not one to be thwarted and overreached without retaliation. Do you mean to hold this living another month? Do you deem it possible, Lady Fareway, that I can hold it another hour under your injurious words? Is it resigned, then? It was mentally resigned, my lady, some minutes ago. Don't equivocate, sir. Is it resigned? Unconditionally and entirely. And I would that I had never come near it. A cordial response from me to that wish, Mr. Silverman. But take this with you, sir. If you had not resigned it, I would have had you deprived of it. And although you have resigned it, you will not get quit of me easily as you think for. I will pursue you with this story. I will make this nefarious conspiracy of yours for money known. You have made money by it, but you have at the same time made an enemy by it. You will take good care that the money sticks to you. I will take good care that the enemy sticks to you. Then said I finally, Lady Fareway, I think my heart is broken. Until I came into this room just now, the possibility of such mean wickedness as you have imputed to me never dawned upon my thoughts. Your suspicions, pah, said she indignantly. Certainties. Your certainties, my lady, as you call them, your suspicions, as I call them, are cruel, unjust, wholly devoid of foundation, in fact. I can declare no more, except that I have not acted for my own profit or my own pleasure. I have not, in this proceeding, considered myself. Once again, I think my heart is broken. If I have unwittingly done any wrong with a righteous motive, that is some penalty to pay. She received this with another and more indignant pah, and I made my way out of her room. I think I felt my way out with my hands, although my eyes were open, almost suspecting that my voice had a repulsive sound, and that I was a repulsive object. There was a great stir made. The bishop was appealed to. I received a severe reprimand, and narrowly escaped suspension. For years a cloud hung over me, and my name was tarnished. But my heart did not break, if a broken heart involves death, for I lived through it. They stood by me, Adelina and her husband, through it all. Those who had known me at college, and even most of those who had only known me there by reputation, stood by me too. Little by little, the belief widened that I was not capable of what was laid to my charge. At length, I was presented to a college living in a sequestered place, and there I now pen my explanation. I pen it at my open window in the summer-time, before me, lying in the churchyard, equal resting place for sound hearts, wounded hearts, and broken hearts. I pen it for the relief of my own mind, not foreseeing whether or no it will ever have a reader. End of George Silverman's explanation.
A Flight from Volume 3 of Household Words. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Flight by Charles Dickens. Household Words, Volume 3. When Don Diego I forget his name, the inventor of the last new flying machines, priced so many francs for ladies, so many more for gentlemen, when Don Diego, by permission of Deputy Chaff Wax and his noble band, shall have taken out a patent for the Queen's dominions, and shall have opened a commodious warehouse in an airy situation, and when all persons of any gentility will keep at least a pair of wings, and be seen skimming about in every direction, I shall take a flight to Paris, as I soar round the world, in a cheap and independent manner. At present my reliance is on the South Eastern Railway Company, in whose express train here I sit, at 8 of the clock on a very hot morning, under the very hot roof of the terminus at London Bridge, in danger of being forced, like a cucumber or a melon, or a pineapple. And talking of pineapples, I suppose there never were so many pineapples in a train as there appear to be in this train. Whew! The hothouse air is faint with pineapples. Every French citizen or citizeness is carrying pineapples home. The compact little enchantress in the corner of my carriage, French actress, to whom I yielded up my heart under the auspices of that brave child, Mitchell, at the St. James's Theatre the night before last, has a pineapple in her lap. Compact enchantress's friend, confidant, mother, mystery, heaven knows what, has 2 pineapples in her lap, and a bundle of them under her seat. Tobacco-smoky Frenchman in Algerine wrapper, with a peaked hood behind, who might be Abdelkader dyed rifle green, and who seems to be dressed entirely in dirt and braid, carries pineapples in a covered basket. Tall, grave, melancholy Frenchman, with black Van Dyke beard and hair close cropped, with expansive chest to waistcoat, and compressive waist to coat, saturnine as to his pantaloons, calm as to his feminine boots, precious as to his jewelry, smooth and white as to his linen, dark-eyed, high-foreheaded, hawk-nosed, got up, one thinks, like Lucifer or Mephistopheles, or Zamiel, transformed into a highly genteel Parisian, has the green end of a pineapple sticking out of his neat valise. Whew! If I were to be kept here long under this forcing frame, I wonder what would become of me, whether I should be forced into a giant, or should sprout or blow into some other phenomenon. Compact enchantress is not ruffled by the heat. She is always composed, always compact. Oh, look at her little ribbons, frills, and edges. At her shawl, at her gloves, at her hair, at her bracelets, at her bonnet, at everything about her. How is it accomplished? What does she do to be so neat? How is it that every trifle she wears belongs to her, and cannot choose but to be a part of her? And even Mystery, look at her, a model. Mystery is not young, not pretty, though still of an average candlelight passability. But she does such miracles in her own behalf, that one of these days, when she dies, they'll be amazed to find an old woman in her bed, distantly like her. She was an actress once, I shouldn't wonder, and had a mystery attendant on herself. Perhaps Compact Enchantress will live to be a mystery, and to wait with a shawl at the side scenes, and to sit opposite to Mademoiselle in railway carriages, and smile and talk subserviently, as Mystery does now. That's hard to believe. 2 Englishmen, and now our carriage is full. First Englishman, in the moneyed interest flushed, highly respectable stock exchange, perhaps city, certainly. Faculties of second Englishman entirely absorbed in hurry. Plunges into the carriage, blind. Calls out of window concerning his luggage, deaf. Suffocates himself under pillows of greatcoats, for no reason, and in a demented manner. Will receive no assurance from any porter whatsoever, is stout and hot, and wipes his head, and makes himself hotter by breathing so hard, is totally incredulous respecting assurance of collected guard that there's no hurry. No hurry, and a flight to Paris in 11 hours. It is all one to me in this drowsy corner, hurry or no hurry. Until Don Diego shall send home my wings, my flight is with the Southeastern Company. I can fly with the Southeastern, more lazily, at all events, than in the upper air. I have but to sit here thinking as idly as I please, and be whisked away. I am not accountable to anybody for the idleness of my thoughts in such an idle summer flight. My flight is provided for by the Southeastern, and is no business of mine. The bell, with all my heart. It does not require me to do so much as even to flap my wings. Something snorts for me. Something shrieks for me. Something proclaims to everything else that it had better keep out of my way. And away I go. The fresh air is pleasant after the forcing frame, though it does blow over these interminable streets, and scatter the smoke of this vast wilderness of chimneys. Here we are, there we were, for it has darted far into the rear, in Bermondsey, where the tanners live. Plash! The distant shipping in the Thames is gone. Whirr! The little streets of new brick and red tile, with here and there a flagstaff growing like a tall weed out of the scarlet beams, and everywhere plenty of open sewer and ditch for the promotion of the public health, has been fired off in a volley. Whiz! Dust heaps, market gardens, and waste grounds. Rattle, New Cross Station. Shock, there we were at Croydon. Brrr, the tunnel. I wonder why it is that when I shut my eyes in a tunnel, I begin to feel as if I were going at an express pace the other way. I am clearly going back to London now. Compact Enchantress must have forgotten something, and reversed the engine. No, after long darkness, pale fitful streaks of light appear. I am still flying on for Folkestone. The streaks grow stronger, become continuous, become the ghost of day, become the living day. The tunnel is miles and miles away, and here I fly through sunlight, all among the harvest and the Kentish hops. There is a dreamy pleasure in this flying. I wonder where it was, and when it was, that we exploded, blew into space somehow. A parliamentary train, with a crowd of heads and faces looking at us out of cages, and some hats waving. Moneyed Interest says it was at Reigate Station. Expounds to Mystery how Reigate Station is so many miles from London, which Mystery again develops to Compact Enchantress. There might be neither a Reigate nor a London for me, as I fly away among Kentish hops and harvest. What do I care? Bang, we have let another station off, and fly away regardless. Everything is flying. The hop gardens turn gracefully towards me, presenting regular avenues of hops in rapid flight, then whirl away. So do the pools and rushes, haystacks, sheep, clover in full bloom, delicious to sight and smell, corn sheaves, cherry orchards, apple orchard, reapers, gleaners, hedges, gates, fields that taper off into little angular corners, cottages, gardens, now and then a church. Bang, bang, a double-barreled station. Now a wood, now a bridge, now a landscape, now a cutting, now a bang. A single-barreled station. There was a cricket match somewhere with 2 white tents, and then 4 flying cows, then turnips now. The wires of the electric telegraph are all alive, and spin, and blur their edges, and go up and down, and make the intervals between each other most irregular. Contracting and expanding in the strangest manner. Now we slacken. With a screwing and a grinding and a smell of water thrown on ashes, now we stop. Demented traveler, who has been for 2 or 3 minutes watchful, clutches his greatcoats, plunges at the door, rattles it, cries, "Hi!" eager to embark on board of impossible packets far inland. Collected guard appears. "Are you for Tunbridge, sir?" "Tunbridge? No, Paris." "Plenty of time, sir. No hurry. 5 minutes here, sir, for refreshment." I am so blessed, anticipating Zamiel by half a second, as to procure a glass of water for Compact Enchantress. Who would suppose we had been flying at such a rate, and shall take wing again directly? Refreshment room full, platform full, porter with watering pot deliberately cooling a hot wheel, another porter with equal deliberation helping the rest of the wheels bountifully to ice cream. Moneyed Interest and I re-entering the carriage first, and being there alone, he intimates to me that the French are no-go as a nation. I ask, why? He says, that reign of terror of theirs was quite enough. I ventured to inquire whether he remembers anything that preceded said reign of terror. He says, not particularly. Because, I remark, The harvest that is reaped has sometimes been sown. Moneyed Interest repeats, as quite enough for him, that the French are revolutionary, and always at it. Bell, compact enchantress, helped in by Zamiel, whom the stars confound, gives us her charming little side-box look, and smites me to the core. Mystery eating sponge cake. Pineapple atmosphere faintly tinged with suspicions of sherry. Demented traveler flits past the carriage, looking for it, is blind with agitation, and can't see it. Seems singled out by destiny to be the only unhappy creature in the flight who has any cause to hurry himself. Is nearly left behind. Is seized by collected guard after the train is in motion, and bundled in. Still has lingering suspicions that there must be a boat in the neighborhood, and will look wildly out of window for it. Flight resumed. Corn sheaves, hop gardens, reapers, gleaners, apple orchards, cherry orchards, stations single and double-barreled. Ashford, compact enchantress, constantly talking to Mystery in an exquisite manner, gives a little scream, a sound that seems to come from high up in her precious little head, from behind her bright little eyebrows. Great heaven, my pineapple! My angel! It is lost! Mystery is desolated. A search made. It is not lost. Zamiel finds it. I curse him, flying, in the Persian manner. May his face be turned upside down, and jackasses sit upon his uncle's grave. Now fresher air, now glimpses of unenclosed downland, with flapping crows flying over it, whom we soon outfly. Now the sea, now Folkestone at 10:15. Tickets ready, gentlemen. Demented dashes at the door. For Paris, sir? No hurry. Not the least. We are dropped slowly down to the port, and sidle to and fro, the whole train, before the insensible Royal George Hotel, for some 10 minutes. The Royal George takes no more heed of us than its namesake underwater at Spithead, or under earth at Windsor, does. The Royal George's dog lies winking and blinking at us, without taking the trouble to sit up, and the Royal George's wedding party, at the open window, who seem, I must say, rather tired of bliss, don't bestow a solitary glance upon us, flying thus to Paris in 11 hours. The first gentleman in Folkestone is evidently used up on this subject. Meanwhile, Demented chafes, conceives that every man's hand is against him, and exerting itself to prevent his getting to Paris, refuses consolation, rattles door, sees smoke on the horizon, and knows it's the boat gone without him. Moneyed Interest resentfully explains that he is going to Paris too. Demented signifies that if Moneyed Interest chooses to be left behind, he don't. Refreshments in the waiting room, ladies and gentlemen. No hurry, ladies and gentlemen, for Paris. No hurry whatever. 20 minutes pause by Folkestone clock for looking at Enchantress while she eats a sandwich, and at Mystery while she eats of everything there is that is eatable, from pork pie, sausage, jam, and gooseberries, to lumps of sugar. All this time there is a very waterfall of luggage, with a spray of dust, tumbling slantwise from the pier into the steamboat. All this time Demented, who has no business with it, watches it with starting eyes, fiercely requiring to be shown his luggage. When it at last concludes the cataract, he rushes hotly to refresh, is shouted after, pursued, jostled, brought back, pitched into the departing steamer upside down, and caught by mariners disgracefully. A lovely harvest day, a cloudless sky, a tranquil sea, the piston rods of the engine so regularly coming up from below, to look, as well they may, at the bright weather, and so regularly almost knocking their iron heads against the crossbeam of the skylight, and never doing it. Another Parisian actress is on board, attended by another Mystery. Compact Enchantress greets her sister artist. Oh, the compact one's pretty teeth. And Mystery greets Mystery. My Mystery soon ceases to be conversational, is taken poorly, in a word, having lunched too miscellaneously, and goes below. The remaining Mystery then smiles upon the sister artists, who, I am afraid, wouldn't greatly mind stabbing each other, and is upon the whole ravished. And now I find that all the French people on board begin to grow, and all the English people to shrink. The French are nearing home and shaking off a disadvantage, whereas we are shaking it on. Zamiel is the same man, and Abdul-Kader is the same man, but each seems to come into possession of an indescribable confidence that departs from us. From moneyed interest, for instance, and from me. Just what they gain, we lose. Certain British gents about the steersman, intellectually nurtured at home on parody of everything and truth of nothing, become subdued, and in a manner forlorn. And when the steersman tells them, not unexultingly, how he has been upon this station now 8 year, and never see the old town of Boulogne yet, one of them, with an imbecile reliance on a reed, asks him what he considers to be the best hotel in Paris. Now I tread upon French ground, and am greeted by the 3 charming words, Liberty, Equality, Fraternity, painted up in letters a little too thin for their height, on the custom-house wall, also by the side of large cocked hats, without which demonstrative headgear nothing of a public nature can be done upon this soil. All the rabid hotel population of Boulogne howl and shriek outside a distant barrier, frantic to get at us. Demented by some unlucky means peculiar to himself, is delivered over to their fury, and is presently seen struggling in a whirlpool of touters, is somehow understood to be going to Paris, is with infinite noise rescued by 2 cocked hats, and brought into custom-house bondage with the rest of us. Here I resign the active duties of life to an eager being of preternatural sharpness, with a shelving forehead and a shabby snuff-colored coat, who from the wharf brought me down with his eye before the boat came into port. He darts upon my luggage, on the floor where all the luggage is strewn like a wreck at the bottom of the great deep, gets it proclaimed and weighed as the property of Monsieur, a traveller unknown, pays certain francs for it, to a certain functionary behind a pigeonhole, like a pay-box at a theatre. The arrangements in general are on a wholesale scale, half military and half theatrical. And I suppose I shall find it when I come to Paris. He says I shall. I know nothing about it except that I pay him his small fee, and pocket the ticket he gives me, and sit upon a counter involved in the general distraction. Railway station. Lunch or dinner, ladies and gentlemen. Plenty of time for Paris. Plenty of time. Large hall, long counter, long strips of dining table, bottles of wine, plates of meat, roast chickens, little loaves of bread, basins of soup, little carafes of brandy, cakes, and fruit. Comfortably restored from these resources, I begin to fly again. I saw Zamiel before I took wing, presented to compact enchantress and sister artist by an officer in uniform, with a waist like a wasp's and pantaloons like 2 balloons. They all got into the next carriage together, accompanied by the 2 mysteries. They laughed. I am alone in the carriage, for I don't consider demented anybody, and alone in the world. Fields, windmills, low grounds, pollard trees, windmills, fields, fortifications, Abbeville, soldiering and drumming. I wonder where England is, and when I was there last. About 2 years ago, I should say. Flying in and out among these trenches and batteries, skimming the clattering drawbridges, looking down into the stagnant ditches, I become a prisoner of state, escaping. I am confined with a comrade in a fortress. Our room is in an upper story. We have tried to get up the chimney, but there's an iron grating across it, embedded in the masonry. After months of labor, we have worked the grating loose with the poker, and can lift it up. We have also made a hook, and twisted our rugs and blankets into ropes. Our plan is to go up the chimney, hook our ropes to the top, descend hand over hand upon the roof of the guardhouse far below, shake the hook loose, watch the opportunity of the sentinels pacing away, hook again, drop into the ditch, swim across it, creep into the shelter of the wood. The time has come, a wild and stormy night. We are up the chimney, we are on the guardhouse roof, we are swimming in the murky ditch, when lo! Qui v'là? A bugle, the alarm, a crash. What is it? Death? No. Amiens. More fortifications, more soldiering and drumming, more basins of soup, more little loaves of bread, more bottles of wine, more carafes of brandy, more time for refreshment. Everything good and everything ready. Bright, unsubstantial-looking, scenic sort of station. People waiting, houses, uniforms, beards, mustaches, some sabots, plenty of neat women, and a few old-visaged children. Unless it be a delusion born of my giddy flight, the grown-up people and the children seem to change places in France. In general, the boys and girls are little old men and women, and the men and women lively little boys and girls. Bugle, shriek, flight resumed. Moneyed interest has come into my carriage. Says the manner of refreshing is not bad, but considers it French. Admits great dexterity and politeness in the attendants. Thinks a decimal currency may have something to do with their despatch in settling accounts, and don't know but what it's sensible and convenient. Adds, however, as a general protest, that they're a revolutionary people, and always at it. Ramparts, canals, cathedral, river, soldiering and drumming, open country, river, earthenware manufacturers, Créer. Again, 10 minutes. Not even demented in a hurry. Station a drawing room with a veranda, like a planter's house. Moneyed interest considers it a bandbox, and not made to last. Little round tables in it, at one of which the sister artists and attendant mysteries are established with Wasp and Zamiel, as if they were going to stay a week. Anon, with no more trouble than before, I am flying again, and lazily wondering as I fly. What has the Southeastern done with all the horrible little villages we used to pass through in the diligence? What have they done with all the summer dust, with all the winter mud, with all the dreary avenues of little trees, with all the ramshackle post yards, with all the beggars, who used to turn out at night with bits of lighted candle, to look in at the coach windows, with all the long-tailed horses who were always biting one another, with all the big postilions and jack-boots, with all the mouldy cafes that we used to stop at, where a long mildewed tablecloth, set forth with jovial bottles of vinegar and oil, and with a Siamese arrangement of pepper and salt, was never wanting. Where are those grass-grown little towns, the wonderful little marketplaces all unconscious of markets, the shops that nobody kept, the streets that nobody trod, the churches that nobody went to, the bells that nobody rang, the tumble-down old buildings plastered with many-colored bills that nobody read? Where are the 22 weary hours of long, long day and night journey, sure to be either insupportably hot or insupportably cold? Where are the pains in my bones? Where are the fidgets in my legs? Where is the Frenchman with the nightcap who never would have the little coupe window down, and who always fell upon me when he went to sleep, and always slept all night snoring onions? A voice breaks in with, "Paris! Here we are!" I have overflown myself, perhaps, but I can't believe it. I feel as if I were enchanted or bewitched. It is barely 8 o'clock, yet it is nothing like half-past, when I have had my luggage examined at that briskest of custom-houses attached to the station, and am rattling over the pavement in a hackney cabriolet. Surely not the pavement of Paris. Yes, I think it is, too. I don't know any other place where there are all these high houses, all these haggard-looking wine shops, all these billiard tables, all these stocking makers with flat red or yellow legs of wood for signboard, all these fuel shops with stacks of billets painted outside, and real billets sawing in the gutter, all these dirty corners of streets, all these cabinet pictures over dark doorways representing discreet matrons nursing babies. And yet this morning I'll think of it in a warm bath. Very like a small room that I remember in the Chinese baths upon the boulevard, certainly. And though I see it through the steam, I think that I might swear to that peculiar hot linen basket like a large wicker hourglass. When can it have been that I left home? When was it that I paid through to Paris at London Bridge, and discharged myself of all responsibility except the preservation of a voucher ruled into 3 divisions, of which the first was snipped off at Folkestone, the second aboard the boat, and the third taken at my journey's end? It seems to have been ages ago. Calculation is useless. I will go out for a walk. The crowds in the streets, the lights in the shops and balconies, the elegance, variety, and beauty of their decorations, the number of the theaters, the brilliant cafes with their windows thrown up high, and their vivacious groups at little tables on the pavement, the light and glitter of the houses turned as it were inside out, soon convinced me that it is no dream, that I am in Paris, howsoever I got here. I stroll down to the sparkling Palais Royal, up the Rue de Rivoli to the Place Vendôme. As I glance into a print shop window, moneyed interest, my late traveling companion, comes upon me, laughing with the highest relish of disdain. "Here's the people," he says, pointing to Napoleon in the window and Napoleon on the column. "Only one idea all over Paris. A monomania. Humph! I think I have seen Napoleon's match. There was a statue, when I came away, at Hyde Park Corner, and another in the city, and a print or two in the shops." I walk up to the Barrière de l'Étoile, sufficiently dazed by my flight to have had a pleasant doubt of the reality of everything about me, of the lively crowd, the overhanging trees, the performing dogs, the hobby horses, the beautiful perspectives of shining lamps, the 101 enclosures where the singing is, in gleaming orchestras of azure and gold, and where a star-eyed houri comes round with a box for voluntary offerings. So I pass to my hotel, enchanted, sup, enchanted, go to bed, enchanted, pushing back this morning, if it really were this morning, into the remoteness of time, blessing the Southeastern Company for realizing the Arabian Nights in these prose days, murmuring as I wing my idle flight into the land of dreams. "No hurry, ladies and gentlemen. Going to Paris in 11 hours. It is so well done that there really is no hurry." End of A Flight.
Reflections of a Lord Mayor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason Mills. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 5, Reflections of a Lord Mayor, by Charles Dickens. "I have been told," said the Lord Mayor of London, left alone in his dressing-room after a state occasion, and proceeding to divest himself of the very large chain the Lord Mayor of London wears about his neck, according to the manner of the President of the Royal Academy of Arts, and the watermen of the principal hackney coach stands. "I say, I have been told," repeated the Lord Mayor, glancing at himself in the glass, "rather frequently now, in contemporary history, that I am a humbug." No matter what particular Lord Mayor of London thus delivered himself, any modern Lord Mayor of London may have recalled with the fidelity here quoted the homage widely offered to his position. "I have been told so," continued the Lord Mayor of London, who was in the habit of practising oratory when alone, as Demosthenes did, and with the somewhat similar object of correcting a curious impediment in his speech, which always thrust the letter H upon him when he had no business with it, and always took it away from him when it was indispensable. "I have been told so," pursued the Lord Mayor, "on the ground that the privileges, dues, levies, and other exactions of my government are relics of ages in all respects unlike the present, when the manners and customs of the people were different, when commerce was differently understood and practised, when the necessities and requirements of this enormous metropolis were as unlike what they are now as this enormous metropolis itself on the map of Queen Victoria's time is unlike the scarcely recognisable little mustard seed displayed as London on the map of Queen Elizabeth's time. I have been told so, on the ground that whereas my office was a respectable reality when the little city in which I hold my state was actually London, and its citizens were the London people, it is a swaggering sham when that little city's inhabitants are not a 12th part of the metropolitan population, and when that little city's extent is not a 10th part of the metropolitan surface. These, I am informed, are a short summary of the reasons why the London citizens who stand foremost as to the magnitude of their mercantile dealings and the grasp of their intelligence always fly from the assumption of my blushing honours, and why formally constituted commissions have admitted, not without some reluctance, that I am officially, said the Lord Mayor twice, officially a most absurd creature, and, in point of fact, the humbug already mentioned. The Lord Mayor of London having thus summed up, polished his gold chain with his sleeve, laid it down on the dressing-table, put on a flannel gown, took a chair before the glass, and proceeded to address himself in the following neat and appropriate terms. "Now, my lord," said the Lord Mayor of London, and at the word he bowed and smiled obsequiously, "you are well aware that there is no foundation whatever for these envious disparagements. They are the shadows of the light of greatness." The Lord Mayor stopped and made a note of this sentiment, as available after dinner some day. "On what evidence will you receive your true position? On the city recorders? On the city remembrancers? On the city chamberlains? On the court of common councils? On the sword-bearers? On the toastmasters? These are good witnesses, I believe, and they will bear testimony at any time to your being a solid dignitary, to your office being one of the highest aspirations of man, one of the brightest crowns of merit, one of the noblest objects of earthly ambition. But, my Lord Mayor," here the Lord Mayor smiled at himself and bowed again, "is it from the city only that you get these tributes to the virtues of your office, and the empty wickedness of the commission that would dethrone you? I think not. I think you may inquire east, west, north, and south, particularly west," said the Lord Mayor, who was a courtly personage, "particularly west, among my friends of the aristocracy, and still find that the Lord Mayor of London is the brightest jewel, next to Mercy, in the British crown, and the apple of the United Kingdom's eye." "Who," said the Lord Mayor, crossing his knees, and arguing the point with the aid of his forefinger at himself in the glass, "who is to be believed? Is it the superior classes, my very excellent and dear friends, that are to be believed, or is it commissions and writers in newspapers? The reply, of course, is the superior classes. Why, then," said the Lord Mayor, "let us consider what my beloved and honoured friends, the members of the superior classes, say." "We will begin," said the Lord Mayor, "with my highly eminent and respected friends, my revered brothers, if they will allow me to call them so, the Cabinet Ministers. What does a Cabinet Minister say when he comes to dine with me? He gets up and tells the company that all the honours of official life are nothing comparable to the honour of coming and dining with the Lord Mayor. He gives them to understand that, in all his doubts, his mind instinctively reverts to the Lord Mayor for counsel. That in all his many triumphs, he looks to the Lord Mayor for his culminating moral support. That in all his few defeats, he looks to the Lord Mayor for lasting consolation. He signifies that, if the Lord Mayor only approves of his political career, he is happy. That if the Lord Mayor disapproves, he is miserable. His respect for the office is perpetually augmenting. He has had the honour of enjoying the munificent hospitality of other Lord Mayors, but he never knew such a Lord Mayor as this Lord Mayor, or such a Lord Mayor's dinner as this dinner, with much more to the same effect. And I believe," said the Lord Mayor of London, smiling obsequiously, "that my noble and right honourable friends, the Cabinet Ministers, never make a fool of any one." "Take," said the Lord Mayor of London, "next, my highly decorated friends, the representatives of foreign courts. They assure the guests, in the politest manner, that when they inform their respective governments that they have had the honour of dining with the Lord Mayor, their respective governments will hardly know what to make of themselves. They will feel so exalted by the distinction. And I hope," said the Lord Mayor, smiling obsequiously, "that their excellencies, my diplomatic friends, usually say what they mean. What sentiments do the army and navy express when they come and dine at the Guildhall or Mansion House? They don't exactly tell the company that our brave soldiers and our hardy seamen rush to conquest, stimulating one another with the great national watchword, the Lord Mayor, but they almost go that length. They intimate that the courage of our national defenders would be dreadfully damped if there was no Lord Mayor. That Nelson and Wellington always had the Lord Mayor in their minds, as no doubt they had, in conducting their most brilliant exploits. And that they always looked forward to the Lord Mayor, as no doubt they did, for their highest rewards. And I think, said the Lord Mayor, smiling obsequiously, that my honourable and gallant friends, the field marshals and admirals of this glorious country, are not the men to bandy compliments. My eminently revered friends, the archbishops and bishops, they are not idle talkers, said the Lord Mayor. Yet when they do me the honour to take no thought, as I may say, what they shall eat, or what they shall drink, but with the greatest urbanity to eat and drink, I am proud to think, up to the full amount of £3 per head, they are not behindhand with the rest. They perceive in the Lord Mayor a pillar of the great fabric of church and state. They know that the Lord Mayor is necessary to true religion. They are, in a general way, fully impressed with the conviction that the Lord Mayor is an institution not to be touched without danger to orthodox piety. Yet, if I am not deceived, said the Lord Mayor, smiling obsequiously, my pastoral and personal friends, the archbishops and bishops, are to be believed upon their affirmation. My elevated and learned friends, the judges, cried the Lord Mayor, in a tone of enthusiasm. When I ask the judges to dinner, they are not found to encourage the recommendations of corrupt commissions. On the contrary, I infer from their speeches that they are at a loss to understand how law or equity could ever be administered in this country if the Lord Mayor was reduced. I understand from them that it is somehow the Lord Mayor who keeps the very judges themselves straight. That if there was no Lord Mayor, they would begin to go crooked. That if they didn't dine with the Lord Mayor at least once a year, they couldn't answer for their not taking bribes, or doing something of that sort. And it is a general opinion, I imagine, said the Lord Mayor, smiling obsequiously, that my judicial friends the judges know how to sum up a case. Likewise my honourable and legislative friends the members of the House of Commons, and my noble and deliberative friends the members of the House of Lords, and my learned and forensic friends of the liberal profession of the bar, cried the Lord Mayor. They are all convinced, when they could come to dinner, that without the Lord Mayor, the whole Lord Mayor, and nothing but the Lord Mayor, there would ensue what I may call a national smash. They are all agreed that society is a kind of barrel, formed of a number of staves, with a very few hoops to keep them together, and that the Lord Mayor of London is such a strong hoop that if he was taken off, the staves would fly asunder, and the barrel would burst. This is very gratifying. This is very important. This is very dignifying. This is very true. I am proud of this profound conviction, for I believe, said the Lord Mayor, smiling obsequiously, that this distinguished agglomeration of my eloquent and flowery friends is capable of making speeches. Then you see, my lord, pursued the Lord Mayor, resuming the argument with his looking-glass, after a short pause of pride in his illustrious circle of acquaintance, which caused him to swell considerably. It comes to this. Do these various distinguished personages come into the city annually, as a matter of course, to make certain routine speeches over you, without in the least caring or considering what they mean, just as the boys do in the same month over Guy Fawkes? Or do they come really and truly to uphold you? In the former case, you would be placed in the unpleasant predicament of knowing for certain that they laugh at you when they go home. In the latter case, you would have the happiness of being sure that the commission which declares you to be the, in point of fact, said the Lord Mayor, with a lingering natural reluctance, the humbug already mentioned, is a piece of impotent falsehood and malice, which you know it to be, said the Lord Mayor, rising firmly, which you know it to be. Your honoured and revered friends of the upper classes rally round you. The Lord Mayor made a note of the neat expression rallying round as available for various public occasions. And you see them, and you hear them, and seeing and hearing are believing, or nothing is. Further, you are bound as their devoted servant to believe them, or you fall into the admission that public functionaries have got into a way of pumping out floods of conventional words without any meaning and without any sincerity, a way not likely to be reserved for Lord Mayors only, and a very bad way for the whole community. So the Lord Mayor of London went to bed, and dreamed of being made a baronet. End of Reflections of a Lord Mayor. Recording by Jason Mills.
The Contradictory Couple. From Sketches of Young Couples. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 5. The Contradictory Couple. From Sketches of Young Couples by Charles Dickens. One would suppose that two people who are to pass their whole lives together, and must necessarily be very often alone with each other, could find little pleasure in mutual contradiction, and yet what is more common than a contradictory couple? The contradictory couple agree in nothing but contradiction. They return home from Mrs. Bluebottle's dinner party, each in an opposite corner of the coach, and do not exchange a syllable until they have been seated for at least 20 minutes by the fireside at home, when the gentleman, raising his eyes from the stove, all at once breaks silence. "What a very extraordinary thing it is," says he, "that you will contradict, Charlotte." "I contradict!" cries the lady. "But that's just like you." "What's like me?" says the gentleman sharply. "Saying that I contradict you," replies the lady. "Do you mean to say that you do not contradict me?" retorts the gentleman. "Do you mean to say that you have not been contradicting me the whole of this day? Do you mean to tell me now that you have not?" "I mean to tell you nothing of the kind," replies the lady quietly. "When you are wrong, of course I shall contradict you." During this dialogue the gentleman has been taking his brandy and water on one side of the fire, and the lady, with her dressing case on the table, has been curling her hair on the other. She now lets down her back hair, and proceeds to brush it, preserving at the same time an air of conscious rectitude and suffering virtue, which is intended to exasperate the gentleman, and does so. "I do believe," he says, taking the spoon out of his glass and tossing it on the table, "that of all the obstinate, positive, wrong-headed creatures that were ever born, you are the most so, Charlotte." "Certainly, certainly, have it your own way, pray. You see how much I contradict you," rejoins the lady. "Of course you didn't contradict me at dinner time." "Oh, no, not you," says the gentleman. "Yes, I did," says the lady. "Oh, you did," cries the gentleman. "You admit that?" "If you call that contradiction, I do," the lady answers. "And I say again, Edward, that when I know you are wrong, I will contradict you. I am not your slave." "Not my slave," repeats the gentleman bitterly. "And you still mean to say that in the Blackburns' new house there are not more than 14 doors, including the door to the wine cellar?" "I mean to say," retorts the lady, beating time with her hairbrush on the palm of her hand, "that in that house there are 14 doors, and no more." Well, then, cries the gentleman, rising in despair, and pacing the room with rapid strides, by G , this is enough to destroy a man's intellect and drive him mad. By and by the gentleman comes to a little, and passing his hand gloomily across his forehead, reseats himself in his former chair. There is a long silence, and this time the lady begins. I appeal to Mr. Jenkins, who sat next to me on the sofa in the drawing-room during tea. Morgan, you mean, interrupts the gentleman. I do not mean anything of the kind, answers the lady. Now, by all that is aggravating and impossible to bear, cries the gentleman, clenching his hands and looking upwards in agony, she is going to insist upon it that Morgan is Jenkins. Do you take me for a perfect fool? Exclaims the lady. Do you suppose I don't know the one from the other? Do you suppose I don't know that the man in the blue coat was Mr. Jenkins? Jenkins in a blue coat, cries the gentleman with a groan. Jenkins in a blue coat, a man who would suffer death rather than wear anything but brown. Do you dare to charge me with telling an untruth? Demands the lady, bursting into tears. I charge you, ma'am, retorts the gentleman, starting up, with being a monster of contradiction, a monster of aggravation, Jenkins in a blue coat, what have I done that I should be doomed to hear such statements? Expressing himself with great scorn and anguish, the gentleman takes up his candle and stalks off to bed, where, feigning to be fast asleep when the lady comes upstairs drowned in tears, murmuring lamentations over her hard fate, and indistinct intentions of consulting her brothers, he undergoes the secret torture of hearing her exclaim between whiles, I know there are only 14 doors in the house. I know it was Mr. Jenkins. I know he had a blue coat on, and I would say it as positively as I do now, if they were the last words I had to speak. If the contradictory couple are blessed with children, they are not the less contradictory on that account. Master James and Miss Charlotte present themselves after dinner, and being in perfect good humour, and finding their parents in the same amiable state, augur from these appearances half a glass of wine apiece, and other extraordinary indulgences. But unfortunately Master James, growing talkative upon such prospects, asks his mamma how tall Mrs. Parsons is, and whether she is not 6 feet high, to which his mamma replies, yes, she should think she was, for Mrs. Parsons is a very tall lady indeed, quite a giantess. For heaven's sake, Charlotte, cries her husband, do not tell the child such preposterous nonsense. 6 feet high! Well, replies the lady, surely I may be permitted to have an opinion. My opinion is that she is 6 feet high, at least 6 feet. Now you know, Charlotte, retorts the gentleman sternly, that that is not your opinion, that you have no such idea, and that you only say this for the sake of contradiction. You are exceedingly polite, his wife replies, to be wrong about such a paltry question as anybody's height would be no great crime, but I say again that I believe Mrs. Parsons to be 6 feet, more than 6 feet, nay, I believe you know her to be full 6 feet, and only say she is not because I say she is. This taunt disposes the gentleman to become violent, but he checks himself, and is content to mutter, in a haughty tone, 6 feet! Ha! ha! Mrs. Parsons, 6 feet! And the lady answers, yes, 6 feet. I am sure I am glad you are amused, and I'll say it again, 6 feet. Thus the subject gradually drops off, and the contradiction begins to be forgotten, when Master James, with some undefined notion of making himself agreeable, and putting things to rights again, unfortunately asks his mamma what the moon's made of, which gives her occasion to say that he had better not ask her, for she is always wrong and never can be right, that he only exposes her to contradiction by asking any question of her, and that he had better ask his papa, who is infallible and never can be wrong. Papa, smarting under this attack, gives a terrible pull at the bell, and says that if the conversation is to proceed in this way, the children had better be removed. Removed they are, after a few tears and many struggles, and Pa, having looked at Ma sideways for a minute or two with a baleful eye, draws his pocket handkerchief over his face and composes himself for his after-dinner nap. The friends of the contradictory couple often deplore their frequent disputes, though they rather make light of them at the same time, observing that there is no doubt they are very much attached to each other, and that they never quarrel except about trifles. But neither the friends of the contradictory couple, nor the contradictory couple themselves, reflect that as the most stupendous objects in nature are but vast collections of minute particles, so the slightest and least considered trifles make up the sum of human happiness or misery. End of The Contradictory Couple, from Sketches of Young Couples. Recording by Bill Mosley, Bernardo, Texas, USA. The Couple Who Dote Upon Their Children, from Sketches of Young Couples. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 5. The Couple Who Dote Upon Their Children, from Sketches of Young Couples, by Charles Dickens. The couple who dote upon their children have usually a great many of them, 6 or 8 at least. The children are either the healthiest in all the world, or the most unfortunate in existence. In either case, they are equally the theme of their doting parents, and equally a source of mental anguish and irritation to their doting parents' friends. The couple who dote upon their children recognize no dates but those connected with their births, accidents, illnesses, or remarkable deeds. They keep a mental almanac with a vast number of innocents' days, all in red letters. They recollect the last coronation because on that day little Tom fell down the kitchen stairs, the anniversary of the gunpowder plot because it was on the 5th of November that Ned asked whether wooden legs were made in heaven and cocked hats grew in gardens. Mrs. Whiffler will never cease to recollect the last day of the old year as long as she lives, for it was on that day that the baby had the 4 red spots on its nose, which they took for measles, nor Christmas Day, for 21 days after Christmas Day the twins were born, nor Good Friday, for it was on a Good Friday that she was frightened by the donkey cart when she was in the family way with Georgiana. The movable feasts have no motion for Mr. and Mrs. Whiffler, but remain pinned down tight and fast to the shoulders of some small child, from whom they can never be separated any more. time was made, according to their creed, not for slaves, but for girls and boys. The restless sands in his glass are but little children at play. As we have already intimated, the children of this couple can know no medium. They are either prodigies of good health, or prodigies of bad health. Whatever they are, they must be prodigies. Mr. Whiffler must have to describe at his office such excruciating agonies constantly undergone by his eldest boy as nobody else's eldest boy ever underwent, or he must be able to declare that there never was a child endowed with such amazing health, such an indomitable constitution, and such a cast-iron frame as his child. His children must be, in some respect or other, above and beyond the children of all other people. To such an extent is this feeling pushed, that we were once slightly acquainted with a lady and gentleman who carried their heads so high and became so proud after their youngest child fell out of a 2-pair-of-stairs window, without hurting himself much, that the greater part of their friends were obliged to forego their acquaintance. But perhaps this may be an extreme case, and one not justly entitled to be considered as a precedent of general application. If a friend happen to dine in a friendly way with one of these couples who dote upon their children, it is nearly impossible for him to divert the conversation from their favorite topic. Everything reminds Mr. Whiffler of Ned, or Mrs. Whiffler of MaryAnn, or of the time before Ned was born, or the time before MaryAnn was thought of. The slightest remark, however harmless in itself, will awaken slumbering recollections of the twins. It is impossible to steer clear of them. They will come uppermost, let the poor man do what he may. Ned has been known to be lost sight of for half an hour. Dick has been forgotten. The name of MaryAnn has not been mentioned, but the twins will out. Nothing can keep down the twins. "It's a very extraordinary thing, Saunders," says Mr. Whiffler to the visitor. "But you have seen our little babies, the twins?" The friend's heart sinks within him as he answers, "Oh, yes, often." "You're talking of the pyramids," says Mr. Whiffler, quite as a matter of course. "Reminds me of the twins. It's a very extraordinary thing about those babies. What color should you say their eyes were?" "Upon my word," the friend stammers, "I hardly know how to answer." The fact being that, except as the friend does not remember to have heard of any departure from the ordinary course of nature in the instance of these twins, they might have no eyes at all, for aught he has observed to the contrary. "You wouldn't say they were red, I suppose?" says Mr. Whiffler. The friend hesitates, and rather thinks they are, but inferring from the expression of Mr. Whiffler's face that red is not the color, smiles with some confidence, then says, No, very different from that." "What should you say to blue?" says Mr. Whiffler. The friend glances at him, and observing a different expression in his face, ventures to say, "I should say they were blue, a decided blue." "To be sure!" cries Mr. Whiffler triumphantly. "I knew you would. But what should you say if I was to tell you that the boy's eyes are blue and the girl's hazel, eh?" "Impossible!" exclaims the friend, not at all knowing why it should be impossible. "A fact notwithstanding," cries Mr. Whiffler. "And let me tell you, Saunders, that's not a common thing in twins, or a circumstance that'll happen every day." In this dialogue, Mrs. Whiffler, as being deeply responsible for the twins, their charms and singularities, has taken no share, But she now relates, in broken English, a witticism of little Dick's bearing upon the subject just described, which delights Mr. Whiffler beyond measure, and causes him to declare that he would have sworn that was Dick's if he had heard it anywhere. Then he requests that Mrs. Whiffler will tell Saunders what Tom said about mad bulls, and Mrs. Whiffler relating the anecdote, a discussion ensues upon the different character of Tom's wit and Dick's wit, from which it appears that Dick's humor is of a lively turn, while Tom's style is the dry and caustic. This discussion, being enlivened by various illustrations, lasts a long time, and is only stopped by Mrs. Whiffler instructing the footman to ring the nursery bell, as the children were promised that they should come down and taste the pudding. The friend turns pale when this order is given, and paler still when it is followed up by a great pattering on the staircase, not unlike the sound of rain upon a skylight, a violent bursting open of the dining-room door, and the tumultuous appearance of 6 small children, closely succeeded by a strong nursery-maid, with a twin in each arm. As the whole 8 are screaming, shouting, or kicking, some influenced by a ravenous appetite, some by a horror of the stranger, and some by a conflict of the two feelings, a pretty long space elapses before all their heads can be ranged round the table, and anything like order restored, in bringing about which happy state of things both the nurse and footman are severely scratched. At length Mrs. Whiffler is heard to say, "Mr. Saunders, shall I give you some pudding?" A breathless silence ensues, and 16 small eyes are fixed upon the guest in expectation of his reply. A wild shout of joy proclaims that he has said, "No, thank you." Spoons are waved in the air, legs appear above the tablecloth in uncontrollable ecstasy, and 80 short fingers dabble in damson syrup. While the pudding is being disposed of, Mr. and Mrs. Whiffler look on with beaming countenances, and Mr. Whiffler, nudging his friend Saunders, begs him to take notice of Tom's eyes, or Dick's chin, or Ned's nose, or MaryAnn's hair, or Emily's figure, or little Bob's calves, or Fanny's mouth, or Carrie's head, as the case may be. Whatever the attention of Mr. Saunders is called to, Mr. Saunders admires, of course, though he is rather confused about the sex of the youngest branches, and looks at the wrong children, turning to a girl, when Mr. Whiffler directs his attention to a boy, and falling into raptures with a boy when he ought to be enchanted with a girl. Then the dessert comes, and there is a vast deal of scrambling after fruit, and sudden spurting forth of juice out of tight oranges into infant eyes, and much screeching and wailing in consequence. At length it becomes time for Mrs. Whiffler to retire, and all the children are by force of arms compelled to kiss and love Mr. Saunders before going upstairs, except Tom, who, lying on his back in the hall, proclaims that Mr. Saunders is a naughty beast, and Dick, who, having drunk his father's wine when he was looking another way, is found to be intoxicated, and is carried out, very limp and helpless. Mr. Whiffler and his friend are left alone together, but Mr. Whiffler's thoughts are still with his family, if his family are not with him. "Saunders," says he, after a short silence, "if you please, we'll drink Mrs. Whiffler and the children." Mr. Saunders feels this to be a reproach against himself for not proposing the same sentiment, and drinks it in some confusion. "Ah," Mr. Whiffler sighs, These children, Saunders, make one quite an old man. Mr. Saunders thinks that if they were his, they would make him a very old man, but he says nothing. And yet, pursues Mr. Whiffler, what can equal domestic happiness? What can equal the engaging ways of children? Saunders, why don't you get married? Now, this is an embarrassing question because Mr. Saunders has been thinking that if he had at any time entertained matrimonial designs, the revelation of that day would surely have routed them forever. I am glad, however, says Mr. Whiffler, that you are a bachelor. Glad on one account, Saunders, a selfish one, I admit. Will you do Mrs. Whiffler and myself a favor? Mr. Saunders is surprised, evidently surprised, but he replies, with the greatest pleasure. Then will you, Saunders, says Mr. Whiffler in an impressive manner, will you cement and consolidate our friendship by coming into the family, so to speak, as a godfather? I shall be proud and delighted, replies Mr. Saunders. Which of the children is it? Really, I thought they were all christened, or... Saunders, Mr. Whiffler interposes. They are all christened, you are right. The fact is, Mrs. Whiffler is, in short, we expect another. Not a ninth, cries the friend, all aghast at the idea. Yes, Saunders, rejoins Mr. Whiffler solemnly, a ninth. Did we drink Mrs. Whiffler's health? Let us drink it again, Saunders, and wish her well over it. Dr. Johnson used to tell a story of a man who had but one idea, which was a wrong one. The couple who dote upon their children are in the same predicament. At home or abroad, at all times and in all places, their thoughts are bound up in this one subject, and have no sphere beyond. They relate the clever things their offspring say or do, and weary every company with their prolixity and absurdity. Mr. Whiffler takes a friend by the button at a street corner on a windy day to tell him a bon mot of his youngest boy's, and Mrs. Whiffler, calling to see a sick acquaintance, entertains her with a cheerful account of all her own past sufferings and present expectations. In such cases, the sins of the fathers, indeed, descend upon the children, for people soon come to regard them as predestined little bores. The couple who dote upon their children cannot be said to be actuated by a general love for these engaging little people, which would be a great excuse, for they are apt to underrate and entertain a jealousy of any children but their own. If they examined their own hearts, they would perhaps find at the bottom of all this more self-love and egotism than they think of. Self-love and egotism are bad qualities, of which the unrestrained exhibition, though it may be sometimes amusing, never fails to be wearisome and unpleasant. Couples who dote upon their children, therefore, are best avoided. End of The Couple Who Dote Upon Their Children, from Sketches of Young Couples. Recording by Bill Mosley, Bernardo, Texas, USA.
Bill Sticking. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Muriel. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 5. Bill Sticking by Charles Dickens. If I had an enemy whom I hated, which Heaven forbid, and if I knew of something which sat heavy on his conscience, I think I would introduce that something into a posting bill, and place a large impression in the hands of an active sticker. I can scarcely imagine a more terrible revenge. I should haunt him by this means, night and day. I do not mean to say that I would publish his secret, in red letters 2 feet high, for all the town to read. I would darkly refer to it. It should be between him and me and the posting bill. Say, for example, that, at a certain period of his life, my enemy had surreptitiously possessed himself of a key. I would then embark my capital in the lock business, and conduct that business on the advertising principle. In all my placards and advertisements I would throw up the line, "Secret Keys." Thus, if my enemy passed an uninhabited house, he would see his conscience glaring down on him from the parapets, and peeping up at him from the cellars. If he took a dead wall in his walk, it would be alive with reproaches. If he sought refuge in an omnibus, the panels thereof would become Belshazzar's palace to him. If he took boat, in a wild endeavour to escape, he would see the fatal words lurking under the arches of the bridges over the Thames. If he walked the streets with downcast eyes, he would recoil from the very stones of the pavement, made eloquent by lamp-black lithograph. If he drove or rode, his way would be blocked up by enormous vans, each proclaiming the same words over and over again from its whole extent of surface, until, having gradually grown thinner and paler, and having at last totally rejected food, he would miserably perish, and I should be revenged. This conclusion I should, no doubt, celebrate by laughing a hoarse laugh in 3 syllables, and folding my arms tight upon my chest agreeably to most of the examples of glutted animosity that I have had an opportunity of observing in connection with the drama, which, by the by, as involving a good deal of noise, appears to me to be occasionally confounded with the drummer. The foregoing reflections presented themselves to my mind the other day, as I contemplated, being newly come to London from the East Riding of Yorkshire, on a house-hunting expedition for next May, an old warehouse which rotting paste and rotting paper had brought down to the condition of an old cheese. It would have been impossible to say, on the most conscientious survey, how much of its front was brick and mortar, and how much decaying and decayed plaster. It was so thickly encrusted with fragments of bills that no ship's keel after a long voyage could be half so foul. All traces of the broken windows were billed out, the doors were billed across, the water-spout was billed over, the building was shored up to prevent its tumbling into the street, and the very beams erected against it were less wood than paste and paper. They had been so continually posted and reposted. The forlorn dregs of old posters so encumbered this wreck that there was no hold for new posters, and the stickers had abandoned the place in despair, except one enterprising man who had hoisted the last masquerade to a clear spot near the level of the stack of chimneys, where it waved and drooped like a shattered flag. Below the rusty cellar grating, crumpled remnants of old bills torn down, rotted away in wasting heaps of fallen leaves. Here and there, some of the thick rind of the house had peeled off in strips, and fluttered heavily down, littering the street. But still, below these rents and gashes, layers of decomposing posters showed themselves, as if they were interminable. I thought the building could never even be pulled down, but in one adhesive heap of rottenness and poster. As to getting in, I don't believe that if the Sleeping Beauty and her court had been so built up, the young prince could have done it. Knowing all the posters that were yet legible, intimately, and pondering on their ubiquitous nature, I was led into the reflections with which I began this paper, by considering what an awful thing it would be ever to have wronged, say, M. Julian, for example, and to have his avenging name in characters of fire incessantly before my eyes, or to have injured Madame Tussaud, and undergo a similar retribution. Has any man a self-reproachful thought associated with pills or ointment? What an avenging spirit to that man is Professor Holloway! Have I sinned in oil? Caburn pursues me. Have I a dark remembrance associated with any gentlemanly garments, bespoke or ready-made? Moses and Son are on my track. Did I ever aim a blow at a defenceless fellow creature's head? That head eternally being measured for a wig, or that worse head, which was bald before it used the balsam, and hirsute afterwards. Enforcing the benevolent moral, better to be bald as a Dutch cheese than come to this, undoes me. Have I no sore places in my mind, which Michi touches, where Nicole probes, which no registered article whatever lacerates? Does no discordant note within me thrill responsive to mysterious watchwords, as Revalenta Arabica, or number 1 St. Paul's Churchyard? Then may I enjoy life and be happy. Lifting up my eyes as I was musing to this effect, I beheld advancing towards me, I was then on Cornhill, near to the Royal Exchange, a solemn procession of 3 advertising vans, of first-class dimensions, each drawn by a very little horse. As the cavalcade approached, I was at a loss to reconcile the careless deportment of the drivers of these vehicles with the terrific announcements they conducted through the city, which, being a summary of the contents of a Sunday newspaper, were of the most thrilling kind. Robbery, fire, murder, and the ruin of the United Kingdom, each discharged in a line by itself, like a separate broadside of red-hot shot, were among the least of the warnings addressed to an unthinking people. Yet the ministers of fate who drove the awful cars leaned forward with their arms upon their knees in a state of extreme lassitude, for want of any subject of interest. The first man, whose hair I might naturally have expected to see standing on end, scratched his head, one of the smoothest I ever beheld, with profound indifference. The second whistled, the third yawned. Pausing to dwell upon this apathy, it appeared to me, as the fatal cars came by me, that I descried in the second car, through the portal in which the charioteer was seated, a figure stretched upon the floor. At the same time, I thought I smelt tobacco. The latter impression passed quickly from me, the former remained. Curious to know whether this prostrate figure was the one impressible man of the whole capital, who had been stricken insensible by the terrors revealed to him, and whose form had been placed in the car by the charioteer, from motives of humanity, I followed the procession. It turned into Leadenhall Market, and halted in a public-house. Each driver dismounted. I then distinctly heard, proceeding from the second car, where I had dimly seen the prostrate form, the words, "and a pipe." The driver entering the public-house, with his fellows, apparently for purposes of refreshment, I could not refrain from mounting on the shaft of the second vehicle, and looking in the portal. I then beheld, reclining on his back upon the floor, on a kind of mattress or divan, a little man in a shooting-coat. The exclamation, "Dear me!" which irresistibly escaped my lips, caused him to sit upright and survey me. I found him to be a good-looking little man, of about 50, with a shining face, a tight head, a bright eye, a moist wink, a quick speech, and a ready air. He had something of a sporting way with him. He looked at me, and I looked at him, until the driver displaced me by handing in a pint of beer and a pipe, and what I understand is called a screw of tobacco, an object which has the appearance of a curl-paper taken off the barmaid's head, with the curl in it. "I beg your pardon," said I, when the removed person of the driver again admitted of my presenting my face at the portal, "but excuse my curiosity, which I inherit from my mother. Do you live here?" "That's good too," returned the little man, composedly laying aside a pipe he had smoked out, and filling the pipe just brought to him. "Oh, you don't live here then?" said I. He shook his head, as he calmly lighted his pipe by means of a German tinder-box, and replied, "This is my carriage. When things are flat, I take a ride sometimes, and enjoy myself. I am the inventor of these wands." His pipe was now alight. He drank his beer all at once, and he smoked and he smiled at me. "It was a great idea," said I. "Not so bad," returned the little man, with the modesty of merit. "Might I be permitted to inscribe your name upon the tablets of my memory?" I asked. "There's not much odds in the name," returned the little man. "No name particular. I am the king of the bill-stickers." "Good gracious!" said I. The monarch informed me with a smile that he had never been crowned or installed with any public ceremonies, but that he was peaceably acknowledged as king of the bill-stickers in right of being the oldest and most respected member of the old school of bill-sticking. He likewise gave me to understand that there was a Lord Mayor of the bill-stickers, whose genius was chiefly exercised within the limits of the city. He made some allusion also to an inferior potentate, called Turkey-legs, but I did not understand that this gentleman was invested with much power. I rather inferred that he derived his title from some peculiarity of gait, and that it was of an honorary character. "My father," pursued the king of the bill-stickers, "was engineer, beadle, and bill-sticker to the parish of St. Andrew's, Holborn, in the year 1780. My father stuck bills at the time of the riots of London." "You must be acquainted with the whole subject of bill-sticking from that time to the present," said I. "Pretty well so," was the answer. "Excuse me," said I, "but I am a sort of collector." "Not income tax?" cried His Majesty, hastily removing his pipe from his lips. "No, no," said I. "Water rate?" said His Majesty. "No, no," I returned. "Gas? Assessed? Sewers?" said His Majesty. "You misunderstand me," I replied soothingly. "Not that sort of collector at all. A collector of facts." "Oh, if it's only facts!" cried the king of the bill-stickers, recovering his good humour, and banishing the great mistrust that had suddenly fallen upon him. "Come in and welcome. If it had been income, or winders, I think I should have pitched you out of the wan, upon my soul." Readily complying with the invitation, I squeezed myself in at the small aperture. His Majesty, graciously handing me a little three-legged stool, on which I took my seat in a corner, inquired if I smoked. "I do, that is, I can," I answered. "Pipe and a screw," said His Majesty to the attendant charioteer. "Do you prefer a dry smoke, or do you moisten it?" As unmitigated tobacco produces most disturbing effects upon my system. Indeed, if I had perfect moral courage, I doubt if I should smoke at all, under any circumstances. I advocated moisture, and begged the sovereign of the bill-stickers to name his usual liquor, and to concede to me the privilege of paying for it. After some delicate reluctance on his part, we were provided, through the instrumentality of the attendant charioteer, with a can of cold rum and water, flavoured with sugar and lemon. We were also furnished with a tumbler, and I was provided with a pipe. His Majesty then, observing that we might combine business with conversation, gave the word for the car to proceed, and, to my great delight, we jogged away at a foot pace. I say to my great delight, because I am very fond of novelty, and it was a new sensation to be jostling through the tumult of the city in that secluded temple, partly open to the sky, surrounded by the roar without, and seeing nothing but the clouds. Occasionally, blows from the whip fell heavily on the temple's walls. When, by stopping up the road longer than usual, we irritated carters and coachmen to madness, but they fell harmless upon us within, and disturbed not the serenity of our peaceful retreat. As I looked upward, I felt, I should imagine, like the Astronomer Royal. I was enchanted by the contrast between the freezing nature of our external mission on the blood of the populace, and the perfect composure reigning within those sacred precincts, where his Majesty, reclining easily on his left arm, smoked his pipe and drank his rum and water from his own side of the tumbler, which stood impartially between us. As I looked down from the clouds and caught his royal eye, he understood my reflections. "I have an idea," he observed, with an upward glance, "of training scarlet runners across in season, making an arbour of it, and sometimes taking tea in the same, according to the song." I nodded approval. "And here you repose and think," said I. "And think," said he, "of posters, walls, and hoardings." We were both silent, contemplating the vastness of the subject. I remembered a surprising fancy of dear Thomas Hood's, and wondered whether this monarch ever sighed to repair to the Great Wall of China, and stick bills all over it. "And so," said he, rousing himself, "it's facts you collect." "Facts," said I. "The facts of bill-sticking," pursued his Majesty, in a benignant manner, "as known to myself, are as following. When my father was engineer, beadle, and bill-sticker to the parish of St. Andrew's, Holborn, he employed women to post bills for him. He employed women to post bills at the time of the riots of London. He died at the age of 75 year, and was buried by the murdered Elizabeth Grimwood, over in the Waterloo Road." As this was somewhat in the nature of a royal speech, I listened with deference and silently. His Majesty, taking a scroll from his pocket, proceeded, with great distinctness, to pour out the following flood of information. The bills being, at that period, mostly proclamations and declarations, and which were only a demi-size, the manner of posting the bills, as they did not use brushes, was by means of a piece of wood, which they called a dabber. Thus things continued, till such time as the state lottery was passed, and then the printers began to print larger bills, and men were employed instead of women, as the state lottery commissioners then began to send men all over England to post bills, and would keep them out for 6 or 8 months at a time, and they were called by the London bill-stickers trampers, their wages at that time being 10 shillings per day, besides expenses. They used sometimes to be stationed in large towns for 5 or 6 months together, distributing the schemes to all the houses in the town. And then there were more caricature woodblock engravings for posting bills than there are at the present time. The principal printers at that time of posting bills being Messrs. Evan and Ruffy of Budge Row, Thorogood and Whiting of the present day, and Messrs. Guy and Balne, Gracechurch Street, City. The largest bills printed at that period were a 2-sheet double crown, and when they commenced printing 4-sheet bills, 2 bill-stickers would work together. They had no settled wages per week, but had a fixed price for their work, and the London bill-stickers, during a lottery week, have been known to earn each 8 or 9 pounds per week, till the day of drawing. Likewise, the men who carried boards in the street used to have 1 pound per week, and the bill-stickers at that time would not allow anyone to wilfully cover or destroy their bills, as they had a society amongst themselves, and very frequently dined together at some public-house, where they used to go off of an evening to have their work delivered out unto 'em. All this his Majesty delivered in a gallant manner, posting it as it were before me, in a great proclamation. I took advantage of the pause he now made to inquire what a 2-sheet double crown might express. A 2-sheet double crown, replied the king, is a bill 39 inches wide by 39 inches high. Is it possible, said I, my mind reverting to the gigantic admonitions we were then displaying to the multitude, which were as infants to some of the posting bills on the rotten old warehouse, that some few years ago the largest bill was no larger than that? The fact, returned the king, is undoubtedly so. Here he instantly rushed again into the scroll. Since the abolishing of the state lottery, all that good feeling has gone, and nothing but jealousy exists, through the rivalry of each other. Several bill-sticking companies have started, but have failed. The first party that started a company was 12 years ago, but what was left of the old school and their dependents joined together and opposed them, and for some time we were quiet again, till a printer of Hatton Garden formed a company by hiring the size of houses, but he was not supported by the public, and he left his wooden frames fixed up for rent. The last company that started took advantage of the new Police Act, and hired of Messrs. Gristle and Peto the hoarding of Trafalgar Square, and established a bill-sticking office in Cursitor Street, Chancery Lane, and engaged some of the new bill-stickers to do their work, and for a time got half of all our work, and with such spirit did they carry on their opposition towards us, that they used to give us in charge before the magistrate, and get us fined, but they found it so expensive that they could not keep it up, for they were always employing a lot of ruffians from the 7 Dials to come and fight us, and on one occasion the old bill-stickers went to Trafalgar Square to attempt to post bills, when they were given in custody by the watchmen in their employ, and fined at Queen Square £5, as they would not allow any of us to speak in the office. But when they were gone, we had an interview with the magistrate, who mitigated the fine to 15 shillings. During the time the men were waiting for the fine, this company started off to a public-house that we were in the habit of using, and waited for us coming back, where a fighting scene took place that beggars description. Shortly after this, the principal one day came and shook hands with us, and acknowledged that he had broken up the company, and that he himself had lost £500 in trying to overthrow us. We then took possession of the hoarding in Trafalgar Square, but Messrs. Gristle and Peto would not allow us to post our bills on the said hoarding without paying them, and from first to last we paid upwards of £200 for that hoarding, and likewise the hoarding of the Reform Club-house, Pall Mall. His Majesty, being now completely out of breath, laid down his scroll, which he appeared to have finished, puffed at his pipe, and took some rum and water. I embraced the opportunity of asking how many divisions the art and mystery of bill-sticking comprised. He replied, 3. Auctioneer's bill-sticking, theatrical bill-sticking, general bill-sticking. The auctioneer's porters, said the king, who do their bill-sticking, are mostly respectable and intelligent, and generally well paid for their work, whether in town or country. The price paid by the principal auctioneers for country work is 9 shillings per day, that is, 7 shillings for day's work, 1 shilling for lodging, and 1 for paste. Town work is 5 shillings a day, including paste. Town work must be rather hot work, said I, if there be many of those fighting scenes that beggar description among the bill-stickers. Well, replied the king, I ain't a stranger, I assure you, to black eyes. A bill-sticker ought to know how to handle his fists a bit. As to that row I have mentioned, that grew out of competition, conducted in an uncompromising spirit. Besides, a man in a horse and shay continually following us about. The company had a watchman on duty, night and day, to prevent us sticking bills upon the hoarding in Trafalgar Square. We went there early one morning, to stick bills and to blackwash their bills, if we were interfered with. We were interfered with, and I gave the word for laying on the wash. It was laid on, pretty brisk, and we were all taken to Queen Square, but they couldn't find me. I knew that, with a bright smile. I'd only give directions. I was only the general. Charmed with this monarch's affability, I inquired if he had ever hired a hoarding himself. "Hired a large one," he replied, "opposite the Alisson Theatre, when all the buildings was there. Paid £30 for it, let out places on it, and called it the External Paper Hanging Station. But it didn't answer." "Ah," said His Majesty thoughtfully, as he filled the glass, "bill stickers have a deal to contend with. The bill-sticking clause was got into the Police Act by a member of Parliament that employed me at his election. The clause is pretty stiff respecting where bills go, but he didn't mind where his bills went. It was all right enough, so long as they was his bills." Fearful that I observed the shadow of misanthropy on the king's cheerful face, I asked whose ingenious invention that was, which I greatly admired, of sticking bills under the arches of the bridges. "Mine," said His Majesty. "I was the first that ever stuck a bill under a bridge. Imitators soon rose up, of course. When don't they? But they stuck 'em at low water, and the tide came and swept the bills clean away. I knew that." The king laughed. "What may be the name of that instrument, like an immense fishing rod," I inquired, "with which bills are posted on high places?" "The joints," returned His Majesty. "Now we use the joints where formerly we used ladders, as they do still in country places. Once, when Madame Vestris understood, was playing in Liverpool, another bill-sticker and me were at it together on the wall outside the Clarence Dock, me with the joints, him on a ladder. Lord, I had my bill up, right over his head, yards above him, ladder and all, while he was crawling to his work. The people going in and out of the docks stood and laughed. It's about 30 years since the joints come in." "Are there any bill-stickers who can't read?" I took the liberty of inquiring. "Some," said the king, "but they know which is the right side upwards of their work. They keep it as it was given out to 'em. I have seen a bill or so stuck wrong side upwards, but it's very rare." Our discourse sustained some interruption at this point, by the procession of cars occasioning a stoppage of about 3/4 of a mile in length, as nearly as I could judge. His Majesty, however, entreating me not to be discomposed by the contingent uproar, smoked with great placidity, and surveyed the firmament. When we were again in motion, I begged to be informed what was the largest poster His Majesty had ever seen. The king replied, "A 36-sheet poster." I gathered also that there were about 150 bill-stickers in London, and that His Majesty considered an average hand equal to the posting of 100 bills, single sheets, in a day. The king was of opinion that, although posters had much increased in size, they had not increased in number, as the abolition of the state lotteries had occasioned a great falling off, especially in the country, over and above which change, I bethought myself that the custom of advertising in newspapers had greatly increased. The completion of many London improvements, as Trafalgar Square, I particularly observed the singularity of His Majesty calling that an improvement. The Royal Exchange, etc., had of late years reduced the number of advantageous posting places. Bill stickers at present rather confine themselves to districts than to particular descriptions of work. One man would strike over Whitechapel, another would take round Houndsditch, Shoreditch, and the City Road. One, the king said, would stick to the Surrey side, another would make a beat of the West End. His Majesty remarked with some approach to severity on the neglect of delicacy and taste gradually introduced into the trade by the new school, a profligate and inferior race of impostors who took jobs at almost any price, to the detriment of the old school, and the confusion of their own misguided employers. He considered that the trade was overdone with competition, and observed, speaking of his subjects, "There are too many of 'em." He believed still that things were a little better than they had been, adducing as a proof of the fact that particular posting-places were now reserved, by common consent, for particular posters. Those places, however, must be regularly occupied by those posters, or they lapsed and fell into other hands. It was of no use giving a man a Drury Lane bill this week and not next. Where was it to go? He was of opinion that going to the expense of putting up your own board on which your sticker could display your own bills was the only complete way of posting yourself at the present time. But, even to effect this, on payment of £1 a week to the keepers of steamboat piers and other such places, you must be able besides to give orders for theatres and public exhibitions, or you would be sure to be cut out by somebody. His Majesty regarded the passion for orders as one of the most unappeasable appetites of human nature. If there were a building, or if there were repairs going on anywhere, you could generally stand something and make it right with the foreman of the works. But orders would be expected from you, and the man who could give the most orders was the man who would come off best. There was this other objectionable point in orders, that workmen sold them for drink, and often sold them to persons who were likewise troubled with the weakness of thirst, which led, His Majesty said, to the presentation of your orders at theatre doors by individuals who were too shakery to derive intellectual profit from the entertainments, and who brought a scandal on you. Finally, His Majesty said that you could hardly put too little in a poster. What you wanted was 2 or 3 good catch-lines for the eye to rest on, then leave it alone, and there you were. These are the minutes of my conversation with His Majesty, as I noted them down shortly afterwards. I am not aware that I have been betrayed into any alteration or suppression. The manner of the king was frank in the extreme, and he seemed to me to avoid, at once, that slight tendency to repetition which may have been observed in the conversation of His Majesty King George III, and that slight undercurrent of egotism which the curious observer may perhaps detect in the conversation of Napoleon Bonaparte. I must do the king the justice to say that it was I, and not he, who closed the dialogue. At this juncture I became the subject of a remarkable optical delusion. The legs of my stool appeared to me to double up, the car to spin round and round with great violence, and a mist to arise between myself and His Majesty. In addition to these sensations, I felt extremely unwell. I refer these unpleasant effects either to the paste with which the posters were affixed to the van, which may have contained some small portion of arsenic, or to the printer's ink, which may have contained some equally deleterious ingredient. Of this I cannot be sure. I am only sure that I was not affected either by the smoke or the rum and water. I was assisted out of the vehicle in a state of mind which I have only experienced in 2 other places. I allude to the pier at Dover, and to the corresponding portion of the town of Calais, and sat upon a doorstep until I recovered. The procession had then disappeared. I have since looked anxiously for the King in several other cars, but I have not yet had the happiness of seeing His Majesty. End of Bill Sticking. Recording by Muriel.
The Ghost of Art, from Reprinted Pieces. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 5. The Ghost of Art, from Reprinted Pieces, by Charles Dickens. I am a bachelor, residing in rather a dreary set of chambers in the Temple. They are situated in a square court of high houses, which would be a complete well, but for the want of water and the absence of a bucket. I live at the top of the house, among the tiles and sparrows. Like the little man in the nursery story, I live by myself, and all the bread and cheese I get, which is not much, I put upon a shelf. I need scarcely add, perhaps, that I am in love, and that the father of my charming Julia objects to our union. I mention these little particulars as I might deliver a letter of introduction. The reader is now acquainted with me, and perhaps will condescend to listen to my narrative. I am naturally of a dreamy turn of mind, and my abundant leisure, for I am called to the bar coupled with much lonely listening to the twittering of sparrows and the pattering of rain, has encouraged that disposition. In my top set, I hear the wind howl on a winter night, when the man on the ground floor believes it is perfectly still weather. The dim lamps with which our honourable society, supposed to be as yet unconscious of the new discovery called gas, make the horrors of the staircase visible, deepen the gloom which generally settles on my soul when I go home at night. I am in the law, but not of it. I can't exactly make out what it means. I sit in Westminster Hall sometimes, in character, from 10 to 4, and when I go out of court, I don't know whether I am standing on my wig or my boots. It appears to me, I mention this in confidence, as if there were too much talk and too much law, as if some grains of truth were started overboard into a tempestuous sea of chaff. All this may make me mystical. Still, I am confident that what I am going to describe myself as having seen and heard, I actually did see and hear. It is necessary that I should observe that I have a great delight in pictures. I am no painter myself, but I have studied pictures and written about them. I have seen all the most famous pictures in the world. My education and reading have been sufficiently general to possess me beforehand with a knowledge of most of the subjects to which a painter is likely to have recourse, and, although I might be in some doubt as to the rightful fashion of the scabbard of King Lear's sword, for instance, I think I should know King Lear tolerably well if I happened to meet with him. I go to all the modern exhibitions every season, and of course I revere in the Royal Academy. I stand by its 40 academical articles almost as firmly as I stand by the 39 articles of the Church of England. I am convinced that in neither case could there be, by any rightful possibility, one article more or less. It is now exactly 3 years ago this very month, since I went from Westminster to the Temple, one Thursday afternoon, in a cheap steamboat. The sky was black when I imprudently walked on board. It began to thunder and lighten immediately afterwards, and the rain poured down in torrents. The deck seeming to smoke with the wet, I went below; but so many passengers were there, smoking too, that I came up again, and buttoning my pea-coat, and standing in the shadow of the paddle-box, stood as upright as I could, and made the best of it. It was at this moment that I first beheld the terrible being who is the subject of my present recollections. Standing against the funnel, apparently with the intention of drying himself by the heat as fast as he got wet, was a shabby man in threadbare black, and with his hands in his pockets, who fascinated me from the memorable instant when I caught his eye. Where had I caught that eye before? Who was he? Why did I connect him, all at once, with the Vicar of Wakefield, Alfred the Great, Gil Blas, Charles II, Joseph and his brethren, the Fairy Queen, Tom Jones, the Decameron of Boccaccio, Tom O'Shanter, the marriage of the Doge of Venice with the Adriatic, and the Great Plague of London? Why, when he bent one leg and placed one hand upon the back of the seat near him, did my mind associate him wildly with the words, "Number 142, Portrait of a Gentleman"? Could it be that I was going mad? I looked at him again, and now I could have taken my affidavit that he belonged to the Vicar of Wakefield's family. Whether he was the Vicar, or Moses, or Mr. Burchill, or the Squire, or a conglomeration of all four, I knew not. But I was impelled to seize him by the throat and charge him with being, in some fell way, connected with the Primrose blood. He looked up at the rain, and then, oh heaven! he became St. John. He folded his arms, resigning himself to the weather, and I was frantically inclined to address him as a spectator, and firmly demand to know what he had done with Sir Roger de Coverley. The frightful suspicion that I was becoming deranged returned upon me with redoubled force. Meantime, this awful stranger, inexplicably linked to my distress, stood drying himself at the funnel, and ever, as the steam rose from his clothes, diffusing a mist around him, I saw through the ghostly medium all the people I have mentioned, and a score more, sacred and profane. I am conscious of a dreadful inclination that stole upon me, as it thundered and lightened, to grapple with this man, or demon, and plunge him over the side. But I constrained myself, I know not how, to speak to him, and in a pause of the storm I crossed the deck and said, "What are you?" He replied hoarsely, "A model." "A what?" said I. "A model," he replied. "I set to the profession for a bob an hour." All through this narrative I give his own words, which are indelibly imprinted on my memory. The relief which this disclosure gave me, the exquisite delight of the restoration of my confidences in my own sanity, I cannot describe. I should have fallen on his neck, but for the consciousness of being observed by the man at the wheel. "You, then," said I, shaking him so warmly by the hand, that I wrung the rain out of his coat cuff, "are the gentleman whom I have so frequently contemplated, in connection with a high-backed chair with a red cushion, and a table with twisted legs?" "I am that model," he rejoined moodily, "and I wish I was anything else." "Say not so," I returned. "I have seen you in the society of many beautiful young women," as in truth I had, and always, I now remember, in the act of making the most of his legs. "No doubt," said he, "and you've seen me along with vases of flowers, and any number of table kivers, and antique cabinets, and various gammon." "Sir?" said I. "And various gammon," he repeated in a louder voice. "You might have seen me in armour, too, if you had looked sharp. Blessed if I hadn't stood in half the suit of armour as ever came out of Pratt's shop, and sat, for weeks together, a-eating nothing out of half the gold and silver dishes as has ever been lent to the purpose of the Storreses, and Mortimerses, and Garradses, and Davenportses." Excited, as it appeared, by a sense of injury, I thought he would never have found an end for the last word, but at length it rolled sullenly away with a thunder. "Pardon me," said I. "You are a well-favoured, well-made man, and yet, forgive me, I find, on examining my mind, that I associate you with, that my recollection indistinctly makes you, in short, excuse me, a kind of powerful monster." "It would be a wonder if it didn't," he said. "Do you know what my points are?" "No," said I. "My throat and my legs," said he. "When I don't set for a head, I mostly sets for a throat and a pair of legs. Now, granted you was a painter and was to work at my throat for a week together, I suppose you'd see a lot of lumps and bumps there that would never be there at all if you looked at me complete instead of only my throat. wouldn't you?" "Probably," said I, surveying him. "Why, it stands to reason," said the model. "Work another week at my legs, and it'll be the same thing. You'll make 'em out as knotty and as knobbly as last, as if they were the trunks of two old trees. Then, take and stick my legs and throat onto another man's body, and you'll make 'em a regular monster. And that's the way the public gets their regular monsters, every first Monday in May, when the Royal Academy exhibition opens." "You are a critic," said I, with an air of deference. "I'm in an uncommon ill humour, if that's it," rejoined the model with a great indignation. "As if it warn't bad enough for a bob a hour for a man to be mixing himself up with that there jolly old furniture that one 'ud think the public know the very nails in by this time. Or to be putting on greasy old hats and cloaks, and playing tambourines in the Bay of Naples, with the Vesuvius a-smoking according to pattern in the background, and the wines a-bearing wonderful in the middle distance, or to be unpolitely kicking up his legs among a lot of gals, with no reason whatever in his mind but to show 'em, as if this warn't bad enough, I'm to go and be thrown out of employment too." "Surely not," said I. "Surely yes," said the indignant model. "But I'll grow one." The gloomy and threatening manner in which he muttered the last words can never be effaced from my remembrance. My blood ran cold. I asked of myself, what was it that this desperate being was resolved to grow? My breast made no response. I ventured to implore him to explain this meaning. With a scornful laugh, he uttered his dark prophecy. "I'll grow one, and mark my words, it shall haunt you." We parted in the storm, after I had forced half a crown on his acceptance with a trembling hand. I conclude that something supernatural happened to the steamboat as it bore his reeking figure down the river, but it never got into the papers. 2 years elapsed, during which I followed my profession without any vicissitudes, never holding so much as a motion, of course. At the expiration of that period, I found myself making my way home to the Temple, one night, in precisely such another storm of thunder and lightning as that by which I had been overtaken on board the steamboat, except that this storm, bursting over the town at midnight, was rendered much more awful by the darkness and the hour. As I turned into my court, I really thought a thunderbolt would fall and blow the pavement up. Every brick and stone in the place seemed to have an echo of its own for the thunder. The waterspouts were overcharged, and the rain came tearing down from the housetops as if they had been mountain-tops. Mrs. Parkins, my laundress, wife of Parkins the porter, then newly dread of a dropsy, had particular instructions to place a bedroom candle and a match under the staircase lamp on my landing, in order that I might light my candle there, whenever I came home. Mrs. Parkins invariably disregarding all instructions, they were never there. Thus it happened that on this occasion I groped my way into my sitting-room to find a candle, and came out to light it. What were my emotions when, underneath the staircase lamp, shining with wet as if he had never been dry since our last meeting, stood the mysterious being whom I had encountered on the steamboat in a thunderstorm 2 years before! His prediction rushed up on my mind, and I turned faint. "I said I'd do it," he observed in a hollow voice, "and I have done it. May I come in?" "Misguided creature, what have you done?" I returned. "I'll let you know," was his reply, "if you'll let me in." Could it be murder that he had done? And had he been so successful that he wanted to do it again at my expense? I hesitated. "May I come in?" said he. I inclined my head, with as much presence of mind as I could command, and he followed me into my chambers. There I saw that the lower part of his face was tied up in what is commonly called a Belcher's handkerchief. He slowly removed this bandage, and exposed to view a long dark beard, curling over his upper lip, twisting about the corners of his mouth, and hanging down upon his breast. "What is this?" I exclaimed involuntarily. "And what have you become?" I am the ghost of art, said he. The effect of these words, slowly uttered in the thunderstorm at midnight, was appalling in the last degree. More dead than alive, I surveyed him in silence. I am the ghost of art. The German taste came up, said he, and threw me out of bread. I am ready for the taste now. He made his beard a little jagged with his hands, folded his arms, and said, Severity. I shuddered. It was so severe. He made his beard flowing on his breast, and, leaning both hands on the staff of a carpet-broom which Mrs. Parkins had left among my books, said, Benevolence. I stood transfixed. The change of sentiment was entirely in the beard. The man might have left his face alone, or had no face. The beard did everything. He lay down on his back on my table, and with that action of his head threw up his beard at a chin. That's death, said he. He got off my table, and, looking up at the ceiling, cocked his beard a little awry, at the same time making it stick out before him. Adjuration, or a vow of vengeance, he observed. He turned his profile to me, making his upper lip very bulky with the upper part of his beard. Romantic character, said he. He looked sideways out of his beard, as if it were an ivy bush. Jealousy, said he. He gave it an ingenious twist in the air, and informed me that he was carousing. He made it shaggy with his fingers, and it was despair, lank, and it was avarice, tossed it all kinds of ways, and it was rage. The beard did everything. I am the ghost of art, said he. 2 bob a day now, and more when it's longer. Here's the true expression. There's no other. I said I'd grow it, and I've grown it, and it shall haunt you. He may have tumbled downstairs in the dark, but he never walked down or ran down. I looked over the banister, and I was alone with the thunder. Need I add more of my terrific fate? It has haunted me ever since. It glares upon me from the walls of the Royal Academy, except when Maclise subdues it to his genius. It fills my soul with terror at the British institution. It lures young artists on to their destruction. Go where I will, the ghost of art, eternally working the passions in hair, and expressing everything by beard, pursues me. The prediction is accomplished, and the victim has no rest. End of The Ghost of Art. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway. The 19th of May, 2012.
Out of Town. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 5. Out of Town, from Reprinted Pieces by Charles Dickens. Sitting on a bright September morning among my books and papers at my open window on the cliff overhanging the sea beach, I have the sky and ocean framed before me like a beautiful picture. A beautiful picture, but with such movement in it, such changes of light upon the sails of ships and wake of steamboats, such dazzling gleams of silver far out at sea, such fresh touches on the crisp wave-tops as they break and roll towards me. A picture with such music in the billowy rush upon the shingle, the blowing of morning wind through the corn-sheaves where the farmers' wagons are busy, the singing of the larks and the distant voices of children at play, such charms of sight and sound as all the galleries on earth can but poorly suggest. So dreamy is the murmur of the sea below my window that I may have been here, for anything I know, 100 years. Not that I have grown old, for daily on the neighbouring downs and grassy hillsides I find that I can still in reason walk any distance, jump over anything, and climb up anywhere. but that the sound of the ocean seems to have become so customary to my musings, and other realities seem so to have gone aboard ship and floated away over the horizon, that, for aught I will undertake to the contrary, I am the enchanted son of the king my father, shut up in a tower on the seashore for protection against an old she-goblin who insisted on being my godmother, and who foresaw at the font, wonderful creature, that I should get into a scrape before I was 21. I remember to have been in a city, my royal parents' dominions, I suppose, and apparently not long ago either, that was in the dreariest condition. The principal inhabitants had all been changed into old newspapers, and in that form were preserving their window blinds from dust, and wrapping all their smaller household gods in curl-papers. I walked through gloomy streets where every house was shut up and newspapered, and where my solitary footsteps echoed on the deserted pavements. In the public rides there were no carriages, no horses, no animated existence, but a few sleepy policemen, and a few adventurous boys taking advantage of the devastation to swarm up the lamp-posts. In the westward streets there was no traffic, in the westward shops no business. The water patterns which the prentices had trickled out on the pavements early in the morning remained uneffaced by human feet. At the corners of mews, Cochin china fowls stalked, gaunt and savage, nobody being left in the deserted city, as it appeared to me, to feed them. Public houses, where splendid footmen swinging their legs over gorgeous hammercloths beside wigged coachmen were wont to regale, were silent, and the unused pewter pots shone, too bright for business, on the shelves. I beheld a Punch's show leaning against a wall near Park Lane, as if it had fainted. It was deserted, and there were none to heed its desolation. In Belgrave Square I met the last man, an ostler, sitting on a post in a ragged red waistcoat, eating straw and mildewing away. If I recollect the name of the little town on whose shore this sea is murmuring, but I am not just now, as I have premised, to be relied upon for anything, it is Pavilionstone. Within a quarter of a century it was a little fishing town, and they do say that the time was when it was a little smuggling town. I have heard that it was rather famous in the Hollands and brandy way, and that coevally with that reputation the lamp-lighters was considered a bad life at the assurance offices. It was observed that if he were not particular about lighting up, he lived in peace, but that if he made the best of the oil lamps in the steep and narrow streets, he usually fell over the cliff at an early age. Now gas and electricity run to the very water's edge, and the South Eastern Railway Company screech at us in the dead of night. But the old little fishing and smuggling town remains, and is so tempting a place for the latter purpose, that I think of going out some night next week in a fur cap and a pair of petticoat trousers, and running an empty tub as a kind of archaeological pursuit. Let nobody with corns come to Pavilionstone, for there are breakneck flights of ragged steps connecting the principal streets by backways, which will cripple that visitor in half an hour. These are the ways by which, when I run that tub, I shall escape. I shall make a Thermopylae of the corner of one of them, defend it with my cutlass against the coastguard until my brave companions have sheered off, then dive into the darkness and regain my Susan's arms. In connection with these breakneck steps, I observe some wooden cottages, with tumble-down outhouses and backyards 3 feet square, adorned with garlands of dried fish, in one of which, though the General Board of Health might object, my Susan dwells. The South Eastern Company have brought Pavilionstone into such vogue, with their tidal trains and splendid steam packets, that a new Pavilionstone is rising up. I am myself of New Pavilionstone. We are a little mortary and limey at present, but we are getting on capitally. Indeed, we were getting on so fast at one time that we rather overdid it, and built a street of shops, the business of which may be expected to arrive in about 10 years. We are sensibly laid out in general, and with a little care and pains, by no means wanting so far, shall become a very pretty place. We ought to be, for our situation is delightful, our air is delicious, and our breezy hills and downs, carpeted with wild thyme and decorated with millions of wild flowers, are, on the faith of a pedestrian, perfect. In New Pavilionstone we are a little too much addicted to small windows with more bricks in them than glass, and we are not over fanciful in the way of decorative architecture, and we get unexpected sea views through cracks in the street doors. On the whole, however, we are very snug and comfortable and well accommodated. But the Home Secretary, if there be such an officer, cannot too soon shut up the burial ground of the old parish church. It is in the midst of us, and Pavilionstone will get no good of it if it be too long left alone. The Lion of Pavilionstone is its great hotel. A dozen years ago, going over to Paris by South Eastern tidal steamer, you used to be dropped upon the platform of the main line Pavilionstone station, not a junction then, at 11 o'clock on a dark winter's night in a roaring wind, and in the howling wilderness outside the station was a short omnibus which brought you up by the forehead the instant you got in at the door, and nobody cared about you, and you were alone in the world. You bumped over infinite chalk until you were turned out at a strange building which had just left off being a barn without having quite begun to be a house, where nobody expected your coming or knew what to do with you when you were come, and where you were usually blown about until you happened to be blown against the cold beef and finally into bed. At 5 in the morning you were blown out of bed, and after a dreary breakfast with crumpled company, in the midst of confusion, were hustled on board a steamboat and lay wretched on deck until you saw France lunging and surging at you with great vehemence over the bowsprit. Now you come down to Pavilionstone in a free and easy manner, an irresponsible agent made over in trust to the South Eastern Company, until you get out of the railway carriage at high water mark. If you are crossing by the boat at once, you have nothing to do but walk on board and be happy there, if you can. I can't. If you are going to our great Pavilionstone Hotel, the sprightliest porters under the sun, whose cheerful looks are a pleasant welcome, shoulder your luggage, drive it off in vans, bowl it away in trucks, and enjoy themselves in playing athletic games with it. If you are for public life at our great Pavilionstone Hotel, you walk into that establishment as if it were your club, and find ready for you your newsroom, dining room, smoking room, billiard room, music room, public breakfast, public dinner twice a day, one plain, one gorgeous, hot baths and cold baths. If you want to be bored, there are plenty of bores always ready for you, and from Saturday to Monday in particular you can be bored, if you like it, through and through. Should you want to be private at our great Pavilionstone Hotel, say but the word. Look at the list of charges, choose your floor, name your figure. There you are, established in your castle by the day, week, month, or year, innocent of all comers or goers, unless you have my fancy for walking early in the morning down the groves of boots and shoes which so regularly flourish at all the chamber doors before breakfast that it seems to me as if nobody ever got up or took them in. Are you going across the Alps, and would you like to air your Italian at our great Pavilionstone Hotel? Talk to the manager, always conversational, accomplished, and polite. Do you want to be aided, abetted, comforted, or advised at our great Pavilionstone Hotel? Send for the good landlord, and he is your friend. Should you or anyone belonging to you ever be taken ill at our great Pavilionstone Hotel, you will not soon forget him or his kind wife. And when you pay your bill at our great Pavilionstone Hotel, you will not be put out of humour by anything you find in it. A thoroughly good inn in the days of coaching and posting was a noble place, but no such inn would have been equal to the reception of 400 or 500 people, all of them wet through and half of them dead sick, every day in the year. This is where we shine in our Pavilionstone Hotel. Again, who, coming and going, pitching and tossing, boating and training, hurrying in and flying out, could ever have calculated the fees to be paid at an old-fashioned house? In our Pavilionstone Hotel vocabulary there is no such word as fee. Everything is done for you. Every service is provided at a fixed and reasonable charge. All the prices are hung up in all the rooms, and you can make out your own bill beforehand as well as the bookkeeper. In the case of your being a pictorial artist, desirous of studying at small expense the physiognomies and beards of different nations, come, on receipt of this, to Pavilionstone. You shall find all the nations of the earth, and all the styles of shaving and not shaving, hair-cutting and hair-letting alone, for ever flowing through our hotel. Couriers you shall see by hundreds, fat leathern bags for 5-franc pieces, closing with violent snaps, like discharges of firearms, by thousands. More luggage in a morning than 50 years ago all Europe saw in a week. Looking at trains, steamboats, sick travellers, and luggage is our great Pavilionstone recreation. We are not strong in other public amusements. We have a literary and scientific institution, and we have a working men's institution. May it hold many gipsy holidays in summer fields, with the kettle boiling, the band of music playing, and the people dancing. And may I be on the hillside, looking on with pleasure at a wholesome sight too rare in England. And we have 2 or 3 churches, and more chapels than I have yet added up. But public amusements are scarce with us. If a poor theatrical manager comes with his company to give us in a loft Mary Bax or The Murder on the Sandhills, we don't care much for him, starve him out, in fact. We take more kindly to waxwork, especially if it moves, in which case it keeps much clearer of the second commandment than when it is still. Cook's Circus, Mr. Cook is my friend and always leaves a good name behind him, gives us only a night in passing through. Nor does the travelling menagerie think us worth a longer visit. It gave us a look-in the other day, bringing with it the residentiary van with the stained-glass windows, which Her Majesty kept ready-made at Windsor Castle until she found a suitable opportunity of submitting it for the proprietor's acceptance. I brought away 5 wonderments from this exhibition. I have wondered ever since whether the beasts ever do get used to those small places of confinement, whether the monkeys have that very horrible flavour in their free state, whether wild animals have a natural ear for time and tune, and therefore every 4-footed creature began to howl in despair when the band began to play, what the giraffe does with his neck when his cart is shut up, and whether the elephant feels ashamed of himself when he is brought out of his den to stand on his head in the presence of the whole collection. We are a tidal harbour at Pavilionstone, as indeed I have implied already in my mention of tidal trains. At low water we are a heap of mud, with an empty channel in it, where a couple of men in big boots always shovel and scoop, with what exact object I am unable to say. At that time all the stranded fishing boats turn over on their sides, as if they were dead marine monsters. The colliers and other shipping stick disconsolate in the mud. The steamers look as if their white chimneys would never smoke more, and their red paddles never turn again. The green sea slime and weed upon the rough stones at the entrance seem records of obsolete high tides never more to flow. The flagstaff halyards droop. The very little wooden lighthouse shrinks in the idle glare of the sun. And here I may observe of the very little wooden lighthouse that when it is lighted at night, red and green, it looks so like a medical man's that several distracted husbands have at various times been found, on occasions of premature domestic anxiety, going round and round it, trying to find the night bell. But the moment the tide begins to make, the Pavilionstone Harbour begins to revive. It feels the breeze of the rising water before the water comes, and begins to flutter and stir. When the little shallow waves creep in, barely overlapping one another, the vanes at the mastheads wake and become agitated. As the tide rises, the fishing boats get into good spirits and dance. The flagstaff hoists a bright red flag, the steamboat smokes, cranes creak, horses and carriages dangle in the air, stray passengers and luggage appear. Now the shipping is afloat and comes up buoyantly to look at the wharf. Now the carts that have come down for coals load away as hard as they can load. Now the steamer smokes immensely and occasionally blows at the paddle boxes like a vaporous whale, greatly disturbing nervous loungers. Now both the tide and the breeze have risen, and you are holding your hat on, if you want to see how the ladies hold their hats on, with a stay passing over the broad brim and down the nose, come to Pavilionstone. Now everything in the harbour splashes, dashes, and bobs. Now the down tidal train is telegraphed, and you know, without knowing how you know, that 287 people are coming. Now the fishing boats that have been out sail in at the top of the tide. Now the bell goes, and the locomotive hisses and shrieks, and the train comes gliding in, and the 287 come scuffling out. Now there is not only a tide of water, but a tide of people and a tide of luggage, all tumbling and flowing and bouncing about together. Now, after infinite bustle, the steamer steams out, and we, on the pier, are all delighted when she rolls as if she would roll her funnel out, and all are disappointed when she don't. Now the other steamer is coming in, and the custom house prepares, and the wharf labourers assemble, and the hawsers are made ready, and the hotel porters come rattling down with van and truck, eager to begin more Olympic games with more luggage. And this is the way in which we go on down at Pavilionstone every tide. And if you want to live a life of luggage, or to see it lived, or to breathe sweet air which will send you to sleep at a moment's notice at any period of the day or night, or to disport yourself upon or in the sea, or to scamper about Kent, or to come out of town for the enjoyment of all or any of these pleasures, come to Pavilionstone. End of Out of Town by Charles Dickens.
Sunday under Three Heads. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn Spiegel. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 5. Sunday under Three Heads. A Dedication and Chapter 1. By Charles Dickens. Dedication. To the Right Reverend, the Bishop of London. My Lord, you were among the first, some years ago, to expatiate on the vicious addiction of the lower classes of society to Sunday excursions, and were thus instrumental in calling forth occasional demonstrations of those extreme opinions on the subject, which are generally received with derision, if not with contempt. Your elevated station, my Lord, affords you countless opportunities of increasing the comforts and pleasures of the humbler classes of society, not by the expenditure of the smallest portion of your princely income, but by merely sanctioning with the influence of your example their harmless pastimes and innocent recreations. That your lordship would ever have contemplated Sunday recreations with so much horror, if you had been at all acquainted with the wants and necessities of the people who indulged in them, I cannot imagine possible. That a prelate of your elevated rank has the faintest conception of the extent of those wants and the nature of those necessities, I do not believe. For these reasons, I venture to address this little pamphlet to your lord's consideration. I am quite conscious that the outlines I have drawn afford but a very imperfect description of the feelings they are intended to illustrate. But I claim for them one merit, their truth and freedom from exaggeration. I may have fallen short of the mark, but I have never overshot it. And while I have pointed out what appears to me to be the injustice on the part of others, I hope I have carefully abstained from committing it myself. I am, my lord, your lordship's most obedient, humble servant, Timothy Sparks. June, 1836. Chapter 1. As It Is. There are few things from which I derive greater pleasure than walking through some of the principal streets of London on a fine Sunday, in summer, and watching the cheerful faces of the lively groups with which they are thronged. There is something, to my eyes at least, exceedingly pleasing in the general desire evinced by the humbler classes of society to appear neat and clean on this their only holiday. There are many grave old persons, I know, who shake their heads with an air of profound wisdom, and tell you that poor people dress too well nowadays, that when they were children, folks knew their stations in life better. That you may depend upon it, no good will come of this sort of thing in the end, and so forth. But I fancy I can discern in the fine bonnet of the working man's wife, or the feather-bedizened hat of his child, no inconsiderable evidence of good feeling on the part of the man himself, and an affectionate desire to expend the few shillings he can spare from his week's wages in improving the appearance and adding to the happiness of those who are nearest and dearest to him. This may be a very heinous and unbecoming degree of vanity, perhaps, and the money might possibly be applied to better uses. It must not be forgotten, however, that it might very easily be devoted to worse, and if 2 or 3 faces can be rendered happy and contented by a trifling improvement of outward appearance, I cannot help thinking that the object is very cheaply purchased, even at the expense of a smart gown or a gaudy riband. There is a great deal of very unnecessary cant about the overdressing of the common people. There is not a manufacturer or tradesman in existence who would not employ a man who takes a reasonable degree of pride in the appearance of himself and those about him, in preference to a sullen, slovenly fellow, who works doggedly on, regardless of his own clothing and that of his wife and children, and seeming to take pleasure or pride in nothing. The pampered aristocrat, whose life is one continued round of licentious pleasures and sensual gratifications, or the gloomy enthusiast, who detests the cheerful amusements he can never enjoy, and envies the healthy feelings he can never know, who would put down the one and suppress the other, until he made the minds of his fellow beings as besotted and distorted as his own. Neither of these men can possibly form an adequate notion of what Sunday really is to those whose lives are spent in sedentary or laborious occupations, and who are accustomed to look forward to it through their whole existence as their only day of rest from toil and innocent enjoyment. The sun that rises over the quiet streets of London on a bright Sunday morning shines till his setting on gay and happy faces. Here and there, so early as 6 o'clock, a young man and woman in their best attire may be seen hurrying along on their way to the house of some acquaintance, who is included in their scheme of pleasure for the day, from whence, after stopping to take a bit of breakfast, they sally forth, accompanied by several old people and a whole crowd of young ones, bearing large hand-baskets full of provisions, and belcher handkerchiefs done up in bundles, with the neck of a bottle sticking out at the top, and closely packed apples bungling out at the sides, and away they hurry along the streets leading to the steam-packet wharves, which are already plentifully sprinkled with parties bound for the same destination. Their good humour and delight know no bounds, for it is a delightful morning, all blue overhead, and nothing like a cloud in the whole sky, and even the air of the river at London Bridge is something to them, shut up as they have been all the week in close streets and heated rooms. There are dozens of steamers to all sorts of places, Gravesend, Greenwich, and Richmond, and such number of people that when you have once sat down on the deck it is all but a moral impossibility to get up again, to say nothing of walking about, which is entirely out of the question. Away they go, joking and laughing, and eating and drinking, and admiring everything they see, and pleased with everything they hear, to climb Windmill Hill, and catch a glimpse of the rich cornfields and beautiful orchards of Kent, or to stroll along the fine old trees of Greenwich Park, and survey the wonders of Shooter's Hill and Lady James's Folly, or to glide past the beautiful meadows of Twickenham and Richmond, and to gaze with a delight which only people like them can know on every lovely object in the fair prospect around. Boat follows boat, and coach succeeds coach, for the next 3 hours, but all are filled, and all with the same kind of people, neat and clean, cheerful and contented. They reach their places of destination, and the taverns are crowded, but there is no drunkenness or brawling, for the class of men who commit the enormity of making Sunday excursions take their families with them, and this in itself would be a check upon them, even if they were inclined to dissipation, which they really are not. Boisterous their mirth may be, for they have all the excitement of feeling that fresh air and green fields can impart to the dwellers in crowded cities, but it is innocent and harmless. The glass is circulated, and the joke goes round, but the one is free from excess, and the other from offence, and nothing but good humour and hilarity prevail. In streets like Holborn and Tottenham Court Road, which form the central market of a large neighbourhood, inhabited by a vast number of mechanics and poor people, a few shops are open at an early hour in the morning, and a very poor man, with a thin and sickly woman by his side, may be seen with their little basket in hand, purchasing the scanty quantity of necessaries they can afford, which the time at which the man receives his wages, or his having a good deal of work to do, or the woman's having been out charing till a late hour, prevented their procuring overnight. The coffee shops, too, at which clerks and young men employed in counting-houses can procure their breakfasts, are also open. This class comprises, in a place like London, an enormous number of people, whose limited means prevent their engaging for their lodgings any apartment other than a bedroom, and who have consequently no alternative but to take their breakfasts at a coffee shop, or go without it altogether. All these places, however, are quickly closed, and by the time the church bells begin to ring, all appearance of traffic has ceased. And then, what are the signs of immorality that meet the eye? Churches are well filled. The dissenters' chapels are crowded to suffocation. There is no preaching to empty benches, while the drunken and dissolute populace run riot in the streets. Here is a fashionable church, where the service commences at a late hour for the accommodation of such members of the congregation, and they are not a few, as may happen to have lingered in the opera far into the morning of the Sabbath, an excellent contrivance for poising the balance between God and Mammon, and illustrating the ease with which a man's duties to both may be accommodated and adjusted. How the carriages rattle up, and deposit their richly dressed burdens beneath the lofty portico! The powdered footmen glide along the aisle, place the richly bound prayer books on the pew desks, slam the doors, and hurry away, leaving the fashionable members of the congregation to inspect each other through their glasses, and to dazzle and glitter in the eyes of the few shabby people in the free seats. The organ peals forth, the hired singers commence a short hymn, and the congregation condescendingly rise, stare about them, and converse in whispers. The clergyman enters the reading desk, a young man of noble family and elegant demeanour, notorious at Cambridge for his knowledge of horse-flesh and dancers, and celebrated at Eton for his hopeless stupidity. The service commences. Mark the soft voice in which he reads, and the impressive manner in which he applies his white hand, studded with brilliants, to his perfumed hair. Observe the graceful emphasis with which he offers up the prayers for the king, the royal family, and all the nobility, and the nonchalance with which he hurries over the more uncomfortable portions of the service, the seventh commandment, for instance, with a studied regard for the taste and feeling of his auditors, only to be equalled by that displayed by the sleek divine who succeeds him, who murmurs, in a voice kept down by rich feeding, most comfortable doctrines for exactly 12 minutes, and then arrives at the anxiously expected "Now to God," which is the signal for the dismissal of the congregation. The organ is again heard. Those who have been asleep wake up, and those who have been kept awake smile and seem greatly relieved. Bows and congratulations are exchanged. The livery servants are all bustle and commotion. Bang go the steps, up jump the footmen, and off rattle the carriages, the inmates discoursing on the dresses of the congregation, and congratulating themselves on having set so excellent an example to the community in general, and Sunday pleasurers in particular. Enter a less orthodox place of worship, and observe the contrast. A small close chapel with a whitewashed wall and plain deal pews and pulpit contains a closely packed congregation, as different in dress as they are opposed in manner to that we have just quitted. The hymn is sung, not by paid singers, but by the whole assembly at the loudest pitch of their voices, unaccompanied by any musical instrument, the words being given out, 2 lines at a time, by the clerk. There is something in the sonorous quavering of the harsh voices, in the lank and hollow faces of the men, and the sour solemnity of the women, which bespeaks this a stronghold of intolerant zeal and ignorant enthusiasm. The preacher enters the pulpit. He is a coarse, hard-faced man of forbidding aspect, clad in rusty black, and bearing in his hand a small plain Bible, from which he selects some passage for his text, while the hymn is concluding. The congregation fall upon their knees, and are hushed into profound stillness as he delivers an extempore prayer, in which he calls upon the sacred founder of the Christian faith to bless his ministry in terms of disgusting and impious familiarity not to be described. He begins his oration in a drawling tone, and his hearers listen with silent attention. He grows warmer as he proceeds with his subject, and his gesticulation becomes proportionately violent. He clenches his fists, beats the book upon the desk before him, and swings his arms wildly about his head. The congregation murmur their acquiescence in his doctrines, and a short groan occasionally bears testimony to the moving nature of his eloquence. Encouraged by these symptoms of approval, and working himself up to a pitch of enthusiasm amounting almost to frenzy, he denounces Sabbath breakers with the direst vengeance of offended heaven. He stretches his body half out of the pulpit, thrusts forth his arms with frantic gestures, and blasphemously calls upon the Deity to visit with eternal torments those who turn aside from the word, as interpreted and preached by himself. A low moaning is heard. The women rock their bodies to and fro, and wring their hands. The preacher's fervour increases. The perspiration starts upon his brow, his face is flushed, and he clenches his hands convulsively as he draws a hideous and appalling picture of the horrors prepared for the wicked in a future state. A great excitement is visible among his hearers. A scream is heard, and some young girl falls senseless on the floor. There is a momentary rustle, but it is only for a moment. All eyes are turned toward the preacher. He pauses, passes his handkerchief across his face, and looks complacently round. His voice resumes its natural tone, as with mock humility he offers up a thanksgiving for having been successful in his efforts, and having been permitted to rescue one sinner from the path of evil. He sinks back into his seat, exhausted with the violence of his ravings. The girl is removed. A hymn is sung. A petition for some measure for securing the better observance of the Sabbath, which has been prepared by the good man, is read, and his worshipping admirers struggle who shall be the first to sign it. But the morning service has concluded, and the streets are again crowded with people. Long rows of cleanly dressed charity children, preceded by a portly beadle and a withered schoolmaster, are returning to their welcome dinner, and it is evident, from the number of men with beer trays who are running from house to house, that no inconsiderable portion of the population are about to take theirs at this early hour. The bakers' shops in the humbler suburbs especially are filled with men and women and children, each anxiously waiting for the Sunday dinner. Look at the group of children who surround that working man who has just emerged from the baker's shop at the corner of the street, with the reeking dish in which a diminutive joint of mutton simmers above a vast heap of half-browned potatoes. How the young rogues clap their hands and dance round their father, for very joy at the prospect of the feast, and how anxiously the youngest and chubbiest of the lot lingers on tiptoe by his side, trying to get a peep into the interior of the dish. They turn up the street, and the chubby-faced boy trots on as fast as his little legs will carry him, to herald the approach of the dinner to mother, who is standing with a baby in her arms on the doorstep, and who seems almost as pleased with the whole scene as the children themselves. Whereupon baby, not precisely understanding the importance of the business at hand, but clearly perceiving that it is something unusually lively, kicks and crows most lustily, to the unspeakable delight of all the children and both parents, and the dinner is borne into the house amidst a shouting of small voices and jumping of fat legs, which would fill Sir Andrew Agnew with astonishment, as well it might, seeing that baronets, generally speaking, eat pretty comfortable dinners all the week through, and cannot be expected to understand what people feel, who only have a meat dinner on one day out of every 7. The bakings being all duly consigned to their respective owners, and the beer man having gone his rounds, the church bells ring for afternoon service. The shops are again closed, and the streets are more than ever thronged with people, some who have not been to church in the morning, going to it now, others who have been to church, going out for a walk, and others, let us admit the full measure of their guilt, going for a walk, who have not been to church at all. I am afraid the smart servant of all work, who has been loitering at the corner of the square for the last 10 minutes, is one of the latter class. She is evidently waiting for somebody, and though she may have made up her mind to go to church with him one of these mornings, I don't think they have any such intention on this particular afternoon. Here he is, at last. The white trousers, blue coat, and yellow waistcoat, and more especially that cock of the hat, indicate, as surely as inanimate objects can, that Chalk Farm and not the parish church is their destination. The girl colours up, and puts out her hand with a very awkward affectation of indifference. He gives it a gallant squeeze, and away they walk, arm in arm, the girl just looking back towards her place with an air of conscious self-importance, and nodding to her fellow-servant, who has gone up to the 2 pair of stairs window to take full view of Mary's young man, which being communicated to William, he takes off his hat to the fellow-servant, a proceeding which affords unmitigated satisfaction to all parties, and impels the fellow-servant to inform Miss Emily confidentially, in the course of the evening, that the young man as Mary keeps company with is one of the most genteelest young men as ever she see. The 2 young people, who have just crossed the road, and are following this happy couple down the street, are a fair specimen of another class of Sunday pleasurers. There is a dapper smartness, struggling through very limited means, about the young man, which induces one to set him down at once as a junior clerk to a tradesman or attorney. The girl no one could possibly mistake. You may tell a young woman in the employment of a large dressmaker at any time by a certain neatness of cheap finery and humble following of fashion, which pervade her whole attire. But unfortunately there are other tokens not to be misunderstood. The pale face with its hectic bloom, the slight distortion of form which no artifice of dress can wholly conceal, the unhealthy stoop and the short cough, the effects of hard work and close application to a sedentary employment upon a tender frame. They turn towards the fields. The girl's countenance brightens, and an unwonted glow rises in her face. They are going to Hampstead or Highgate to spend their holiday afternoon in some place where they can see the sky, the fields and trees, and breathe for an hour or two the pure air which so seldom plays upon that poor girl's form or exhilarates her spirits. I would to God that the iron-hearted man who would deprive such people as these of their only pleasures could feel the sinking of heart and soul, the wasting exhaustion of mind and body, the utter prostration of present strength and future hope, attendant upon that incessant toil which lasts from day to day, and from month to month, that toil which is too often protracted until the silence of midnight, and resumed with the first stir of morning. How marvellously would his ardent zeal for other men's souls diminish after a short probation, and how enlightened and comprehensive would his views of the real object and meaning of the institution of the Sabbath become! The afternoon is far advanced. The parks and public drives are crowded. Carriages, gigs, phaetons, stanhopes, and vehicles of every description glide smoothly on. The promenades are filled with loungers on foot, and the road is thronged with loungers on horseback. Persons of every class are crowded together, here, in one dense mass. The plebeian, who takes his pleasure on no day but Sunday, jostles the patrician, who takes his from year's end to year's end. You look in vain for any outward signs of profligacy or debauchery. You see nothing before you but a vast number of people, the denizens of a large and crowded city, in the needful and rational enjoyment of air and exercise. It grows dusk. The roads leading from the different places of suburban resort are crowded with people on their return home, and the sound of merry voices rings through the gradually darkening fields. The evening is hot and sultry. The rich man throws open the sashes of his spacious dining room, and quaffs his iced wine in splendid luxury. The poor man, who has no rooms to take his meals in, but the close apartment to which he and his family have been confined throughout the week, sits in the tea garden of some famous tavern, and drinks his beer in content and comfort. The fields and roads are gradually deserted. The crowd once more pour into the streets, and disperse to their several homes, and by midnight all is silent and quiet, save where a few stragglers linger beneath the window of some great man's house, to listen to the strains of music from within, or stop to gaze upon the splendid carriages which are waiting to convey the guests from the dinner party of an earl. There is a darker side to this picture, on which, so far from it being any part of my purpose to conceal it, I wish to lay particular stress. In some parts of London, and in many of the manufacturing towns of England, drunkenness and profligacy in their most disgusting forms exhibit in the open streets on Sunday a sad and degrading spectacle. We need go no farther than St. Giles or Drury Lane for sights and scenes of a most repulsive nature. Women with scarcely the articles of apparel which common decency requires, with forms bloated by disease and faces rendered hideous by habitual drunkenness, men reeling and staggering along, children in rags and filth, whole streets of squalid and miserable appearance, whose inhabitants are lounging in the public road, fighting, screaming, and swearing. These are the common objects which present themselves these are the well-known characteristics of, that portion of London to which I have just referred. And why is it that all well-disposed persons are shocked, and public decency scandalized by such exhibitions? These people are poor. That is notorious. It may be said that they spend in liquor money with which they might purchase necessaries, and there is no denying the fact. But let it be remembered that even if they applied every farthing of their earnings in the best possible way, they would still be very, very poor. Their dwellings are necessarily uncomfortable, and to a certain degree unhealthy. Cleanliness might do much, but they are too crowded together, the streets are too narrow, and the rooms too small, to admit of their ever being rendered desirable habitations. They work very hard all the week. We know that the effect of prolonged and arduous labor is to produce, when a period of rest does arrive, a sensation of lassitude, which it requires the application of some stimulus to overcome. What stimulus have they? Sunday comes, and with it a cessation of labor. How are they to employ the day? What inducements have they to employ it in recruiting their stock of health? They see little parties, on pleasure excursions, passing through the streets, but they cannot imitate their example, for they have not the means. They may walk, to be sure, but it is exactly the inducement to walk that they require. If every one of these men knew that by taking the trouble to walk 2 or 3 miles he would be enabled to share in a good game of cricket or some athletic sport, I very much question whether any of them would remain at home. But you hold out no inducement. You offer no relief from listlessness. You provide nothing to amuse his mind. You afford no means of exercising his body. Unwashed and unshaven, he saunters moodily around, weary and dejected. In lieu of the wholesome stimulus he might derive from nature, you drive him to the pernicious excitement to be gained from art. He flies to the gin shop as his only resource, and when, reduced to a worse level than the lowest brute in the scale of creation, he lies wallowing in the kennel, you saintly lawgivers lift up your hands to heaven, and exclaim for a law which shall convert the day intended for rest and cheerfulness into one of universal gloom, bigotry, and persecution. End of chapter 1. Sunday Under Three Heads, Chapter 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A recording by MaryAnn Spiegel. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 5. Sunday Under Three Heads, Chapter 2, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 2. A Sabbath as Bills Would Make It. The provisions of the bill, introduced into the House of Commons by Sir Andrew Agnew, and thrown out by that House on the motion for the second reading, on the 18th of May in the present year, by a majority of 32, may very fairly be taken as a test of the length to which the fanatics, of which the Honourable Baronet is the distinguished leader, are prepared to go. No test can be fairer, because while on the one hand this measure may be supposed to exhibit all the improvements which mature reflection and long deliberation may have suggested, so on the other it may very reasonably be inferred that if it be quite as severe in its provisions, and to the full as partial in its operation, as those which have preceded it and experienced a similar fate, the disease under which the Honourable Baronet and his friends labour is perfectly hopeless and beyond the reach of cure. The proposed enactments of the bill are briefly these. All work is prohibited on the Lord's Day, under heavy penalties, increasing with every repetition of the offence. There are penalties for keeping shops open, penalties for drunkenness, penalties for keeping open houses of entertainment, penalties for being present at any public meeting or assembly, penalties for letting carriages, and penalties for hiring them, penalties for travelling in steamboats, and penalties for taking passengers, penalties on vessels commencing their voyage on Sunday, penalties on the owners of cattle who suffer them to be driven on the Lord's Day, penalties on constables who refuse to act, and penalties for resisting them when they do. In addition to these trifles, the constables are invested with arbitrary, vexatious, and most extensive powers, and all this in a bill which sets out with a hypocritical and canting declaration that nothing is more acceptable to God than the true and sincere worship of him according to his holy will, and that it is the burden and the bounden duty of Parliament to promote the observance of the Lord's Day, by protecting every class of society against being required to sacrifice their comfort, health, religious privileges, and conscience for the convenience, enjoyment, or supposed advantage of any other class on the Lord's Day. The idea of making a man truly moral through the ministry of constables, and sincerely religious under the influence of penalties, is worthy of the mind which could form such a mass of monstrous absurdity as this bill is composed of. The House of Commons threw the measure out certainly, and by so doing retrieved the disgrace, so far as it could be retrieved, of placing among the printed papers of Parliament such an egregious specimen of legislative folly. But there was a degree of delicacy and forbearance about the debate that took place, which I cannot help thinking as unnecessary and uncalled for, as it is unusual in parliamentary discussions. If it had been the first time of Sir Andrew Agnes's attempt to palm such a measure upon the country, we might well understand, and duly appreciate, the delicate and compassionate feeling due to the supposed weakness and imbecility of the man, which prevented his proposition being exposed in its true colours, and induced this honourable member to bear testimony to his excellent motives, and that noble lord to regret that he could not, although he had tried to do so, adopt any portion of the bill. But when these attempts have been repeated, again and again, when Sir Andrew Agnew has renewed them session after session, and when it has become palpably evident to the whole House that his impudence of proof in every trial kens no polite and heeds no plain denial, it really becomes high time to speak of him and his legislation as they appear to deserve, without that gloss of politeness which is all very well in an ordinary case, but rather out of place when the liberties and comforts of a whole people are at stake. In the first place, it is by no means the worst characteristic of this bill that it is a bill of blunders. It is, from beginning to end, a piece of deliberate cruelty and crafty injustice. If the rich composed the whole population of this country, not a single comfort of one single man would be affected by it. It is directed exclusively, and without the exception of a solitary instance, against the amusements and recreations of the poor. This was the bait held out by the honourable baronet to a body of men who cannot be supposed to have any very strong sympathies in common with the poor, because they cannot understand their sufferings or their struggles. This is the bait which will in time prevail, unless public attention is awakened and public feeling exerted to prevent it. Take the very first clause, the provision that no man shall be allowed to work on Sunday. That no person upon the Lord's Day shall do, or hire, or employ any person to do any manner of labour, or any work of his or her ordinary calling. What class of persons does this affect? The rich man? No. Menial servants, both male and female, are specially exempted from the operation of the bill. Menial servants are among the poor people. The bill has no regard for them. The baronet's dinner must be cooked on Sunday, the bishop's horses must be groomed, and the peer's carriage must be driven. So the menial servants are put utterly beyond the pale of grace, unless indeed they are to go to heaven through the sanctity of their masters, and possibly they might think even that rather an uncertain passport. There is a penalty for keeping open houses of entertainment. Now, Suppose the bill had passed, and that half a dozen adventurous licensed victuallers, relying upon the excitement of public feeling on the subject, and the consequent difficulty of conviction (this is by no means an improbable supposition), had determined to keep their houses and gardens open through the whole Sunday afternoon, in defiance of the law. Every act of hiring or working, every act of buying or selling, or delivering, or causing anything to be bought or sold, is specifically made a separate offence. Mark the effect. A party, a man and his wife and children, enter a tea garden, and the informer stations himself in the next box, from which he can see and hear everything that passes. "Waiter," says the father. "Yes, sir." "A pint of the best ale." "Yes, sir." Away runs the waiter to the bar, and gets the ale from the landlord. Out comes the informer's notebook. Penalty on the father for hiring, on the waiter for delivering, and on the landlord for selling, on the Lord's Day. But it does not stop here. The waiter delivers the ale, and darts off, little suspecting the penalties in store for him. "Hullo!" cries the father. "Waiter!" "Yes, sir." "Just get this little boy a biscuit, will you?" "Yes, sir." Off runs the waiter again, and down goes another case of hiring, another case of delivering, and another case of selling. And so it would go on ad infinitum, the sum and substance of the matter being, that every time a man or woman cried "Waiter" on Sunday, he or she would be fined not less than 40 shillings, nor more than 100; and every time a waiter replied "Yes, sir," he and his master would be fined in the same amount, with the addition of a new sort of window duty on the landlord, to wit, a tax of 20 shillings an hour for every hour beyond the first one, during which he should have his shutters down on the Sabbath. With one exception, there are perhaps no clauses in the whole bill so strongly illustrative of its partial operation, and the intention of its framer, as those which relate to travelling on Sunday. Penalties of 10, 20, and 30 pounds are mercilessly imposed upon coach proprietors who shall run their coaches on the Sabbath. 1, 2, and 10 pounds upon those who hire, or let to hire, horses and carriages upon the Lord's Day; but not one syllable about those who have no necessity to hire, because they have carriages and horses of their own; not one word of penalty on liveried coachmen and footmen. The whole of the saintly venom is directed against the hired cabriolet, the humble fly, or the rumbling hackney coach, which enables a man of the poorer classes to escape for a few hours from the smoke and dirt, in the midst of which he has been confined throughout the week, while the escutcheoned carriage and the dashing cab may whirl their wealthy owners to Sunday feasts and private oratorios, setting constables, informers, and penalties at defiance. Again, in the description of the places of public resort which it is rendered criminal to attend on Sunday, there are no words comprising a very fashionable promenade. Public discussions, public debates, public lectures and speeches, are cautiously guarded against, for it is by their means that the people become enlightened enough to deride the last efforts of bigotry and superstition. There is a stringent provision for punishing the poor man who spends an hour in a newsroom, but there is nothing to prevent the rich one from lounging away the day at the Zoological Gardens. There is, in 4 words, a mock proviso, which affects to forbid travelling with any animal on the Lord's Day. This, however, is revoked, as it relates to the rich man, by a subsequent provision. We have then a penalty of not less than 50, nor more than 100 pounds, upon any person participating in the control or having the command of any vessel which shall commence her voyage on the Lord's Day, should the wind prove favourable. The next time this bill is brought forward, which will no doubt be at an early period of the next session of Parliament, perhaps it would be better to amend this clause by declaring, that from and after the passing of the Act it shall be deemed unlawful for the wind to blow at all upon the Sabbath. It would remove a great deal of temptation from the owners and captains of vessels. The reader is now in possession of the principal enacting clauses of Sir Andrew Agnew's bill, with the exception of one, for preventing the killing or taking of fish or other wild animals, and the ordinary provisions which are inserted for form's sake in all acts of Parliament. I now beg his attention to the clauses of exemption. They are 2 in number. The first exempts menial servants from any rest, and all poor men from any recreation; outlaws a milkman after 9 o'clock in the morning, and makes eating-houses lawful for only 2 hours in the afternoon; permits a medical man to use his carriage on Sunday, and declares that a clergyman may either use his own or hire one. The second is artful, cunning, and designing, shielding the rich man from the possibility of being entrapped, and affecting at the same time to have a tender and scrupulous regard for the interests of the whole community. It declares, that nothing in this act contained shall extend to works of piety, charity, or necessity. What is meant by the word necessity in this clause? Simply this, that the rich man shall be at liberty to make use of all the splendid luxuries he has collected around him on any day in the week, because habit and custom have rendered them necessary to his easy existence; but that the poor man who saves his money to provide some little pleasure for himself and his family at lengthened intervals, shall not be permitted to enjoy it. It is not necessary to him. Heaven knows, he very often goes long enough without it. This is the plain English of the clause. The carriage and a pair of horses, the coachman, the footman, the helper, and the groom, are necessary on Sundays, as on other days, to the bishop and the nobleman. But the hackney coach, the hired gig, or the taxed cart, cannot possibly be necessary to the working man on Sunday, for he has it not at other times. The sumptuous dinner and the rich wines are necessaries to a great man in his own mansion, but the pint of beer and the plate of meat degrade the national character in an eating-house. Such is the bill for promoting the true and sincere worship of God according to his holy will, and for protecting every class of society against being required to sacrifice their health and comfort on the Sabbath. Instances in which its operation would be as unjust as it would be absurd, might be multiplied to an endless amount; but it is sufficient to place its leading provisions before the reader. In doing so, I have purposely abstained from drawing upon the imagination for possible cases. The provisions to which I have referred stand in so many words upon the bill as printed by order of the House of Commons, and they can neither be disowned nor explained away. Let us suppose such a bill as this to have actually passed both branches of the legislature, to have received the royal assent, and to have come into operation. Imagine its effect in a great city like London. Sunday comes, and brings with it a day of general gloom and austerity. The man who has been toiling hard all the week, has been looking towards the Sabbath, not as to a day of rest from labour and healthy recreation, but as one of grievous tyranny and grinding oppression. The day which his Maker intended as a blessing, man has converted into a curse. Instead of being hailed by him as his period of relaxation, he finds it remarkable only as depriving him of every comfort and enjoyment. He has many children about him, all sent into the world at an early age to struggle for a livelihood. One is kept in a warehouse all day, with an interval of rest too short to enable him to reach home. Another walks 4 or 5 miles to his employment at the docks. A third earns a few shillings weekly, as an errand boy or an office messenger, and the employment of the man himself detains him at some distance from his house from morning till night. Sunday is the only day on which they could all meet together and enjoy a homely meal in social comfort. And now they sit down to a cold and cheerless dinner, the pious guardians of the man's salvation having, in their regard for the welfare of his precious soul, shut up the bakers' shops. The fire blazes high in the kitchen chimney of these well-fed hypocrites, and the rich steams of the savoury dinner scent the air. What care they to be told that this class of men have neither a place to cook in, nor means to bear the expense, if they had? Look into your churches, diminished congregations, and scanty attendance. People have grown sullen and obstinate, and are becoming disgruntled with the faith which condemns them to such a day as this, once in every 7. And as you cannot make people religious by Act of Parliament, or force them to church by constables, they display their feeling by staying away. Turn into the streets, and mark the rigid gloom that reigns over everything around. The roads are empty, the fields are deserted, the houses of entertainment are closed. Groups of filthy and discontented men are idling about the street corners, or sleeping in the sun, but there are no decently dressed people of the poorer classes passing to and fro. Where should they walk to? It would take them an hour, at least, to get into the fields, and when they reached them, they could procure neither bite nor sup without the informer and the penalty. Now and then a carriage rolls smoothly on, or a well-mounted horseman, followed by a liveried attendant, canters by, but with these exceptions, all is as melancholy and quiet as if a pestilence had fallen on the city. Bend your steps through the narrow and thickly inhabited streets. Observe the sallow faces of the men and women who are lounging at the doors, or lolling from the windows. Regard well the closeness of these crowded rooms, and the noisome exhalations that rise from the drains and kennels. And then laud the triumph of religion and morality, which condemns people to drag their lives out in such stews as these, and makes it criminal for them to eat or drink in the fresh air, or under the clear sky. Here and there, from some half-opened window, the loud shout of drunken revelry strikes upon the ear, and the noise of oaths and quarrelling. The effect of the close and heated atmosphere is heard on all sides. See how the men all rush to join the crowd that are making their way down the street, and how loud the execrations of the mob become as they draw near. They have assembled round a little knot of constables, who have seized the stock in trade, heinously exposed on Sunday, of some miserable walking-stick seller, who follows clamouring for his property. The dispute grows warmer and fiercer, until at last some of the more furious among the crowd rush forward to restore the goods to their owner. A general conflict takes place. The sticks of the constables are exercised in all directions. Fresh assistance is procured, and half a dozen of the assailants are conveyed to the station-house, struggling, bleeding, and cursing. The case is taken to the police office on the following morning, and after a frightful amount of perjury on both sides, the men are sent to prison for resisting the officers, their families to the workhouse to keep them from starving, and there they both remain for a month afterwards, glorious trophies of the sanctioned enforcement of the Christian Sabbath. And to such scenes as these, the profligacy, idleness, drunkenness, and vice that will be committed to an extent which no man can foresee, on Monday, as an atonement for the restraint on the preceding day. And you have a very faint and imperfect picture of the religious effects of this Sunday legislation, supposing it could ever be forced upon the people. But let those who advocate the cause of fanaticism reflect well upon the probable issue of their endeavours. They may, by perseverance, succeed with Parliament. Let them ponder on the probability of succeeding with the people. You may deny the concession of a political question for a time, and a nation will bear it patiently. Strike home to the comforts of every man's fireside, tamper with every man's freedom and liberty, and 1 month, 1 week, may rouse a feeling abroad, which a king would gladly yield his crown to quell, and a peer would resign his coronet to allay. It is the custom to affect a deference for the motives of those who advocate these measures, and a respect for the feelings by which they are actuated. They do not deserve it. If they legislate in ignorance, they are criminal and dishonest. If they do so with their eyes open, they commit wilful injustice. In either case, they bring religion into contempt. but they do not legislate in ignorance. Public prince and public men have pointed out to them again and again the consequences of their proceedings. If they persist in thrusting themselves forward, let these consequences rest upon their own heads, and let them be content to stand upon their own merits. It may be asked, what motives can actuate a man who has so little regard for the comfort of his fellow beings, so little respect for their wants and necessities, and so distorted a notion of the beneficence of his Creator? I reply, an envious, heartless, ill-conditioned dislike to seeing those whom fortune has placed below him cheerful and happy, an intolerant confidence in his own high worthiness before God, and a lofty impression of the demerits of others. Pride, selfish pride, as inconsistent with the spirit of Christianity itself, as opposed to the example of its founder upon earth. To these might be added another class of men, the stern and gloomy enthusiasts, who would make earth a hell, and religion a torment. Men who, having wasted the earlier part of their lives in dissipation and depravity, find themselves when scarcely past its meridian, steeped to the neck in vice, and shunned like a loathsome disease. Abandoned by the world, having nothing to fall back upon, nothing to remember but time misspent, and energies misdirected, they turn their eyes and not their thoughts to heaven, and delude themselves into the impious belief that, in denouncing the lightness of heart of which they cannot partake, and the rational pleasures from which they never derived enjoyment, they are more than remedying the sins of their old career, and, like the founders of monasteries and builders of churches in ruder days, establishing a good set claim upon their Maker. End of Sunday Under Three Heads, Chapter 2.
Sunday Under Three Heads, Chapter 3. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Siddharth. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 5. Sunday Under Three Heads, Chapter 3. By Charles Dickens. Chapter 3. As it might be made. The supporters of Sabbath bills, and more especially the extreme class of dissenters, lay great stress upon the declarations occasionally made by criminals from the condemned cell or the scaffold, that to Sabbath-breaking they attribute their first deviation from the path of rectitude, and they point to these statements as an incontestable proof of the evil consequences which await a departure from that strict and rigid observance of the Sabbath which they uphold. I cannot help thinking that in this, as in almost every other respect connected with the subject, there is a considerable degree of cant and a very great deal of wilful blindness. If a man be viciously disposed, and with very few exceptions, not a man dies by the executioner's hands who has not been in one way or other a most abandoned and profligate character for many years. If a man be viciously disposed, there is no doubt that he will turn his Sunday to bad account, that he will take advantage of it to dissipate with other bad characters as vile as himself, and that in this way he may trace his first yielding to temptation, possibly his first commission of crime, to an infringement of the Sabbath. But this would be an argument against any holiday at all. If his holiday had been Wednesday instead of Sunday, and he had devoted it to the same improper uses, it would have been productive of the same results. It is too much to judge of the character of a whole people by the confessions of the very worst members of society, It is not fair to cry down things which are harmless in themselves, because evil-disposed men may turn them to bad account. Who ever thought of depreciating the teaching of poor people to write because some porter in a warehouse had committed forgery? Or into what man's head did it ever enter to prevent the crowding of churches because it afforded a temptation for the picking of pockets? When the Book of Sports, for allowing the peasantry of England to divert themselves with certain games in the open air on Sundays after evening service, was published by Charles I, it is needless to say the English people were comparatively rude and uncivilized, and yet it is extraordinary to how few excuses it gave rise, even in that day when men's minds were not enlightened, or their passions moderated by the influence of education and refinement. That some excesses were committed through its means in the remote parts of the country, and that it was discontinued in those places in consequence, cannot be denied. But generally speaking, there is no proof whatever on record of its having any tendency to increase crime or to lower the character of the people. The Puritans of that time were as much opposed to harmless recreations and healthful amusements as those of the present day, and it is amusing to observe that each in their generation advanced precisely the same description of arguments. In the British Museum there is a curious pamphlet got up by the Agnes of Charles' time, entitled A Divine Tragedy Lately Acted, or a collection of sundry memorable examples of God's judgments upon Sabbath breakers. Another like libertines in their unlawful sports, happening within the realm of England, in the compass only of 2 years last past, since the Book of Sports was published, worthy to be known, and considered of all men, especially such who are guilty of the sin, or arch-patrons thereof. This amusing document contains some 50 or 60 veritable accounts of balls of fire that fell into the churchyards and upset the sporters, and sporters that quarrelled and upset one another, and so forth. And among them is one anecdote containing an example of a rather different kind, which I cannot resist the temptation of quoting, as strongly illustrative of the fact that this blinking of the question has not even the recommendation of novelty. A woman about Northampton, the same day that she heard the book for sports read, went immediately, and having 3 pence in her purse, hired a fellow to go to the next town to fetch a minstrel, who coming, she with others fell a dancing, which continued within night, at which time she was got with child, which at the birth she, mothering, was detected and apprehended, and being converted before the justice, she confessed it, and with her told the occasion of it, saying it was her falling to sport on the Sabbath, upon the reading of the book, so as for this terrible sinful act, her presumptuous profaning of the Sabbath, which brought her adultery and that murder, she was according to the law of both God and man put to death. Much sin and misery followed upon Sabbath breaking. It's needless to say that if the young lady near Northampton had fallen to sport of such dangerous description on any other day but Sunday, the first result would have probably been the same, it never having been distinctly shown that Sunday is more favourable to the propagation of the human race than any other day in the week. The second result, murder of the child, does not speak very highly of the amiability of her natural disposition, and the whole story, supposing it to have had any foundation at all, is about as much chargeable upon the Book of Sports as upon the Book of Kings. Such sports have taken place in dissenting chapels before now, but religion has never been blamed in consequence, nor has it been proposed to shut up the chapels on that account. The question then very fairly arises, whether we have any reason to suppose that allowing games in the open air on Sundays, or even providing the means of amusement for the humbler classes of society on that day, would be hurtful and injurious to the character and morals of the people. I was travelling in the west of England a summer or two back, and was induced by the beauty of the scenery and the seclusion of the spot to remain for the night in a small village, distant about 70 miles from London. The next morning was Sunday, and I walked out towards the church. Groups of people, the whole population of the little hamlet apparently, were hastening in the same direction. Cheerful and good-humoured congratulations were heard on all sides as neighbours overtook each other and walked on in company. Occasionally I passed an aged couple whose married daughter and her husband were loitering by the side of the old people, accommodating their rate of walking to their feeble pace, while a little knot of children hurried on before. Stout young labourers in clean round frocks and buxom girls with healthy laughing faces were plentifully sprinkled about in couples, and the whole scene was one of quiet and tranquil contentment, irresistibly captivating. The morning was bright and pleasant. The hedges were green and blooming, and 1,000 delicious scents were wafted on the air from the wild flowers which blossomed on the either side of the footpath. The little church was one of those venerable simple buildings which about in English countries, half overgrown with moss and ivy, and standing in the centre of a little plot of ground which, but for the green moulds with which it was studded, might have passed for a lovely meadow. I fancied that the old clanking bell, which was now summoning the congregation together, would seem less terrible when it rung out the knell of a departed soul than I had ever deemed possible before. That the sound would tell only of a welcome to calmness and rest amidst the most peaceful and tranquil scene in nature. I followed into the church, a low roofed building with small arched windows, through which the sun's rays streamed upon a plain tablet on the opposite wall, which had once recorded names, now as undistinguishable on its worn surface as were the bones beneath, from the dust into which they had resolved. The impressive service of the Church of England was spoken, not merely read, by a grey-headed minister, and the responses delivered by his auditors, with an air of sincere devotion as far removed from affection or display as from coldness or indifference. The psalms were accompanied by a few instrumental performers who were stationed in a small gallery extending across the church at the lower end, over the door, and the voices were led by the clerk, who, it was evident, derived into slight pride and gratification from this portion of the service. The discourse was plain, unpretending, and well adapted to the comprehension of the hearers. At the conclusion of the service, the villagers waited in the churchyard to salute the clergyman as he passed, and 2 or 3 I observed stepped aside as if communicating some little difficulty and asking his advice. This, to guess from homely bows and other rustic expressions of gratitude, the old gentleman readily conceded. He seemed intimately acquainted with the circumstances of all his parishioners, for I heard him inquire after one man's youngest child, another man's wife, and so forth, that he was fond of his joke. I discovered from overhearing him ask a stout, fresh-coloured young fellow with a very pretty, bashful-looking girl on his arm, when those banns were to be put up, an inquiry which made the young fellow more fresh-coloured and the girl more bashful, and which, strange to say, caused a great many other girls who were standing round to colour up also, and look anywhere but in their faces of their male companions. As I approached this spot in the evening, about half an hour before sunset, I was surprised to hear the hum of voices and occasionally a shout of merriment from the meadow beyond the churchyard, which I found, when I reached the stile, to be occasioned by a very animated game of cricket, in which the boys and young men of the place were engaged, while the females and the old people were scattered about, some seated on the grass watching the progress of the game, and others sauntering about in groups of 2 or 3, gathering little nosegays of wild roses and hedge flowers. I could not but take notice of one old man in particular, with bright-eyed granddaughter by his side, who was giving a sunburnt young fellow some instructions in the game, which he received with an air of profound deference, but with an occasional glance at the girl, which induced me to think that his attention was rather distracted from the old gentleman's narration of the fruits of his experience. When it was in his turn at the wicket too, there was a glance towards the pair every now and then, which the old grandfather very complacently considered as an appeal to his judgment of a particular hit, but which a certain blush in the girl's face and a downcast look of the bright eye led me to believe was intended for somebody else than the old man, and understood by somebody else too, or I am much mistaken. I was in the very height of pleasure which the contemplation of this scene afforded me, when I saw the old clergyman making his way towards us. I trembled for an angry interruption to the sport, and was almost on the point of crying out, to warn the cricketers of his approach. He was so close upon me, however, that I could do nothing but remain still, and anticipate the reproof that was preparing. What was my agreeable surprise to see the old gentleman standing at the stile, with his hands in his pocket, surveying the whole scene with evident satisfaction, and how dull I must have been not to have known till my friend the grandfather, who, by the by, said he had been a wonderful cricketer in his time, told me that it was the clergyman himself who had established the whole thing, that it was his field they played in, and that it was he who had purchased stumps, bats, ball, and all. It is such scenes as this I would see near London on a Sunday evening. It is such men as this who would do more in 1 year to make people properly religious, cheerful, and contented, than all the legislation of a century could ever accomplish. It will be said, it has been very often that it would be matter of perfect impossibility to make amusements and exercises succeed in large towns, which may be very well adapted to a country population. Here again we are called upon to yield to bare assertions on matters of belief and opinion, as if they were established and undoubted facts. That there is a wide difference between the two cases, no one will be prepared to dispute. That the difference is such as to prevent the application of the same principle to wealth, no reasonable man, I think, will be disposed to maintain. The great majority of the people who make holiday on Sunday now are industrious, orderly, and well-behaved persons. It is not unreasonable to suppose that they would be no more inclined to an abuse of pleasure provided for them than they are to an abuse of the pleasures they provide for themselves. And if any people, for want of something better to do, resort to criminal practices on the Sabbath, as at present observed, no better remedy for the evil can be imagined than giving them the opportunity of doing something which will amuse them and hurt nobody else. The propriety of opening the British Museum to respectable people on Sunday has lately been the subject of some discussion. I think it would puzzle the most austere of the Sunday legislators to assign any valid reason for opposing so sensible a proposition. The museum contains rich specimens from all the vast museums and repositories of nature, and rare and curious fragments of the mighty works of art in bygone ages, all calculated to awaken contemplations and inquiry, and to tend to the enlightenment and improvement of the people. But attendance would be necessary, and a few men would be employed upon the Sabbath. They certainly would, but how many? What if the British Museum and the National Gallery and the Gallery of Practical Science and every other exhibition in London, from which knowledge is to be derived and information gained, were to be thrown open on a Sunday afternoon? Not 50 people would be required to preside over the whole, and it would take triple the number to enforce a Sabbath bill in any 3 populous parishes. I shall like to see some large field or open piece of ground in every outskirt of London exhibiting each Sunday evening on a larger scale the scene of a little country meadow. I should like to see the time arrive when a man's attendance to his religious duties might be left to that religious feeling which most men possess in a greater or less degree, but which was never forced into the breast of any man by menace or restraint. I should like to see the time when Sunday might be looked forward to as a recognized day of relaxation and enjoyment, and when every man might feel, what few men do now, that religion is not incompatible with rational pleasure and needful recreation. How different a picture would the streets and public places then present! The museums and the repositories of scientific and useful inventions would be crowded with ingenious mechanics and industrious artisans, all anxious for information and all unable to procure it at any other time. The spacious saloons would be swarming with practical men, humble in appearance, but destined, perhaps, to become the greatest inventors and philosophers of the age. The labourers who now lounge away the day in idleness and intoxication would be seen hurrying along with cheerful faces and clean attire, not to the close and smoky atmosphere of the public house, but to the fresh and airy fields. Fancy the pleasant scene. Throngs of people pouring out from the lanes and alleys of the metropolis to various places of common resort at some short distance from the town to join in the refreshing sports and exercises of the day. The children gambolling in crowds upon the grass, the mothers looking on and enjoying themselves the little game they seem to only direct. Other parties strolling along some pleasant walks, or reposing in the shade of the stately trees, others of manly voices and loud shout of mirth, others again intent upon their different amusements. Nothing should be heard on all sides but the sharp stroke of the bat as it sent the ball skimming along the ground, the clear ring of the quoit as it struck upon the iron peg, the noisy murmur of many voices, and the loud shout of mirth and delight, which would awaken the echoes far and wide, till the fields rung with it. The day would pass away in a series of enjoyments, which would awaken no painful reflections when night arrived, for they would be calculated to bring with them only health and contentment. The young would lose that dread of religion, which the sore austerity of its professors too often inculcates in youthful blossoms, and the old would find less difficulty in persuading them to respect its observances. The drunken and dissipated, deprived of any excuse for their misconduct, would no longer excite pity but disgust. Above all, the more ignorant and humble class of men, who now partake of many of the bitters of life and taste but few of its sweetness, would naturally feel attachment and respect for that code of morality which, regarding the many hardships of their station, strove to alleviate its rigours, and endeavoured to soften its asperity. This is what Sunday might be made, and what it might be made without impiety or profanation. The wise and beneficent Creator who places men upon earth requires that they shall perform the duties of that station of life to which they are called, and he can never intend that the more a man strives to discharge those duties, the more he shall be debarred from happiness and enjoyment. Let those who have 6 days in a week for all the world's pleasures appropriate the 7th to fasting and gloom, either for their own sins or for those of other people, if they like to bewail them. But let those who employ their 6 days in a worthier manner devote their 7th to a different purpose. let divines set the example of true morality, preach it to their flocks in the morning and dismiss them to enjoy true rest in the afternoon, and let them select for their text, and let Sunday legislatures take for their motto the words which fell upon the lips of that master whose precepts they misconstrue and whose lessons they pervert. The Sabbath was made for man, and not man to serve the Sabbath. End of Sunday under Three Heads.
The 1001 Humbugs, Part 1, from Household Words, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 5. The 1001 Humbugs, Part 1, from Household Words, Volume 11, by Charles Dickens. Everybody is acquainted with that enchanting collection of stories, The 1001 Nights, better known in England as the Arabian Nights' Entertainments. Most people know that these wonderful fancies are unquestionably of genuine Eastern origin, and are to be found in Arabic manuscripts now existing in the Vatican, in Paris, in London, and in Oxford, the last named city being particularly distinguished in this connection as possessing in the library of Christ Church a manuscript of the never-to-be-forgotten Voyages of Sinbad the Sailor. The civilized world is indebted to France for a vast amount of its possessions, and among the rest for the first opening to Europe of this gorgeous storehouse of Eastern riches. So well did Monsieur Galland, the original translator, perform his task, that when Mr. Wortley Montagu brought home the manuscript now in the Bodleian Library, there was found, poetical quotations excepted, to be very little, and that of a very inferior kind, to add to what Monsieur Galland had already made perfectly familiar to France and England. Thus much as to the 1001 Nights we recall, by way of introduction to the discovery we are about to announce. There has lately fallen into our hands a manuscript in the Arabic character, with which we are perfectly acquainted, containing a variety of stories extremely similar in structure and incident to the 1001 Nights, but presenting the strange feature that although they are evidently of ancient origin, they have a curious accidental bearing on the present time. Allowing for the difference of manners and customs, it would often seem, were it not for the manifest impossibility of such prophetic knowledge in any mere man or men, that they were written expressly with an eye to events of the current age. We have referred the manuscript, which may be seen at our office on the first day of April in every year at precisely 4 o'clock in the morning, to the profoundest Oriental scholars of England and France, who are no less sensible than we are ourselves of this remarkable coincidence, and are equally at a loss to account for it. They are agreed, we may observe, on the propriety of our rendering the title in the words, The 1001 Humbugs, for although the Eastern storytellers do not appear to have possessed any word or combination of parts of words precisely answering to the modern English humbug, which indeed they expressed by the figurative phrase, a camel made of sand, there is no doubt that they were conversant with so common a thing, and further that the thing was expressly meant to be designated in the general title of the Arabic manuscript now before us. Dispensing with further explanation, we at once commence the specimens we shall occasionally present of this literary curiosity. Introductory Chapter. Among the ancient kings of Persia, who extended their glorious conquests into the Indies, and far beyond the famous river Ganges, even to the limits of China, Taxitaurus, or fleeced bull, was incomparably the most renowned. He was so rich that he scorned to undertake the humblest enterprise without inaugurating it by ordering his treasurers to throw several millions of pieces of gold into the dirt. For the same reason he attached no value to his foreign possessions, but merely used them as playthings for a little while, and then always threw them away or lost them. This wise Sultan, though blessed with innumerable sources of happiness, was afflicted with one fruitful cause of discontent. He had been married many scores of times, yet had never found a wife to suit him. Although he had raised to the dignity of Houser Commons, or peerless chatterer, a great variety of beautiful creatures, not only of the lineage of the high nobles of his court, but also selected from other classes of his subjects, the result had uniformly been the same. They proved unfaithful, brazen, talkative, idle, extravagant, inefficient, and boastful. Thus it naturally happened that the Houser Commons very rarely died a natural death, but was generally cut short in some violent manner. At length the young and lovely Reform, that is to say, Light of Reason, the youngest and fairest of all the Sultan's wives, and to whom he had looked with hope to recompense him for his many disappointments, made as bad a Houser Commons as any of the rest. The unfortunate Taxedtaurus took this so much to heart that he fell into a profound melancholy, secluded himself from observation, and for some time was so seldom seen or heard of that many of his great officers of state supposed him to be dead. Shall I never, said the unhappy monarch, beating his breast in his retirement in the pavilion of failure, and giving vent to his tears, find a Houser Commons who will be true to me? He then quoted from the poet certain verses importing, Every Houser Commons has deceived me, every Houser Commons is a humbug. I must slay the present Houser Commons, as I have slain so many others. I am brought to shame and mortification. I am despised by the world, after which his grief so overpowered him that he fainted away. It happened that on recovering his senses, he heard the voice of the last made Houser Commons in the divan adjoining. Applying his ear to the lattice, and finding that shameless princess was vaunting her loyalty and virtue, and denying a host of facts, which she always did all night, the Sultan drew his scimitar in a fury, resolved to put an end to her existence. But the Grand Vizier Parmarstoon, or Twirling Weathercock, who was at that moment watching his incensed master from behind the silken curtain of the pavilion of failure, hurried forward and prostrated himself, trembling, on the ground. This Vizier had newly succeeded to Aberdeen, or the Addled, who had, for his misdeeds, been strangled with a garter. The breath of the slave, said the Vizier, is in the hands of his lord, but the lion will sometimes deign to listen to the croaking of the frog. I swear to thee, Vizier, replied the Sultan, that I have borne too much already, and will bear no more. Thou and the Houser Commons are in one story, and by the might of Allah and the beard of the Prophet, I have a mind to destroy ye both. When the Vizier heard the Sultan thus menace him with destruction, his heart drooped within him. But, being a brisk and ready man, though stricken in years, he quoted certain lines from the poet, implying that the thunder cloud often spares the leaf, or there would be no fruit, and touched the ground with his forehead in token of submission. What wouldst thou say? Demanded the generous prince. I give thee leave to speak. Thou art not unaccustomed to public speaking. Speak glibly. Sire, returned the Vizier, but for the dread of the might of my lord, I would reply in the words addressed by the ignorant man to the genie. And what were those words? Demanded the Sultan. Repeat them. Parmarstoon replied, To hear is to obey. The story of the ignorant man and the Genie. Sire, on the barbarous confines of the kingdom of the Tartars, there dwelt an ignorant man, who was obliged to make a journey through the great desert of desolation, which, as your Majesty knows, is sometimes a journey of upwards of 60 years. He bade adieu to his mother very early in the morning, and departed without a guide, ragged, barefoot, and alone. He found the way surprisingly steep and rugged, and beset by vile serpents and strange unintelligible creatures of horrible shapes. It was likewise full of black bogs and pits, into which he not only fell himself, but often had the misfortune to drag other travellers whom he encountered, and who got out no more, but were miserably stifled. Sire, on the 14th day of the journey of the ignorant man of the kingdom of the Tartars, he sat down to rest by the side of a foul well, being unable to find a better, and there cracked for a repast, as best he could, a very hard nut, which was all he had about him. He threw the shell anywhere as he stripped it off, and having made an end of his meal, arose to wander on again, when suddenly the air was darkened. He heard a frightful cry, and saw a monstrous Genie of gigantic stature, who brandished a mighty scimitar in a hand of iron, advancing towards him. "Rise, ignorant beast," said the monster, as he drew nigh, "that I, Law, may kill thee for having affronted my ward." "Alas, my lord," returned the ignorant man, "how can I have affronted thy ward, whom I never saw?" "He is invisible to thee," returned the Genie, "because thou art a benighted barbarian. But if thou hadst ever learnt any good thing, thou wouldst have seen him plainly, and wouldst have respected him." "Lord of my life," pleaded the traveller, "how could I learn where there were none to teach me? And how affront thy ward, whom I have not the power to see?" "I tell thee," returned the Genie, "that with thy pernicious refuse thou hast struck my ward, Prince Usaiti, in the apple of his eye, and because thou hast done this, I will be thy ruin. I maim and kill the like of thee by thousands every year, for no other crime. And shall I spare thee? Kneel and receive the blow." "Your Majesty will believe," continued the Grand Vizier, "that the ignorant man of the kingdom of the Tartars gave himself up for lost when he heard those cruel words, without so much as repeating the formula of our faith. There is but one Allah, from him we come, to him we must return, and who shall resist his will? For he was too ignorant even to have heard it. He bent his neck to receive the fatal stroke. His head rolled off as he finished saying these words. Dread Law, if thou hadst taken half the pains to teach me to discern thy ward, that thou hast taken to avenge him, thou hadst been spared the great account to which I summon thee." Taxedtaurus, the Sultan of Persia, listened attentively to this recital on the part of his Grand Vizier, and when it was concluded, said, with a threatening brow, "Expound to me, O nephew of a dog, the points of resemblance between the tiger and the nightingale, and what thy ignorant man of the accursed kingdom of the Tartars has to do with the false Hausa Commands and the glib Vizier Parmarstoon." While speaking, he again raised his glittering scimitar. "Let not my master sully the sole of his foot by crushing an insect," returned the Vizier, kissing the ground 7 times. "I meant but to offer up a petition from the dust, that the light of the eyes of the faithful would, before striking, deign to hear my daughter." "What of thy daughter?" said the Sultan impatiently. "And why should I hear thy daughter any more than the daughter of the dirtiest of dustmen?" "Sire," returned the Vizier, "I am dirtier than the dirtiest of the dustmen in your Majesty's sight, but my daughter is deeply read in the history of every Hausa Commands who has aspired to your Majesty's favour during many years. And if your Majesty would condescend to hear some of the legends she has to relate, they might—" "What dost thou call thy daughter?" demanded the Sultan, interrupting. "Hansardadade," replied the Vizier. "Go," said the Sultan, "bring her hither. I spare thy life until thou shalt return." The Grand Vizier Parmarstoon, on receiving the injunction to bring his daughter Hansardadade into the royal presence, lost no time in repairing to his palace, which was but across the Sultan's gardens, and going straight to the women's apartments, found Hansardadade surrounded by a number of old women, who were all consulting her at once. In truth, this affable princess was perpetually being referred to by all manner of old women. Hastily causing her attendants, when she heard her father's errand, to attire her in her finest dress, which outsparkled the sun, and bidding her young sister, Brothartoon, or chamber candlestick, to make similar preparations, and accompany her, the daughter of the Grand Vizier soon covered herself with a rich veil, and said to her father, with a low obeisance, "Sir, I am ready to attend you to my lord the Commander of the Faithful." The Grand Vizier and his daughter Hansardadade, and her young sister Brothartoon, preceded by Mr. Speaker, a black mute, the chief of the officers of the royal seraglio, went across the Sultan's gardens by the way the Vizier had come, and arriving at the Sultan's palace, found that monarch on his throne surrounded by his principal councillors and officers of state. They all four prostrated themselves at a distance, and waited the Sultan's pleasure. That gracious prince was troubled in his mind when he commanded the fair Hansardadade, who, on the whole, was very fair indeed, to approach, for he had sworn an oath in the Vizier's absence, from which he could not depart. Nevertheless, as it must be kept, he proceeded to announce it before the assembly. "Vizier," said he, "thou hast brought thy daughter here as possessing a large stock of Howsa Kumaun's experience, in the hope of her relating something that may soften me under my accumulated wrongs. Know that I have solemnly sworn that if her stories fail, as I believe they will, to mitigate my wrath, I will have her burned, and her ashes cast to the winds. Also I will strangle thee and the present Howsa Kumaun's, and will take a new one every day, and strangle her as soon as taken, until I find a good and true one." Parmarstoon replied, "To hear is to obey." Hansardadade then took a one-stringed lute, and sang a lengthened song in prose. Its purport was, "I am the recorder of brilliant eloquence. I am the chronicler of patriotism. I am the pride of sages, and the joy of nations. The continued salvation of the country is owing to what I preserve, and without it there would be no business done. Sweet are the voices of the crow and chough, and Persia never, never, never can have words enough." At the conclusion of this delightful strain, the Sultan and the whole divan were so faint with rapture that they remained in a comatose state for several hours. "Would your Majesty," said Hansardadade, when all were at length recovered, "prefer first to hear the story of the wonderful camp, or the story of the talkative barber, or the story of Sirli Tapa and the 40 Thieves?" "I would have thee commence," replied the Sultan, "with the story of the 40 Thieves." Hansardadade began, "Sire, there was once a poor relation," when Brothartoon interposed. "Dear sister," cried Brothartoon, "it is now past midnight. It will be shortly daybreak, and if you are not asleep, you ought to be. I pray you, dear sister, by all means to hold your tongue to-night, and if my lord the Sultan will suffer you to live another day, you can talk to-morrow." The Sultan arose with a clouded face, but went out without giving any orders for the execution. End of the 1001 Humbugs, Part 1, from Household Words, Volume 11. Recording by NoelBadrian, County Offaly, Ireland. The 1001 Humbugs, Part 2, from Household Words, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 5. The 1001 Humbugs, Part 2, from Household Words, Volume 11, by Charles Dickens. The Story of Scarli Tapa and the 40 Thieves. Accompanied by the Grand Vizier, Parmarstoon, and the Black Mute, Mr. Speaker, the chief of the Seraglio, Hansardadade again repaired next day to the august presence, and after making the usual prostrations before the Sultan, began thus. Sire, there was once a poor relation who lived in a town in the dominions of the Sultan of the Indies, and whose name was Scarli Tapa. He was the youngest son of a dowager, which, as your Majesty knows, is a female spirit of voracious appetites, and generally with a wig and a carmine complexion, who prowls about old houses and preys upon mankind. This dowager had attained an immense age, in consequence of having been put by an evil genie on the pension list, or talisman to secure long life. But at length she very reluctantly died towards the close of a quarter, after making the most affecting struggle to live into the half-year. Scarli Tapa had a rich elder brother named Cashim, who had married the daughter of a prosperous merchant, and lived magnificently. Scarli Tapa, on the other hand, could barely support his wife and family by lounging about the town, and going out to dinner with his utmost power of perseverance, betting on horse races, playing at billiards, and running into debt with everybody who would trust him, the last being his principal means of obtaining an honest livelihood. One day, when Scarli Tapa had strolled for some time along the banks of a great river of liquid filth, which ornamented that agreeable country and rendered it salubrious, he found himself in the neighbourhood of the woods and forests. Lifting up his eyes, he observed in the distance a great cloud of dust. He was not surprised to see it, knowing those parts to be famous for casting prodigious quantities of dust into the eyes of the faithful. But as it rapidly advanced towards him, he climbed into a tree, the better to observe it without being seen himself. As the cloud of dust approached, Scarli Tapa perceived it from his hiding-place to be occasioned by 40 mounted robbers, each bestriding a severely goaded and heavily laden bull. The whole troop came to a halt at the foot of the tree, and all the robbers dismounted. Every robber then tethered his hack to the most convenient shrub, gave it a full meal of very bad chaff, and hung over his arm the empty sack which had contained the same. Then the captain of the robbers, advancing to a door in an antediluvian rock, which Scarli Tapa had not observed before, and on which were the enchanted letters OFFICE, said, "Debrett's Peerage, open sesame." As soon as the captain of the robbers had uttered these words, the door, obedient to the charm, flew open, and all the robbers went in. The captain went in last, and the door shut of itself. The robbers stayed so long within the rock that Scarli Tapa more than once felt tempted to descend the tree and make off. Fearful, however, that they might reappear and catch him before he could escape, he remained hidden by the leaves as patiently as he could. At last the door opened, and the 40 robbers came out. As the captain had gone in last, he came out first, and stood to see the whole troop pass him. When they had all done so, he said, "Debrett's Peerage, shut sesame." The door immediately closed again as before. Every robber then mounted his bull, adjusting before him his sack well filled with gold, silver, and jewels. When the captain saw that they were all ready, he put himself at their head, and they rode off by the way they had come. Scarli Tapa remained in the tree until the receding cloud of dust occasioned by the troop of robbers, with their captain at their head, was no longer visible, and then came softly down and approached the door. Making use of the words that he had heard pronounced by the captain of the robbers, he said, after first piously strengthening himself with the remembrance of his deceased mother, the dowager, Debrett's peerage, open sesame. The door instantly flew wide open. Scarli Tapa, who had expected to see a dull place, was surprised to find himself in an exceedingly agreeable vista of rooms, where everything was as light as possible, and where vast quantities of the finest wheaten loaves, and the richest gold and silver fishes, and all kinds of valuable possessions were to be got for the laying hold of. Quickly loading himself with as much spoil as he could move under, he opened and closed the door as the captain of the robbers had done, and hurried away with his treasure to his poor home. When the wife of Scarli Tapa saw her husband enter their dwelling after it was dark, and proceed to pile upon the floor a heap of wealth, she cried, "Alas, husband, whom have you taken in now?" "Be not alarmed, wife," returned Scarli Tapa, "no one suffers but the public," and then told her how he, a poor relation, had made his way into office by the magic words, and had enriched himself. There being more money and more loaves and fishes than they knew what to do with at the moment, the wife of Scarli Tapa, transported with joy, ran off to her sister-in-law, the wife of Cashim Tapa, who lived hard by, to borrow a measure by means of which their property could be got into some order. The wife of Cashim Tapa, looking into the measure when it was brought back, found at the bottom of it several of the crumbs of fine loaves, and of the scales of gold and silver fishes, upon which, flying into an envious rage, she thus addressed her husband: "Wretched Cashim, you know you are of high birth as the eldest son of a dowager, and you think you are rich, but your despised younger brother, Scarli Tapa, is infinitely richer, and more powerful than you. Judge of his wealth from these tokens." At the same time she showed him the measure. Cashim, who since his marriage to the merchant's widow has treated his brother coolly, and held him at a distance, was at once fired with a burning desire to know how he had become rich. He was unable to sleep all night, and at the first streak of day, before the summons to morning prayers was heard from the minarets of the mosques, arose and went to his brother's house. "Dear Scarli Tapa," said he, pretending to be very fraternal, "what loaves and fishes are these that thou hast in thy possession?" Scarli Tapa, perceiving from this discourse that he could no longer keep his secret, communicated his discovery to his brother, who lost no time in providing all things necessary for the stowage of riches, and in repairing alone to the mysterious door near the woods and forests. When night came, and Cashim Tapa did not return, his relatives became uneasy. His absence being prolonged for several days and nights, Scarli Tapa at length proceeded to the enchanted door in search of him. Opening it by the infallible means, what were his emotions to find that the robbers had encountered his brother within, and had quartered him upon the spot for ever. Commander of the Faithful, when Scarli Tapa beheld the dismal spectacle of his brother everlastingly quartered upon office, for having merely uttered the magic words, Debrett's peerage, open sesame, he was greatly troubled in his mind. Feeling the necessity of hushing the matter up, and putting the best face upon it for the family credit, he at once devised a plan to attain that object. There was, in the house where his brother had sat himself down on his marriage with the merchant's daughter, a discreet slave, whose name was Jobbiana. Though a kind of under-secretary in the Treasury Department, she was very useful in the dirty work of the establishment, and had also some knowledge of the stables, and could assist the whippers in at a pinch. Scarli Tapa, going home and taking the discreet slave aside, related to her how her master was quartered, and how it was now their business to disguise the fact, and deceive the neighbours. Jobbiana replied, to hear is to obey. Accordingly, before day, for she always avoided daylight, the discreet slave went to a certain cobbler whom she knew, and found him sitting in his stall in the public street. Good morrow, friend, said she, putting a bribe into his hand. Will you bring the tools of your trade and come to a house with me? Willingly, but what to do? Replied the cobbler, who was a merry fellow. Nothing against my patriotism and conscience, I hope? At which he laughed heartily. Not in the least, returned Jobbiana, giving him another bribe. But you must go into the house blindfold, and with your hands tied. You don't mind that for a job? I don't mind anything for a job, returned the cobbler with vivacity. I like a job. It's my business to job. Only make it worth my while, and I am ready for any job you may please to name. At the same time he arose briskly. Jobbiana then imparted to him the quartering that had taken place, and that he was wanted to cobble the subject up, and hide what had been done. Is that all? If it is no more than that, returned the cobbler, blind my eyes and tie my hands, and let us cobble away as long as you like. Sire, the discreet slave blindfolded the cobbler, and tied his hands, and took him to the house, where he cobbled the subject up with so much skill that she rewarded him munificently. We must now return to the captain of the robbers, whose name was Yoryorwa, and whose soul was filled with perplexities and anxieties, when he visited the cave and found, from the state of the wheaten loaves and the gold and silver fishes, that there was yet another person who possessed the secret of the magic door. Your Majesty must know that Yoryorwa, captain of the robbers, most of whose forefathers had been rebellious genii who never had anything whatsoever to do with Solomon, sauntering through the city in a highly disconsolate and languid state, chanced to come before daylight upon the cobbler, working in his stall. Good morrow, honourable friend, said he, you job early. My lord, returned the cobbler, I job early and late. You do well, observed the captain of the robbers. But have you light enough? The less light the better, said the cobbler, for my work. Ay, returned Yoryorwa. Why so? Why so, repeated the cobbler, winking, because I can cobble certain businesses best in the dark. When the captain of the robbers heard him say this, he quickly understood the hint. He blindfolded him and tied his hands, as the discreet slave had done, turned his coat, and led him away until he stopped at the house. This is the house that was concerned in the quartering and cobbling, said he. The captain set a mark upon it. But Jobbiana, coming by soon afterward, and seeing what had been done, set exactly the same mark upon 20 other houses in the same row, so that in truth they were all precisely alike, and one was marked by Jobbiana exactly as the other was, and there was not a pin to choose between them. Thus discomfited, the captain of the robbers called his troop together, and addressed them. My noble, right honourable, honourable and gallant, honourable and learned, and simply honourable friends, said he, it is apparent that we, the old band who for so many years have possessed the command of the magic door, are in danger of being superseded. In a word, it is clear that there are now 2 bands of robbers, and that we must overcome the opposition, or be ourselves vanquished. All the robbers applauded this sentiment. Therefore, said the captain, I will disguise myself as a trader, in the patriotic line of business, and will endeavour to prevail by stratagem. The robbers as with one voice approved of this design. The captain of the robbers accordingly disguised himself as a trader, of that sort which is called at the bazaars a patriot, and having again had recourse to the cobbler, and having carefully observed the house, arranged his plans without delay. Feigning to be a dealer in soft soap, he concealed his men in 39 jars of that commodity, a man in every jar, and loading a number of mules with his pretended merchandise, appeared at the head of his caravan one evening at the house where Scarli Tapa was sitting on a bench in his usual place, taking it, as he generally did in the house, very coolly. My lord, said the pretended trader, I am a stranger here, and know not where to bestow my merchandise for the night. Suffer me then, I beseech you, to warehouse it here. Scarli Tapa rose up, showed the pretended merchant where to put his goods, and instructed Jobbiana to prepare an entertainment for his guest, also a bath for himself, his hands being very far from clean. The discreet slave, in obedience to her orders, proceeded to prepare the entertainment and the bath, but was vexed to discover, when it was late, and the shops of the dealers were all shut, that there was no soft soap in the house, which was the more unexpected, as there was generally more than enough. Remembering, however, that the pretended trader had brought a large stock with him, she went to one of the jars to get a little. As she drew near to it, the impatient robber within, supposing it to be his leader, said in a low voice, Is it time for our party to come in? Jobbiana, instantly comprehending the danger, replied, Not yet, but presently. She went in this manner to all the jars, receiving the same question and giving the same answer. The discreet slave, returning into the kitchen, with her presence of mind not at all disturbed, and there prepared a lukewarm mess of soothing syrup, worn-out wigs, weak milk and water, poppy heads, empty nutshells, froth, and other similar ingredients. When it was sufficiently mawkish, she returned to the jars, bearing a large kettle filled with this mixture, poured some of it upon every robber, and threw the whole troop into a state of insensibility or submission. She then returned to the house, served up the entertainment, cleared away the fragments, and attired herself in a rich dress to dance before her master and his disguised visitor. In the course of her dances, which were performed in the slowest time, and during which she blew both her own and the family trumpet with extraordinary pertinacity, Jobbiana took care always to approach nearer and still nearer to the captain of the robbers. At length she seized him by the sleeve of his disguise, disclosed him in his own dress to her master, and related where his men were, and how they had asked, Was it time to come in? Scarli Tapa, so far from being angry with the pretended trader, fell upon his neck and addressed him in these friendly expressions. Since our object is the same, and no great difference exists between us, O my brother, let us form a coalition. Debrett's peerage will open sesame to the Scarli Tapas and the Yahwehs equally, and will shut out the rest of mankind. Let it be so. There is plunder enough in the cave, so that it is never restored to the original owners, and never gets into other hands but ours. But why should we quarrel over much? The captain made a suitable reply, and embraced his entertainer. Jobbiana, shedding tears of joy, embraced them both. Shortly afterwards, Scarli Tapa, in gratitude to the wise Jobbiana, caused her to be invested with the freedom of the city, where she had been very much beloved for many years, and gave her in marriage to his own son. They had a large family, and a powerful number of relations, who all inherited, by right of relationship, the power of opening sesame, and shutting it tight. The Yahwehs became a very numerous tribe also, and exercised the same privilege. This, Commander of the Faithful, is the reason why, in that distant part of the dominions of the Sultan of the Indies, all true believers kiss the ground 777 times on hearing the magic words, Debrett's peerage, why the talisman of office is always possessed in common by the three great races of the Scarlitapas, the Yayawas, and the Jobianas, why the public affairs, great and small, and all the national enterprises, both by land and sea, are conducted on a system which is the highest peak of the mountain of justice, and which always succeeds, why the people of that country are serenely satisfied with themselves, and things in general are unquestionably the envy of surrounding nations, and cannot fail in the inevitable order of events to flourish to the end of the world, why all these great truths are incontrovertible, and why all who dispute them receive the bastinado as atheists and rebels. Here Hansardadade concluded the story of the 40 thieves, and said, If my lord the Sultan will deign to hear another narrative from the lips of the lowest of his servants, I have adventures yet more surprising than these to relate. Adventures that are worthy to be written in letters of gold. By Allah, exclaimed the Sultan, whose hand had been upon his scimitar several times during the previous recital, and whose eyes had menaced Parmarstoon until the soul of that Vizier had turned to water, what thou hast told but now deserves to be recorded in letters of brass. Hansardadade was proceeding. Sire, in the great plain at the feet of the mountains of Casgar, which is 7 weeks' journey across, when Brother Toon interrupted her, Sister, it is nearly daybreak, and if you are not asleep, you ought to be. I pray you, dear sister, tell us at present no more of these stories that you know so well, but hold your tongue, and go to bed. Hansardadade was silent, and the Sultan arose in a very indifferent humour, and gloomily walked out in great doubt whether he would let her live, on any consideration, over another day. End of the 1001 Humbugs, Part 2, from Household Words, Volume 11. Recording by NoelBadrian, County Offaly, Ireland. The 1001 Humbugs, Part 3, from Household Words, Volume 11. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 5. The 1001 Humbugs, Part 3, from Household Words, Volume 11, by Charles Dickens. On the following night, Hansardadade proceeded with the story of the talkative barber. In the great plain which lies at the feet of the mountains of Casgar, and which is 7 weeks' journey across, there is a city where a lame young man was once invited, with other guests, to an entertainment. Upon his entrance, the company already assembled rose up to do him honour, and the host, taking him by the hand, invited him to sit down with the rest upon the estrade. At the same time, the master of the house greeted his visitor with the salutation, Allah is Allah, there is no Allah but Allah. May his name be praised, and may Allah be with you. Sire, the lame young man, who had the appearance of one that had suffered much, was about to comply with the invitation of the master of the house to seat himself upon the estrade with the rest of the company, when he suddenly perceived among them a barber. He instantly flew back with every token of abhorrence, and made towards the door. The master of the house, amazed at this behaviour, stopped him. Sir, exclaimed the young man, I adjure you by Mecca, do not stop me, let me go. I cannot without horror look upon that abominable barber. Upon him, and upon the whole of his relations, be the curse of Allah, in return for all I have endured from his intolerable levity, and from his talk never being to the point or purpose. With these words the lame young man again made violently towards the door. The guests were astonished at this behaviour, and began to have a very bad opinion of the barber. The master of the house so courteously entreated the lame young man to recount to the company the causes of this strong dislike, that at length he could not refuse. Averting his head so that he might not see the barber, he proceeded. Gentlemen, you must know that this accursed barber is the cause of my being crippled, and is the occasion of all my misfortunes. I became acquainted with him in the following manner. I am called Publique, or the many-headed. I am one of a large family, who have undergone an infinite variety of adventures and afflictions. One day I chanced to sit down to rest on a seat in a narrow lane, when a lattice over against me opened, and I obtained a glimpse of the most ravishing beauty in the world. After watering a pot of budding flowers which stood in the window, she perceived me, and modestly withdrew, but not before she had directed towards me a glance so full of charms, that I screamed aloud with love, and became insensible for a considerable time. When I came to myself, I directed a favourite slave to make inquiries among the neighbours, and, on pain of death, to bring me an exact account of the young lady's family and condition. The slave acquitted himself so well that he informed me within an hour that the young lady's name was Fair Government, and that she was the daughter of the chief Cadi. The violence of my passion became so great that I took to my bed that evening, fell into a fever, and was reduced to the brink of death, when an old lady of my acquaintance came to see me. Son, said she, after observing me attentively, I perceive that your disease is love. Inform me who is the object of your affections, and rely upon me to bring you together. This address of the good old lady's had such an effect on me, that I immediately rose, quite restored in health, and began to dress myself. In a word, continued the lame young man, addressing the company assembled in the house of the citizen of the plain, at the feet of the mountains of Cascar, and always keeping his head in such a position as that he could not see the barber. The old lady exerted herself in my behalf with such effect, that on the very next day she returned, commissioned by the enchantress of my soul to appoint a meeting between us. I arranged to attire myself in my richest clothes, and dispatched the same favourite slave with instructions to fetch a barber, who knew his business, and who could skilfully prepare me for the interview I was to have, for the first time in my life, with Fair Government. Gentlemen, the slave returned with the wretch whom you see here. Sir, began this accursed barber, whom a malignant destiny thus inflicted on me, how do you do? I hope you are pretty well. I do not wish to praise myself, but you are lucky to have sent for me. My name is Premier. In me you behold an accomplished diplomatist, a first-rate statesman, a frisky speaker, an easy shaver, a touch-and-go joker, a giver of the go-by to all complainers, and above all, a member of the aristocracy of barbers. Sir, I am a lineal descendant of the Prophet, and consequently a born barber. All my relations, friends, acquaintances, connections, and associates are likewise lineal descendants of the Prophet, and consequently born barbers every one. As I said but the other day to Layardine, or the troublesome, the aristocracy— May Allah confound thy aristocracy and thee, cried I. Will you begin to shave me? Gentlemen, proceeded the lame young man, the barber had brought a showy case with him, and he consumed such an immense time in pretending to open it, that I was well nigh fretted to death. I will not be shaved at all, said I. Sir, returned the unabashed barber, you sent for me to shave you, and with your pardon I will do it, whether you like it or not. Ah, sir, you have not so good an opinion of me as your father had. I knew your father, and he appreciated me. I said 1,000 pleasant things to him, and rendered him 1,000 services, and he adored me. Just heaven, he would exclaim, you are an inexhaustible fountain of wisdom. No man can plumb the depths of your profundity. My dear sir, I would reply, you do me more honour than I deserve. Still, as a lineal descendant of the Prophet, and one of the aristocracy of born barbers, I will, with the help of Allah, shave you pretty close before I have done with you. You may guess, gentlemen, in my state of expectancy, with my heart set on fair government, and the precious time running by, how I cursed this impertinent chattering on the part of the barber. Barber of mischief, barber of sin, barber of false pretence, barber of froth and bubble, said I, stamping my foot upon the ground, will you begin to do your work? Fair and softly, sir, said he, let me count you out first. With that he counted from 1 to 38 with great deliberation, and then laughed heartily, and went out to look at the weather. When the barber returned, he went on prattling as before. You're in high feather, sir, said he. I am glad to see you look so well. But how can you be otherwise than flourishing, after having sent for me? I am called the Careless. I am not like Dizzy, who draws blood, nor like Darby, who claps on blisters, nor like Johnny, who works with the square and rule. I am the easy shaver, and I care for nobody. I can do anything. Shall I dance the dance of Mr. Pitt, to please you, or shall I sing the song of Mr. Folks, or joke the joke of Joe Miller? Honour me with your attention while I do all three. The barber, continued the lame young man with a groan, danced the dance of Mr. Pitt, and sang the song of Mr. Folks, and joked the joke of Joe Miller, and then began with fresh impertinences. Sir, said he, with a lofty flourish, when Britain first at heaven's command rose from out of the azure main, this was the charter of the land, and guardian angels sang this strain, singing, as first lord was a Waller king the office guarding around, no end of born barbers he picked up and found. Says he, I will load them with silver and gold, for the country's a donkey, and as such is sold. At this point I could bear his insolence no longer, but starting up cried, Barber of hollowness, by what consideration am I restrained from falling upon and strangling thee? Calmly, sir, said he, let me count you out first. He then played his former game of counting from 1 to under 40, and again laughed heartily, and went out to take the height of the sun, and make a calculation of the state of the wind, that he might know whether it was an auspicious time to begin to shave me. I took the opportunity, said the young man, of flying from my house so darkened by the fatal presence of this detestable barber, and of repairing with my utmost speed to the house of the Cadi. But the appointed hour was long past, and fair government had withdrawn no one knew whither. As I stood in the street cursing my evil destiny, and execrating this intolerable barber, I heard a hue and cry. Looking in the direction whence it came, I saw the diabolical barber, attended by an immense troop of his relations and friends, the lineal descendants of the Prophet, and aristocracy of born barbers, all offering a reward to any one who would stop me, and all proclaiming the unhappy public to be their natural prey and rightful property. I turned and fled. They jostled and bruised me cruelly among them, and I became maimed, as you see. I utterly detest, abominate, and abjure this barber, and ever since and evermore I totally renounce him. With these concluding words, The lame young man arose in a sullen way that had something very threatening in it, and left the company. Commander of the Faithful, when the lame young man was gone, the guests, turning to the barber, who wore his turban very much on one side, and smiled complacently, asked him what he had to say for himself. The barber immediately danced the dance of Mr. Pitt, and sang the song of Mr. Folks, and joked the joke of Jomila. Gentlemen, said he, not at all out of breath after these performances, it is true that I am called the Careless. Permit me to recount to you, as a lively diversion, what happened to a twin brother of that young man who has so undeservedly abused me, in connection with a near relation of mine. No one objecting, the barber related the story of the Barmecide feast. The young man's twin brother, Guld Publique, was in very poor circumstances, and hardly knew how to live. In his reduced condition, he was fain to go about to great men, begging them to take him in, and to do them justice, they did it extensively. One day, in the course of his poverty-stricken wanderings, he came to a large house with 2 high towers, a spacious hall, an abundance of fine gilding, statuary, and painting. Although the house was far from finished, he could see enough to assure him that enormous sums of money must be lavished upon it. He inquired who was the master of this wealthy mansion, and received for information that he was a certain Barmecide. The Barmecide, gentlemen, is my near relation, and like myself a lineal descendant of the Prophet, and a born barber. The young man's twin brother passed through the gateway, and crept submissively onward, until he came into a spacious apartment, where he descried the Barmecide sitting at the upper end in the post of honour. The Barmecide asked the young man's brother what he wanted. My lord, replied he, in a pitiful tone, I am sore distressed, and have none but high and mighty nobles like yourself to help me. That much at least is true, returned the Barmecide. There is no help save in high and mighty nobles. It is the appointment of Allah. But what is your distress? My lord, said the young man's brother, I am fasting from all the nourishment I want, and, whatever you may please to think, am in a dangerous extremity. A very little more at any moment, and you would be astonished at the figure I should make. Is it so indeed? inquired the Barmecide. Sir, returned the young man's brother, I swear by heaven and earth that it is so, and heaven and earth are every hour drawing nearer to the discovery that it is so. Alas, poor man, replied the Barmecide, pretending to have an interest in him. Ho, boy, bring us of the best here, and let us not spare our liberal measures. This poor man shall make good cheer without delay. Though no boy appeared, gentlemen, and though there was no sign of the liberal measures of which the Barmecide spoke so ostentatiously, the young man's brother, Guld Publique, endeavoured to fall in with the Barmecide's humour. Come, cried the Barmecide, feigning to pour water on his hands, let us begin fair and fresh. How do you like this purity? Ah, my lord, returned Guld Publique, imitating the Barmecide's action, this is indeed purity, this is in truth a delicious beginning. Then let us proceed, said the Barmecide, seeming to dry his hands with the smoking dish of reform. How do you like it? Fat? At the same time he pretended to hand choice morsels to the young man's brother. Take your fill of it, exclaimed the Barmecide. There is plenty here, do not spare it, it was cooked for you. May Allah prolong your life, my lord, said Guld Publique. You are liberal indeed. The Barmecide, having boasted in this pleasant way of his smoking dish of reform, which had no existence, affected to call for another dish. Ho! cried he, clapping his hands, bring in those educational kabobs. Then he imitated the action of putting some upon the plate of the young man's brother, and went on, how do you like these educational kabobs? The cook who made them is a treasure. Are they not justly seasoned? Are they not so honestly made as to be adapted to all digestions? You want them very much, I know, and have wanted them this long time. Do you enjoy them? And here is a delicious mess called Foreign Legion. Eat of it also, for I pride myself upon it, and expect it to bring me great respect and much friendship from distant lands. And this pilau of church endowments and duties, which you see so beautifully divided, pray how do you approve of this pilau? It was invented on your account, and no expense has been spared to render it to your taste. Ho, boy, bring in that ragout. Now here, my friend, is a ragout called Law of Partnership. It is expressly made for poor men's eating, and I particularly pride myself upon it. This is indeed a dish at which you may cut and come again. And boy, hasten to set before my good friend Guld Publique the rare stew of colonial spices, minced crime, hashed poverty, swollen liver of ignorance, stale confusion, rotten tape, and chopped up bombast, steeped in official sauce, and garnished with a great deal of tongue and a very little brains, the crowning dish of which my dear friend never can have enough, and upon which he thrives so well. But you don't eat with an appetite, my brother, said the Barmecide. I fear the repast is hardly to your liking. Pardon me, my benefactor, returned the guest, whose jaws ached with pretending to eat. I am full almost to the throat. Well then, said the Barmecide, since you have dined so well, try the dessert. Here are apples of discord from the Horse Guards and Admiralty. Here is abundance of the famous fruit from the Dead Sea that turns to ashes on the lips. Here are the dates from the Peninsula in great profusion. And here is a fig for the nation. Eat and be happy. My lord, replied the object of his merriment, I am quite worn out by your liberality, and can bear no more. Gentlemen, continued the loquacious barber, when the humorous Barmecide, my near relation, lineally descended from the Prophet, had brought his guest to this pass, he clapped his hands 3 times to summon around him his slaves, and instructed them to force in reality the vile stew of which he had spoken down the throat of the hungry Guld Publique, together with a nauseous mess called double income tax, and to put bitters in his drink, strew dust on his head, blacken his face, shave his eyebrows, pluck away his beard, insult him, and make merry with him. He then caused him to be attired in a shameful dress, and set upon an ass with his face to the tail, and in this state be publicly exposed with the inscription around his neck, This is the punishment of Guld Publique, who asked for nourishment, and said he wanted it. Such is the present droll condition of this person, while my near relation the Barmecide sits in the post of honour, with his turban very much on one side, enjoying the joke, which I think you will all admit is an excellent one. Hansardadade, having made an end of the discourse of the loquacious barber, would have instantly begun another story, had not Brother Toon shut her up with, Dear sister, it will be shortly daybreak. Get to bed, and be quiet. End of The 1001 Humbugs, Part 3, from Household Words, Volume 11. Recording by NoelBadrian, County Offaly, Ireland.
A curious misprint in the Edinburgh Review. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 5. A Curious Misprint in the Edinburgh Review by Charles Dickens. The Edinburgh Review, in an article in its last number on "The License of Modern Novelists," is angry with Mr. Dickens and other modern novelists for not confining themselves to the mere amusement of their readers, and for testifying in their works that they seriously feel the interest of true Englishmen in the welfare and honour of their country. To them should be left the making of easy occasional books for idle young gentlemen and ladies to take up and lay down on sofas, drawing-room tables, and window-seats. To the Edinburgh Review should be reserved the settlement of all social and political questions, and the strangulation of all complainers. Mr. Thackeray may write upon snobs, but there must be none in the superior government departments. There is no positive objection to Mr. Reid having to do, in a platonic way, with a Scottish fishwoman or so, but he must by no means connect himself with prison discipline. That is the inalienable property of official personages, and until Mr. Reid can show that he has so much a year, paid quarterly, for understanding or not understanding the subject, it is none of his, and it is impossible that he can be allowed to deal with it. The name of Mr. Dickens is at the head of this page, and the hand of Mr. Dickens writes this paper. He will shelter himself under no affectation of being any one else, in having a few words of earnest but temperate remonstrance with the Edinburgh Review, before pointing out its curious misprint. Temperate for the honour of literature. Temperate because of the great services which the Edinburgh Review rendered in its time to good literature and good government. Temperate in remembrance of the loving affection of Geoffrey, the friendship of Sidney Smith, and the faithful sympathy of both. The License of Modern Novelists is a taking title, but it suggests another, the License of Modern Reviewers. Mr. Dickens' libel on the wonderfully exact and vigorous English government, which is always ready for any emergency, and which, as everybody knows, has never shown itself to be at all feeble at a pinch within in the memory of men, is license in a novelist. Will the Edinburgh Review forgive Mr. Dickens for taking the liberty to point out what is license in a reviewer? Quotation. Even the catastrophe in Little Dorrit is evidently borrowed from the recent fall of houses in Tottenham Court Road, which happens to have appeared in the newspapers at a convenient period. End quotation. Thus the reviewer. The novelist begs to ask him whether there is no license in his writing those words and stating that assumption as a truth, when any man accustomed to the critical examination of a book cannot fail, attentively turning over the pages of Little Dorrit, to observe that the catastrophe is carefully prepared for them from the very first presentation of the old house in the story, that when Rigaud, the man who is crushed by the fall of the house, first enters it, hundreds of pages before the end, he is beset by a mysterious fear and shuddering, that the rotten and crazy state of the house is laboriously kept before the reader whenever the house is shown, that the way to the demolition of the man and the house together is paved all through the book, with a painful minuteness and reiterated care of preparation, the necessity of which, in order that the thread may be kept in the reader's mind through nearly 2 years, is one of the adverse incidents of that serial form of publication. It may be nothing to the question that Mr. Dickens now publicly declares, on his word and honour, that that catastrophe was written, was engraven on steel, was printed, had passed through the hands of compositors, readers for the press and pressmen, and was in type and in proof in the printing house of Messrs. Bradbury and Evans, before the accident in Tottenham Court Road occurred. But it is much to the question that an honourable reviewer might have easily traced this out in the internal evidence of the book itself before he stated, for a fact, what is utterly and entirely, in every particular and respect, untrue. More, if the editor of the Edinburgh Review, unbending from the severe official duties of a blameless branch of the Circumlocution Office, had happened to condescend to cast his eye on the passage, and had referred even its mechanical probabilities and improbabilities to his publishers, those experienced gentlemen must have warned him that he was getting into danger, must have told him that on a comparison of dates, and with a reference to the number printed of Little Dorrit, and which that very incident illustrated, and to the date of the publication of the completed book in a volume, they hardly perceived how Mr. Dickens could have waited, with such a desperate microborism, for a fall of houses in Tottenham Court Road to get him out of his difficulties, and yet could have come up to time with the needful punctuality. Does the Edinburgh Review make no charges at random? Does it live in a blue and yellow glass house, and yet throw such big stones over the roof? Will the licensed reviewer apologise to the licensed novelist for his little circumlocution office? Will he examine the justice of his own general charges, as well as Mr. Dickens's? Will he apply his own words to himself, and come to the conclusion that it really is a little curious to consider what qualifications a man ought to possess before he could with any kind of propriety hold this language? The novelist now proceeds to the reviewer's curious misprint. The reviewer, in his laudation of the great official departments, and in his indignant denial of there being any trace of a circumlocution office to be detected among them all, begs to know what does Mr. Dickens think of the whole organisation of the post office and of the system of cheap postage. Taking St. Martin's le Grand in tow, the wrathful circumlocution steamer, puffing at Mr. Dickens to crush him with all the weight of that first-rate vessel, demands, to take a single and well-known example, how does he account for the career of Mr. Rowland Hill? A gentleman in a private and not very conspicuous position writes a pamphlet recommending what amounted to a revolution in a most important department of the government. Did the circumlocution office neglect him, traduce him, break his heart, and ruin his fortune? They adopted his scheme, and gave him the leading share in carrying it out. And yet this is the government which Mr. Dickens declares to be a sworn foe to talent, and a systematic enemy to ingenuity. The curious misprint here is the name of Mr. Rowland Hill. Some other and perfectly different name must have been sent to the printer. Mr. Rowland Hill! Why, if Mr. Rowland Hill were not, in toughness, a man of 100,000, if he had not had in the struggles of his career a steadfastness of purpose overriding all sensitiveness, and steadily staring grim despair out of countenance, the circumlocution office would have made a dead man of him long and long ago. Mr. Dickens, among his other darings, dares to state that the circumlocution office most heartily hated Mr. Rowland Hill, that the circumlocution office most characteristically opposed him as long as opposition was in any way possible, that the circumlocution office would have been most devoutly glad if it could have harried Mr. Rowland Hill's soul out of his body, and consigned him and his troublesome penny project to the grave together. Mr. Rowland Hill! Now, see the impossibility of Mr. Rowland Hill being the name which the Edinburgh Review sent to the printer. It may have relied on the forbearance of Mr. Dickens toward living gentlemen, for his being mute on a mighty job that was jobbed in that very post office when Mr. Rowland Hill was taboo there, and it shall not rely upon his courtesy in vain, though there be breezes on the southern side of Midstrand, London, in which the scent of it is yet strong on quarter days. But the Edinburgh Review never can have put up Mr. Rowland Hill for the putting down of Mr. Dickens' idle fiction of a circumlocution office. The license would have been too great, the absurdity would have been too transparent, the circumlocution office dictation and partisanship would have been much too manifest. The circumlocution office adopted his scheme, and gave him the leading share in carrying it out. The words are clearly not applicable to Mr. Rowland Hill. Does the reviewer remember the history of Mr. Rowland Hill's scheme? The novelist does, and will state it here exactly. In spite of its being one of the eternal decrees that the reviewer, in virtue of his license, shall know everything, and that the novelist, in virtue of his license, shall know nothing. Mr. Rowland Hill published his pamphlet on the establishment of one uniform penny postage in the beginning of the year 1837. Mr. Wallace, member for Greenock, who had long been opposed to the then existing post office system, moved for a committee on the subject. Its appointment was opposed by the government, or, let us say, the Circumlocution Office, but was afterward conceded. Before that committee, the Circumlocution Office and Mr. Rowland Hill were perpetually in conflict on questions of fact, and it invariably turned out that Mr. Rowland Hill was always right in his facts, and that the Circumlocution Office was always wrong. Even on so plain a point as the average number of letters at that very time passing through the post office, Mr. Rowland Hill was right, and the Circumlocution Office was wrong. Says the Edinburgh Review in what it calls a general way, the Circumlocution Office adopted his scheme. Did it? Not just then, certainly, for nothing whatever was done arising out of the inquiries of that committee. But it happened that the Whig government afterward came to be beaten on the Jamaica question, by reason of the Radicals voting against them. Sir Robert Peel was commanded to form a government, but failed, in consequence of the difficulties that arose. Our readers will remember them. About the ladies of the bedchamber. The ladies of the bedchamber brought the Whigs in again, and even the Radicals, being always for the destruction of everything, made it one of the conditions of their rendering their support to the new Whig government, that the penny postage should be adopted. This was 2 years after the appointment of the committee, that is to say, in 1839. The Circumlocution Office had, to that time, done nothing toward the penny postage, but oppose, delay, contradict, and show itself uniformly wrong. They adopted his scheme, and gave him the leading share in carrying it out. Of course they gave him the leading share in carrying it out then, at the time when they adopted it, and took the credit and popularity of it. Not so. In 1839, Mr. Rowland Hill was appointed, not to the Post Office, but to the Treasury. Was he appointed to the Treasury to carry out his own scheme? No. He was appointed to advise. In other words, to instruct the ignorant Circumlocution Office how to do without him, if it by any means could. On the 10th of January, 1840, the penny postage system was adopted. Then, of course, the Circumlocution Office gave Mr. Rowland Hill the leading share in carrying it out. Not exactly, but it gave him the leading share in carrying himself out, for in 1842 it summarily dismissed Mr. Rowland Hill altogether. When the Circumlocution Office had come to that pass on its patriotic course, so much admired by the Edinburgh Review, of protecting and patronising Mr. Rowland Hill, whom any child who is not a novelist can perceive to have been its peculiar protégé, the public mind, always perverse, became much excited on the subject. Sir Thomas Wilde moved for another committee. Circumlocution Office interposed. Nothing was done. The public subscribed and presented to Mr. Rowland Hill £16,000. Circumlocution Office remained true to itself and its functions. Did nothing, would do nothing. It was not until 1846, 4 years afterward, that Mr. Rowland Hill was appointed to a place in the Post Office. Was he appointed even then to the leading share in carrying out his scheme? He was permitted to creep into the Post Office up the back stairs, through having a place created for him. This post of dignity and honour, this Circumlocution Office crown, was called Secretary to the Postmaster General, there being already a Secretary to the Post Office, of whom the Circumlocution Office had declared, as its reason for dismissing Mr. Rowland Hill, that his functions and Mr. Rowland Hill's could not be made to harmonise. They did not harmonise. They were in perpetual discord. Penny postage is but one reform of a number of post office reforms effected by Mr. Rowland Hill, and these, for 8 years longer, were thwarted and opposed by the Circumlocution Office tooth and nail. It was not until 1854 14 years after the appointment of Mr. Wallace's committee, that Mr. Rowland Hill, having, as was openly stated at the time, threatened to resign and to give his reasons for doing so, was at last made sole secretary at the post office, and the inharmonious secretary, of whom no more shall be said, was otherwise disposed of. It is only since that date of 1854 that such reforms as the amalgamation of the general and district posts, the division of London into 10 towns, the earlier delivery of letters all over the country, the book and parcels post, the increase of letter-receiving houses everywhere, and the management of the post office with a greatly increased efficiency, have been brought about by Mr. Rowland Hill for the public benefit and the public convenience. If the Edinburgh Review could seriously want to know how Mr. Dickens accounts for the career of Mr. Rowland Hill, Mr. Dickens would account for it by his being a Birmingham man of such imperturbable steadiness and strength of purpose, that the Circumlocution Office, by its utmost endeavours, very feebly tried, could not weaken his determination, sharpen his razor, or break his heart. By his being a man in whose behalf the public gallantry was roused, and the public spirit awakened. By his having a project, in its nature so plainly and directly tending to the immediate benefit of every man, woman, and child in the state, that the Circumlocution Office could not blind them, though it could for a time cripple it. By his having thus, from the first to the last, made his way in spite of the Circumlocution Office, and dead against it as his natural enemy. But the name is evidently a curious misprint and an unfortunate mistake. The novelist will await the reviewer's correction of the press, and substitution of the right name. Will the Edinburgh Review also take its next opportunity of manfully expressing its regret that in too distempered a zeal for the Circumlocution Office it has been betrayed, as to that Tottenham Court Road assertion, into a hasty substitution of untruth for truth, the discredit of which it might have saved itself if it had been sufficiently cool and considerate to be simply just. It will, too, possibly have much to do by that time in championing its Circumlocution Office in new triumphs on the voyage out to India. God knows that the novelist has his private as well as his public reasons for writing the foreboding with no triumphant heart. But even party occupation, the reviewer's license, or the editorial parole, does not absolve a gentleman from a gentleman's duty, a gentleman's restraint, and a gentleman's generosity. Mr. Dickens will willingly do his best to account for any new case of Circumlocution Office protection that the Review may make a gauntlet of. He may be trusted to do so, he hopes, with a just respect for the Review, for himself, and for his calling, beyond the sound, healthy, legitimate uses and influences of which he has no purpose to serve, and no ambition in life to gratify. 1857. End of a curious misprint in the Edinburgh Review. Read by Petra.
Personal from Household Words, 12th June 1858. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 5, Personal from Household Words, 12th June 1858, by Charles Dickens. 23 years have passed since I entered on my present relations with the public. They began when I was so young that I find them to have existed for nearly a quarter of a century. Through all that time I have tried to be as faithful to the public as they have been to me. It was my duty never to trifle with them, or deceive them, or presume upon their favor, or do anything with it but work hard to justify it. I have always endeavored to discharge that duty. My conspicuous position has often made me the subject of fabulous stories and unaccountable statements. Occasionally such things have chafed me, or even wounded me, but I have always accepted them as the shadows inseparable from the light of my notoriety and success. I have never obtruded any such personal uneasiness of mine upon the generous aggregate of my audience. For the first time in my life, and I believe for the last, I now deviate from the principle I have so long observed, by presenting myself in my own journal in my own private character, and entreating all my brethren, as they deem that they have reason to think well of me, and to know that I am a man who has ever been unaffectedly true to our common calling, to lend their aid to the dissemination of my present words. Some domestic trouble of mine, of long standing, on which I will make no further remark than that it claims to be respected as being of a sacredly private nature, has lately been brought to an arrangement which involves no anger or ill will of any kind, and the whole origin, progress, and surrounding circumstances of which have been throughout within the knowledge of my children. It is amicably composed, and its details have now but to be forgotten by those concerned in it. By some means arising out of wickedness, or out of folly, or out of inconceivable wild chance, or out of all three, this trouble has been made the occasion of misrepresentations, most grossly false, most monstrous, and most cruel, involving not only me, but innocent persons dear to my heart, and innocent persons of whom I have no knowledge, if indeed they have any existence, and so widely spread that I doubt if one reader in 1,000 will peruse these lines by whom some touch of the breath of these slanders will not have passed like an unwholesome air. Those who know me and my nature need no assurance under my hand that such calumnies are as irreconcilable with me as they are in their frantic incoherence with one another. But there is a great multitude who know me through my writings, and who do not know me otherwise, and I cannot bear that one of them should be left in doubt or hazard of doubt through my poorly shrinking from taking the unusual means to which I now resort of circulating the truth. I most solemnly declare then, and this I do both in my own name and in my wife's name, that all the lately whispered rumors touching the trouble at which I have glanced are abominably false, and that whosoever repeats one of them after this denial will lie as wilfully and as foully as it is possible for any false witness to lie before heaven and earth. Charles Dickens. End of Personal from Household Words, 12 June 1858. Recording by Bill Mosley, Bernardo, Texas, USA. End of Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 5.